Oh, ho, 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 oh, 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 oh. What do you think the evolutionary purpose is of balding? Like, why do you gain more hair in some areas and then you lose hair in other areas? What's the? I know it's not like a purpose, like you're designed to bald, but I'm like, why would you lose hair like in parts, like a receding hairline? Why wouldn't it all fall out? Why wouldn't it be random? Why would it start in one area and then go to the other? What's the point? No light. No light allowed. Also, God, listen, if there are any rich women out there, okay, I am ready to be a sugar boy? You have sugar mommies and sugar daddies. What do you call a sugar baby is for the sugar daddy. What do you call a guy who's, is it just a sugar baby? Are guys and girls sugar babies? I've rediscovered my passion for cleaning. Something just cathartic. I got a new mop. I've got a new vacuum thing, okay? Like cleaning my floors. I got an ironing board, ironing my pants. Man, I just feel, is this midlife? Is it because I'm 35 now? Oh my God, it just feels fun. It's just cathartic to just turn on my music and just clean stuff. I'm getting that feeling. Does anybody else, where are my 35-year-olds at? What mop did you get? I don't know how to operate this mop bucket. This is like different than anything I've ever seen in my life. I don't know how ordinary mop buckets work. When I used to clean in high school for my janitor shit, you'd put a mop in like the top part of the yellow bucket. Does everybody use the yellow buckets? And then you'd push the lever down to squeeze the water out, and then that was like your mop bucket. Does that sound like a normal mop bucket? I bought one of these things, and like you put the mop in the other side, and then you push this little lever down. When I looked at the pictures, I thought that the lever makes it like squeeze the mop, but it doesn't. It just like spins around a ton. What the fuck? What is this? These are good? What does it do? Get the mop that sprays out the soap with the push of a button in front of the mop. Okay. Listen up. 2 big cleaning pro tips. Big home ec pro tips, okay? Are you ready? Number 1, okay? I've already said this one, okay? So this is a rerun, okay? Number 1, when it comes to pants and dress shirts, okay, unfortunately, there is no substitute for ironing. There's not. And the little steamer things, some people are like, oh, get a steamer. Fuck that. Steaming is not the same as ironing, okay? Having crisp cuffs, necks, and the little creases on your pants, there's no substitute for ironing. Number 1, okay? I already said that, okay? But also, fuck that. I don't even wear those. Custom clothes are open. Number 2, though, however, number 2, dude, you wear Lululemon? Okay. Number 1, yes, because the Lululemon men's shit is awesome. But number 2, don't reveal, don't spoil, okay? I don't want people to know where I get all my shit from, okay? Number 2, all right? I have used these in the past. Oh, I'm going to give you a 2 and a 3, okay? And I can say this from professional carpet cleaning experience, all right? 2 and 3. I'm very sure about 2. I'm not sure about 3. These, every single iteration of these is fucking trash. Unless maybe these are really good if you use them every other day, or maybe once a week at the least. These little pads just do not have enough surface area to actually absorb enough of anything. I remember the first time I bought one of these, I thought it was fucking crazy. I went through like 6 of these just to clean my kitchen. And I'm like, am I doing something wrong? But I think if you want to like just like tidy up, and you've got one of these, and you've got like, if you're like a housewife or a house husband and you just like to clean every week and you don't have much traffic or whatever, then yeah, you can just like use these or whatever. Then you can just like use these every week maybe. But to actually like, I don't think anything can replace like a full on fucking mop. Okay. People are saying like a small spill. I'd rather just get a rag. Just use a rag. Fuck that. 1, 2. Fuck, there was one more thing. There was one more pro-life tip. Oh. I don't know, okay. This is out-of-date carpet cleaner advice, okay? So maybe this doesn't apply anymore, okay? Maybe the technology has changed, all right? Maybe the technology has changed, all right? However, back when I was a carpet cleaner, there were a billion different types of vacuums, like the Dyson Power Sphere Ball Orbiter, whatever the fuck. There were so many different vacuums. The best vacuums that you could get, and I know they don't look very exciting, or they're not super, you know, they don't have all the bells and whistles, were always just these dual upright motor vacuums. These were always the king, that like a $90 dual motor upright vacuum will outperform a $700 Dyson XX carpet destroyer face melter 12,000 technology, whatever. Like these dual uprights, I looked up dual upright vacuum. Maybe not this one in particular, but any of these dual upright vacuums would always outperform the other ones. I don't know, maybe the vacuum tech has gotten better, but oh my God, you could spend so much money on these crazy, wacky vacuum things. These crazy vacuums would be like hundreds or like $400, $500, $600. Okay, like 20 years ago, it was a lot of money back then. Okay, and they're just dog shit. But maybe they've gotten better, or maybe they're good now. I'm not sure. There's a reason why all janitors use those instead of those retarded Dyson ball shits. Yeah, and they're cheaper, right? For the cost to repair one of those Dysons, you could probably just buy a new vacuum. Yeah, fuck all that. It's just a vacuum. It just sucks stuff up. And there's a spinny brush that gets stuff out of carpets. That's it. I will say, however, one final, how's your CrowdStrike stock doing? Great. CrowdStrike saved me a ton of money because I fired Cake, all right, for his horrible stock advice, all right? So now DGG's running in the black, okay, until the website crashes, and then I'll hire a new web dev. It's okay. We're only down 100K, all right? It's coming back. It's coming back. I can feel it. What was I going to say? Oh, the master pro tip, however, from anybody that's been a carpet cleaner or worked on carpets, all right? The master pro tip. Every carpet cleaner will attest to this. Is don't have carpet. Just don't ever have carpet, okay? Just don't get carpets. They're horrible, all right? They're dog shit. Fuck carpet. Always vinyl, laminate, sealed wood, whatever the fuck. Anything else. I need your take on canister vacuums. Are you a rug enjoyer? I'm about to be. I ordered a measuring tape because I think I left my measuring tape in the studio, so I'd rather just buy another one than go downstairs and grab it. I threw out I'm throwing away my cheap Amazon rugs, and I'm looking at getting cuter ones. This is what I was looking at last night. This brand. I think I might order like 5 rugs from these guys. Look at how cute. Look at how cute some of these would be. I want one of these in my kitchen. They got like a whole store of oh, look at the I love these. These are so adorable. They're interesting. They've got like a whole store of these. I'm probably going to start outfitting my apartment with these. Hell yeah. Looks like the Guantanamo floor. Yeah. What's the difference between a rug and a carpet? A rug you can throw the fuck away. You can throw it the fuck away when you're done with it. Fuck that. You can take an area rug into a carpet cleaning place for cleaning if you need to. I feel like the pile is different on an area rug, although I guess that's not necessarily true. The thing that I found, okay, keep in mind, okay, I say I was a carpet cleaner, but it's just a small business. Okay, I don't actually have like, I'm not super expertise in here. But from my personal experience cleaning carpets, it seemed like the cheap dog shit carpets are the ones that have the very thick, small pile that's like cut or whatever. Like commercial carpet is going to be the biggest example of this, right? This carpet actually lasts the longest, okay? And it'll look the same the longest. The really expensive carpets with the very long piles, the very plushy or whatever, these carpets would wear and look like shit so fast. If you had like high schoolers in your house that were running up and down the stairs and shit all the time, you might have like 3 years on that carpet until it's damaged beyond like redemption. Like it's going to look like shit. And the problem is that people think that it's really difficult to clean the carpet and that you can never get all the dirt out. Pile is like the strands and the woven bullshit. People think that it gets dirty and you can't clean it, but that's actually not what happens. What happens is the thicker, plushier, fluffier carpets. What happens is you have like all these like very, 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 the pile is like very, very, very tightly wound and like it looks nice and it looks cute. But what happens is on the very top, the carpet, like the fibers will start to become kind of like unwound. And no matter what you do, it's always going to look a little bit darker and shittier than the carpet around it, because of the unwinding of these. And it was always so sad. Yeah, I don't know. I'd go into these houses, really big, super expensive houses, and be like, damn, like this carpet is fucked. And you can power scrub it. You can, water and extract whatever, but you'll never make it look good again. Yeah, whereas like this dog shit commercial carpet, this stuff lasts so long. And you might, in your mind, you might associate this with looking worn or negatively, like, you just might think it looks worn or it wears. But keep in mind, this is installed in like ultra, ultra, ultra high traffic areas. Like this kind of like, and you obviously wouldn't put exactly this carpet in the home, but like the cheaper, the smaller cut carpet. I'm sure that there's probably other types of carpet you can buy too that I'm just not aware of, but. What carpet would you recommend if you have dogs in the house? I would get red carpet for the first couple years you have the dog, so that if you catch the dog pissing or shitting anywhere and then you shoot and kill it, the blood doesn't show. So when other people come in, they can't tell that you murdered your dog. Dogs and cats on carpet is just rough. Make sure that you potty train your dog, okay? Make sure that you potty train your dog. If you... The problem is that this is an issue that we run into a lot, okay? The problem that you run into when you don't, fuck, I just thought of something, hold on. Stop doing that. when you look at your carpet, you have carpet that you walk on and that you see. And when a dog pees on the carpet, people will clean the carpet and that's it. And then what will happen is summer will roll around, home will get more humid, time will pass, and things still smell bad, okay? The reason why things smell bad is for a few reasons, depending on the size of your dog, okay? What'll happen is, and you can see this all the time, all right, is not only will they pee on the carpet fibers, all right, and get the carpet that you see gross, if you peel the carpet back, depending on how big the dog is, the whole lining on the back of the carpet, okay, the I don't know what you even call it, but you've got like the carpet things that they're woven into, that will also be soaked with pee, and it'll be gross. And you have to soak that entire thing in order to get the pee out. However, not only do you have to deal with that, underneath all carpet, American carpet, at least in modern homes, you also have underneath your carpet a carpet pad. That's also probably going to be soaked through with piss, which is also gross. So if you're truly having like a medium to large dog peeing on carpet, you have to completely soak to get all of the urine out of the fucking carpet, okay? So they either have to use like a big claw extractor thing or something else. You can't just clean the top, okay, number one. And then number two, to make sure that all the backing or whatever has all the pee out of it too, okay? Number two, you probably have to cut through, you have to cut out all of the padding, okay? And then you have to replace the padding underneath, at least where it was peed in, okay? Padding is cheap. The labor is going to be the annoying thing, okay? But then number three, depending on how big your dog is, it might also go through the carpet, the backing of the carpet, and the padding to the subfloor, okay? You might have to clean the subfloor and seal the subfloor if it's soaked through for that, okay? Number one, fuck carpet. And number two, fuck animals in the house, okay? Because why would you fuck them outside when you can fuck them inside? You know what I mean? Okay, gross. Fuck. The easy answer is fuck carpets, okay? Okay, but explain why Americans are so retarded that they have carpets everywhere. I don't know why we have carpets everywhere. I'm not sure. Is this the same for cat pee? It just really depends on how much something is peeing in one spot. And in my experience, it was just medium to big dogs were really bad with this. Cats, I don't think usually pee as much. If you were invited on Joe Rogan, would you prefer to be the only guest or would you prefer to be a part of a panel? Either one other guest or just me. I don't want to be part of 5 fucking lunatics or whatever. What carpet do you recommend around the toilet? I've actually, there were carpeted bathrooms that I cleaned before. What an unbelievable experience. My God. Carpet is great if you're lazy for cleaning, right? It hides everything. I feel like solid floor is great for cleaning. You just sweep it up. That's it. Super easy. Can you please set it up? He already knows who you are. I'm pretty sure Rogan either doesn't want me on the program, doesn't like me, so he doesn't want me on the program, or they just have a ton of other guests that they really want to book. Because, yeah, we have enough mutuals right now that I think if he wanted me on the show, I think it would have happened by now. So I'm guessing he just doesn't want me on the show. When is your Piers Morgan thing coming out? I'm not sure. Probably today or tomorrow. Carpets are not easy to clean. Did I say that? Wait, did I just misspeak? I said hard. I said like any kind of hardwood floor or any kind of hard floors should be pretty easy to clean. What kind of solid floors would you recommend? I went with a Thick Boy LVP. I don't know anything about that. Thick Boy LVP. I don't know as much about solid floors because we were carpet cleaners. The only thing we would ever do with solid floors, I did a few strip and wax jobs. So that's where you just take a mop and a solvent and you fucking mop everything. And then that dissolves all of the wax. And then I think you mop it and suck it up with a machine, I think we did. And then you do a wax. Did we ever clean the subfloor? I don't think we cleaned it because it was sealed. You didn't need to. And then you just wax. You just take a mop and you re-wax everything. Oh my God, that was a horrible job. We did that overnight. I remember doing that one time. Does Dave Smith want to debate? No, Dave Smith will never debate me. Thick boy is a joke term. Okay. Another advantage of carpet is that it prevents the floor from scratching. Sucks for allergies because they also trap a ton of dust, though. Yeah, I guess that's true. You can scratch harder floor, but I mean, just don't do that. If you want, you can, we used to use these when we had to move furniture. Everybody should have these if you're worried about scratching hard floor. We just call them furniture movers. Is that, why did I search this? What the fuck is this? They were just like these little pads that you could put. Damn, these have wheels? Christ. It was like, it had like foam on one side, and then it had like a plastic pad on the other side. I think maybe something like this. No, you don't need wheels. Wait, they're called furniture pads. Yeah, wait. Yeah, like this stuff. Yeah, you can just throw this underneath something, and then you can kind of scoot it around, and it doesn't fuck your floor up. You can just use a towel or a rag. Fuck that. Towels and rags are you learn very quickly not to handle anything with a towel or a rag, because towels and rags can very quickly kind of like scrunch up someplace and look deceptive, and you can move stuff around, or you can be handling something and then you either get cut or you see something get fucked, and it's because there's something coming through the rag or whatever. It's never worth it. Fuck that. Fuck rags. They're not reliable enough to like hold sharp or dangerous stuff or protect things, in my opinion, depending on what you're moving or working with. I had 14 minutes left of this video, and you made me turn my fucking stream on. Do you ever have to clean a carpet in a chain smoker's house? Yeah, but I mean, all carpet cleans the same. I don't know if you clean smoke out of carpet. I feel like smoke affects your walls more than your carpet. Have you ever heard of a Kirby vacuum? I heard of the brand. I don't know if it's good or not, though. Your time management issue is not the baby bird's fault. I don't get that. Is this the poker episode? It's a collection of episodes. It says 30 more minutes of rare diseases. Rare disease cases. Aren't most of the diseases on the show rare? Isn't that the kind of the point? Have you ever cleaned carpets on walls? Yes, actually. I feel like I feel like I remember some commercial carpet jobs. Sometimes the carpet would run up the wall, maybe 6 inches, and you'd use like the little edger to clean it. I would just skip that though and say that I did it anyway. Fuck that job. Fuck that bullshit. I used to install wood floors. A fair majority of scratches occur when a piece of debris, even the size of the tip of a pin, is caught between what you're trying to move and the floor. Yes, true, that can happen. One of the reasons why it's recommended to like vacuum your carpet like once a week is because the more that you keep it clean, the less that it wears. Because when dirt and stuff gets trapped in it, and then you step with your shoe and you're stepping it, you're grinding in like dirt and particles and everything into the carpet, it unweaves the fibers and fucks shit up. Or maybe they just told us to tell customers that so that they'd buy our services more often. Really enjoyed your chat with Isaac the other day. Does that mean you're cool with the vegan logic bros now? I think so. I think we're okay. Did you argue politics with your parents last night? No, never. Absolutely not. Fuck. Me and Dan, we set up I say me and Dan. I should have said me. Set up like an automatic scene switcher tonight for the show. It works It's Kino. It works so well. God damn, it works so well. Did you fix the audio yet? Well, the audio is not broken at all, so there's nothing to fix. Watched you crush Prager. Do you really think he likes Trump? He seemed to sweat when one called it Venom. That Prager convo? Oh yeah, shit. That Prager convo is brutal. Oh my God. It was, right? Jesus Christ. That was a brutal conversation. I think my peers' conversation was pretty good too. Damn. I feel like my depth of knowledge on these topics has gotten really extensive for some things. And now that I'm like more engaged, I have like so many examples for things. I noticed that some people were typing that they don't like that when I bring up Donald Trump being divisive, that I bring up the name calling thing, because they're like, oh, there are so many other things that Donald Trump does that he could point to that are better examples. The reason why I use the name calling thing and not some of the examples that you guys were giving is because some of the examples that you guys were giving, Donald Trump fans would consider based, right? Fuck, I'd have to go back and find the thread. Because like some people were saying things like you should point out that he says like these things about like immigrants or something else. And it's like, I can say that, but there are going to be Donald Trump fans that listen that are like, actually, I think that's based. That's actually really good. But it's kind of hard in an adult conversation. It's hard to defend name calling. It just like you can say it's kind of like epic and based, but you come off as like kind of childlike. I think the name calling is just like a very simple, easy. Like if you're going to talk about divisive rhetoric, this guy's literally like calling people fucking names. The fuck do you want, right? I think it's a better, simpler, harder to defend thing, yeah? Don't Trump fans also love him calling other people names? They do, but notice that publicly, that's the one thing that they usually don't defend when they're around opposition. Now, when they're in a safe space among just themselves, they'll say it's epic. But remember, when they're with other people, they'll always say, well, yeah, Trump's rhetoric, and Trump can be kind of like childish sometimes, but, you know, you take him seriously, not literally, and, you know, sometimes he tweets a little crazy, right? So that's the thing that you hold their feet to the fire on, I think, yeah. Wait, hold on one second. What is this? All right. Where is he at? Why? Okay, sorry. Hold on. We can listen to this real quick.
First, I saw Destiny say that he tried to give you advice and warn you about moving too fast with your husband, and you got weirdly defensive. His words, not mine. Melina and Destiny are sitting with me in Miami. Here, you want some fucking lore? I'm having fun. I'm hanging out. I'm laughing. And Destiny and Melina are sitting down, and they start to give me, like, marriage advice. And I go, oh, no, I don't need marriage advice from you guys, right? Like, you're totally heading towards a divorce. Like, you guys are literally openly, like, cheating on each other and having issues and, like, gaslighting. Like, don't give me your advice. And they were both like, oh, my God. And I know they've never dealt with somebody as blunt as me. I don't need two people who are serial cheating on each other and gaslighting each other to give me marriage advice. And they both were shocked. They went like this. Oh, my God. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you think you were dealing with a 22-year-old? I'm a 35-year-old fucking woman. Don't come to me with marriage advice when you guys are heading towards a divorce. And yeah, they were offended. I wasn't offended. I was clear. I was clear with my boundaries and my openness. I wasn't the one who was offended. I just don't need serial cheaters to be giving me advice. And by the way, how'd that divorce go? Pretty fucking messy, huh? First, I saw
My divorce went great. It cost me $1,000. My life's $1,000,000% better. How's your new life in Europe? I guess being accused of scamming your clients. By the way, big drama videos on her, but I haven't watched. But just a quick thing. Also, Abba can chime in if he ever wants. By the way, the entire extent. I don't know if she's having like a splitting moment. The entire extent of our criticism on Britney was literally just all four of us went out to eat at some gross fucking sushi restaurant, okay? All four of us went out to eat, and either me or Melina or both of us, all we did was we asked Britney, are you worried at all about like getting engaged because you've known this guy, online for 3 months, you've seen him like 2 weeks, and you're planning to get married and move overseas? Is that worrying to you? She did get a little bit like, and I don't think we phrased it. I don't think we phrased it very aggressively. I'm pretty socially intelligent. I'm not like retarded or like, oh, aren't you worried about? Like, she got pretty like taken aback. She didn't like scream at us. It wasn't like a huge deal. She got a little defensive, I would say, but it wasn't a huge deal. But this whole encounter, you've told the story before. Yeah, this whole encounter was probably like 30 seconds, I would say, and then we just moved on. That was it. It wasn't like it wasn't a huge conversation. It wasn't a big back and forth. I think me and Melina just asked about it because it was kind of crazy. You've known this guy for a few months. You've met him like twice in your life, and you're planning on literally applying for a visa and moving and changing his citizenship and moving overseas for him. That's pretty crazy. But I didn't even say it like that. Like, that's crazy or whatever. It was just like that. That was it. And then now, and now she's like rewritten this whole thing to act like she's stood up to us, and she's like, oh, like I told them that I was never gonna. It's like, okay, I don't think any of that ever happened. Abba was there, so he can either confirm or deny if that happened. I don't remember any crazy. I think, like I said, I feel like this whole conversation about this particular topic, her marriage, I want to say it was like literally like 30 to 60 seconds. It's like less than a minute. Yeah, Jesus, I don't know why. I can't believe she has rewritten this event to be so dramatic. Unless, okay, I'll just be in here. Unless, listen, if word gets back to Abba on this clip, did she shit on you guys like she said? No, she didn't say anything mean at all. Fuck, I don't like to. Have I mentioned anything about what happened on the day when she gave me the slap? Have I mentioned anything about how that day ended? Okay, no, I haven't. I know so much dumb shit about her and her relationship. It's so stupid that she fucking fights with me because it makes me want to just fucking leakerino everything. Yeah, never mind. Fuck it. No, it's not worth it. She's so annoying. What do you stand to lose by leakerinoing shit? Are there innocents in the crossfire? One is I shouldn't even give her that much attention. And two, I don't like to get in protracted things back and forth with her because I think she always has way more to gain there. Power Tools update. If you leak, she will leak personal stuff about you. There's like nothing to leak about me. Like my life is like, at this point, I feel like I'm probably one of the more public people on the planet. That you know about. Update available. Update. Okay, we'll do it. That's what you think. The talk with that girl the other day was perfect. Talking points on dismantling right-wing narratives. The part where you went down the list of conspiracy right-wingers push was keynote. Do more of this. Yeah, we will. We're back in. We're plugged in until the election at least. Awake quality of life changes, including changing the tray icon to reflect the current mode. Wow. That's Bayzed. This power toy is good. I just use it for fancy zones. There's a lot of cool features, though, I guess, if you, yeah. Is it worth worrying about polls right now with Kamala? Why would you worry? I feel like the polling on everything right now is really good, no? Would you talk to that Catherine Brodsky lady again? She seemed chill. Yeah, maybe, yeah. She seems like a kind of she seems like one of those centristy types that gives too much like credit to the right, but not because she's actually like trying to shill for them or whatever, but because she's where I was, where it's like, okay, we should be empathetic and yeah. Gas station fight escalates to the highest level.
Don't fucking touch me, dog. Who the fuck are you talking to, dog? Like, really?
Well, that's who he was talking to, I guess.
Oh, God.
Yeah?
Really?
What was happening? It must have been it must have been it's got to be like a mental health thing, right? Like the guy must be fucking insane.
Who the fucking talk? Don't fucking touch me, dog. Who the fuck are you talking to, dog? Like, really?
Like what? Like this guy is literally fighting with a cop. He draws a gun. Like what? Why? We can watch the beginning of this. Like he comes in. So he already sees a cop right here. He's just like, fuck it. He doesn't give a fuck. It's private security. Okay. Regardless, you see it's a listen. He might be private security. He was a cop. All right. All cops do this thing. This is the cop thing. All right. Get him a vest, whatever the fuck their bullshit is. This is the cop thing. All cops do this. This is the cop pose, all right?
Who the fucking talk? Don't fucking touch me, dog.
So he's already fighting with him.
Who the fuck
Draws a gun and shows it. What the fuck?
are you talking to, dog? Like, really?
But then he holsters it again. But I mean, well, I don't know what the fuck is. And then he's boom. He did not holster it? Oh, wait, did he not put it back in? I can't tell. Hold on.
Who the fucking talk? Don't fucking touch me, dog. Who the fuck are you talking to, dog? Like, really?
No, he doesn't. Of course not. No, there's no way he'd be able to. You're right. He doesn't. Jesus.
Who the fuck are you talking to, dog? Like, really?
He's got to be like crazy or something, right? Or it's suicide by he shoots back too. Yeah, I don't know. Jesus. Shoots the guard in the leg. I never used these on a job ever before in my entire life. I don't know if anybody else did. I feel like this would be more annoying than anything else. I just can't ever... I feel like it would be annoying because it would be hard to control whatever you're carrying. I feel like your fingers would be getting crushed against whatever like dresser thing you have here. Now that's convenient as fuck. Okay, I've never seen these in my life. Fuck this. This looks obnoxious as fuck. They're God tier. Some people in chat, oh, they really work. I don't know why people keep saying these straps save your back. You can just, you can like lift the whole thing, right? And like stand up straight. You don't have to be bent over picking it up, right? Oh, I've seen movers use this before. I've never used these things. Like the full body things when they bring in like a washer and dryer to a house. I've seen this before. Aren't dollies just better? Dollies are nice if you have access to one, depending on how big the thing you're carrying is and depending on how big the platform of the dolly is. Dollies are goated. Dollies are like your goated moving shit for anything, for sure.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, you said 3%. We got to, what was it, 38? So
there's 0% chance that 38% of the audience. If you want to go and configure OBS and everything for HDR, you can do it and save a new path.
I don't,
okay?
but I don't. Well, I do.
This is more retarded than any audio issue or anything I've ever troubleshot in my entire life. Is trying to get our stream to be HDR compatible.
What about if it worked?
Then like 12 people in the audience would take advantage of it.
No, they have. Remember, I did the poll this morning. 38%.
They don't even know what. Dude, I bet 38% of the audience has monitors with refresh rates of like 120 plus who have their refresh rate on Windows set to 60.
You think they would just lie to us?
Yeah.
They didn't even know why I was polling. They just answered yes or no.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, imagine, looking at that monitor, walking through Shibuya, Tokyo.
No, you're not going to see a cool HDR monitor through a camera, through OBS, through an encode going to another computer screen. They're never going to see it that way.
You're wrong. You're wrong. YouTube supports it. It won't be like that on Kick, obviously, but on YouTube, yes, they will. They'll see the highs and the lows, and just like you shit on this auto talker,
I never shit on the auto talker.
You shit on it. You do a little shitting.
I don't think so, but okay.
A little bit of shitting?
No. I just didn't have time to set it up before.
I feel like we're doing a little revisionist history, but that's fine. Listen. It could be so poggers. It could be so good. I just don't know. The multi-stream thing is the only part I don't know about it, because it would be two different encoders going at once. You would have HEVC for HDR, and then you would have NVENC for Kick. People saying it's a podcast, not a nature doc. It doesn't. For you guys, it looks the same. Like, I can give an example, and I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to give an example to DGG chat. Copy link. Okay, so chat. Look at this link right here. Okay, so if you have an HDR monitor, that is going to look insane for you. Okay, it's going to look like you were there, unironically. But if you don't, it's going to look fine. It's going to look normal. You'll be like, yeah, it's a video walking through Japan. Who gives a shit? If you want to, so if your monitor doesn't support HDR, a good way that you can understand what HDR is almost all new phones now support HDR. So if you get the YouTube app and then you go in the settings and you put it to enabling HDR, you can watch that video on your phone, and then you'll be able to see the difference, and maybe it'll click in your mind the difference of what it is. But it's a big difference. It's a huge difference. I think even Steve would agree that it is a big difference.
Yeah. But I don't think it'll matter much. I don't know if it would be a huge difference for a podcast.
It could be. I mean, we have a lot of lighting in
But nothing-
different sections.
I think that HDR shines, especially like in dark environments and stuff, and in contrast between darks and lights. You don't have much there's not very much dynamic movement in a podcast. We're just sitting in the studio talking, and there's no like black areas or ultra dark areas of our podcast because it's just a podcast.
I don't. No, I think it's a good environment for it.
Okay, find me one podcast that broadcasts in HDR, and we'll look at it. We'll see if we're like blown away by it. Okay.
Is your monitor HDR now or no?
No. But the one downstairs is.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, let's listen to why Linus.
Stop. I already specifically mentioned this video in my responses to you this morning. Read my DMs with you right now, because everything I said was true. Okay, I said there's someone who's going to be poor and doesn't have an HDR monitor, and he's going to link you a 2-year-old video from Linus Tech Tips, and it's not relevant, and you should then ban that chatter. So whoever linked this to you, I guarantee you, fulfills all of those criteria. Okay, I did say that exactly.
Wait,
said,
why is it bad?
I just said all of the reasons.
No, you didn't. You told us about the person that would link it. Why is the video bad?
Well, is that not enough if the person themselves is bad? It's not relevant anymore. This is at the very beginnings of YouTube's doing HDR. Their algorithms are much better. I mean, again, as an fucking example, watch that video. You do not have HDR. Does that look like shit to you? Yes or no?
What do you mean by looks like shit? It doesn't look like HDR.
Because you don't have HDR, you fucking dumb shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So what are you asking me? You're linking me an HDR video. It doesn't look like HDR. What do you mean? Does it look like shit?
I understand that for you, you're not seeing HDR. Does this look like a bad video to you? Or if you watch this, are you like, man, the colors are so fucked. Man, this looks horrible. What's going on here? I don't know what's going on. Wow, this is so bad. Is that what's going through your mind right now?
Yes, this video is fucked for me, but I don't know why. Let me check hold on. Maybe it's the resolution or something. There was weird artifacting on the ground. I don't know why. Okay. It was just resolution. Okay. I think it might look okay. I don't even know what it's supposed to look like, though. It might be. I'm not sure.
I mean, here's the clip notes. If you were watching this, would you be like, wow, this is totally fucked up?
Would I immediately recognize that? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't say that.
Okay. Okay. So this is an HDR video that YouTube is serving to you in SDR. That's what this is. So this is what Linus was complaining about 2 years ago, saying that this was not possible, basically, in that video.
What does it mean it's serving it to me in SDR?
You are not getting an HDR video right now.
How does YouTube know?
How does YouTube know that you don't have HDR? Because your monitor reports back to the browser if it's HDR capable or not.
The monitor does, or Windows does, or
Windows does. So if you had an HDR capable monitor, you see where the little cogwheel says 4K? There would be new options for you that would say 4K HDR 60. It would say HDR at the end of every option there, and it's basically you're served a different thing. I'll show you how it looks on for me. Here, like these are the options that I have that you don't have.
Cool. Wow.
But anyways, the thought is, are there a lot of podcasts in HDR? Probably not, because it's expensive and hard to set up. But that stopped us from having the best of fucking everything. Okay? Yeah, not everyone's going to support it because not everyone has the HDR monitor, but our shit would be fucking sick. That's the difference. And for normies, it's going to look the same. They're not going to care. They'll see exactly the same show they see today. But for the gigachads out there that have invested in the HDR monitor, they're going to watch our show on YouTube and they're going to fucking feel like they're there. That's the difference. And people complaining about the amount of light emission from HDR monitors, you guys are incorrect. Okay, the more important thing when it comes to HDR monitor isn't the peak brightness or the nits. I said that very carefully. Okay, that's not the most important part. It's important, but more important is the amount of local dimming zones. That's the bigger deal. Like, do you have 4 zones? That's not very good. That's going to be like one entire corner of your monitor is going to be like that. That's why OLED is so great. It's because each individual pixel can be lit or unlit. Okay, but if you don't have OLED and you have another monitor that has HDR technology, you have to have local dimming zones behind, and there could be like 1,000 of them, and it's basically you have 1,000 different dimming zones that can light or not light up the area of screen to give that effect. Dan needs a fucking hobby. My hobby is teaching things to fucking morons like you. I've already accomplished everything that there is to do in my life, okay? Millionaire, married, good looking, fun podcast. You know what you're gonna be doing later? Serving me fucking donuts when I go and get my coffee, okay? Shut your whore mouth, okay? And you take what I give to you, okay? And I'm gonna give you an HDR podcast, and you'll say fucking thank you, okay? That's where this is happening at the end of the day. Good.
Okay, gotcha.
Every piece of the puzzle that we have right now supports this. The camera outputs HDR. The capture card that you bought, which I don't know how you did this, but it's the only capture card that has 4 inputs that actually supports HDR. And OBS now has the support for HDR. The entire setup is there. Not only that, but the one source that we might have had that wasn't HDR which is the source coming out of the laptop, right? Because we're mirroring the display that we have at the end of the table, which is also HDR. So literally every single one of our sources that we have for the stream is already HDR.
Okay. I'll check the settings when we go downstairs, okay?
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Dan can't stop leeching from his famous friend and taking credits for exposing Raj? Is this guy retarded? Who exposed Raj? Does he mean Austin? Wait, who is this guy? How fucking stupid is he? Hold on. Bobo. We're doing a deep dive right now. Is this, what's his name? Egon, whatever?
Yes. It is. Indeed.
What is 300 messages? Okay, Bobo. Interesting to know. Well, you can't spell. But who exposed Raj? Who does he mean?
I have absolutely no idea. Best app for notes, is Obsidian really the best? Yes. Okay.
Okay, who is he? He's a healthy gamer simp. Bobo Chief. What are you doing, buddy? Oh, and he does not like Hassan. Interesting. Cutie Cinderella, though. Fan of Cutie Cinderella. Who's Sarita? These are some simp messages I'm looking at right now.
Is there a reason you use Windows 11 over 10? Not really. I usually just adopt new technology when it comes out, so I don't have to get used to it later. But I don't know if there's a compelling reason to right now. Okay, we're going to listen to Linus scream about this for 12 minutes.
Cameras, lights, fancy calibrated monitors. What is the point of any of this? YouTube has supported 4K high dynamic range or HDR video for years, and yet this so-called next big thing is conspicuously absent from the content of even the geekiest creators. No offense. Sorry, nothing personal. I know you know it's true. And I know this question has been eating away at you. Why? I mean, many of you are carrying an HDR display around in your pocket. Surely you'd like to use it. So is it laziness, incompetence, both? I don't know. Because the problem actually isn't on the creator side. It's with YouTube. The truth is that getting that little HDR selector to show up, that's the easy part. Delivering a consistent viewing experience, well, that's extremely hard right now because of platform limitations that have existed for years now. And I say, enough is enough. It's time for YouTube to stop half-baking features that actually elevate the viewing experience and take these problems seriously. You know what else we take seriously? Segues to our sponsors.
iFixit. Need a diverse toolkit? iFixit has just the right thing for you. Learn more about the Manta toolkit and its 112 steel bits with 2 premium drivers at the end of the video.
HDR hasn't proven to be the kind of tech buzzword that really drives people to upgrade, but when they finally experience it done well, most do agree that it looks more lifelike and immersive. This is thanks to both its wider color gamut and its ability to retain detail in both the brightest and the darkest portions of the scene. Now, HDR recording is all around us, with popular devices boasting the capability for years now. But in spite of this, most videos on YouTube are uploaded in standard dynamic range, or SDR, which has a much narrower range of colors to sample from and tends to look flat or more lifeless by comparison. Obvious fix then, right? Let's all just upload our videos in HDR so they'll be more gooder. Well, yeah, we thought of that, obviously. But every time we revisit this conversation internally, we run into YouTube platform problems that have made our efforts discouraging, to say the least. To fully understand them, though, we're going to need to dive into how HDR content gets from the sets of your favorite shows to your eye holes. By the way, if your eye holes are starved for some more entertainment, check out our Floatplane exclusive video on the biggest data hoarders at LMG. You won't want to miss it. First of all, not all content benefits from HDR. So lighting, wardrobe, and set design play a major part in the overall experience. Then there's your camera. Anything from your iPhone to a cinema camera costing tens of thousands of dollars can capture HDR video. But not all is created equal. To explain, we need to actually define the dynamic range part of high dynamic range. For a camera sensor, the dynamic range is the number of increments, or stops, that it's rated for. Each stop up is double the amount of light, and vice versa. In a nutshell then, the more stops the sensor can see at a time, the higher the dynamic range, and top-tier cinema cameras can do 14 or more before they start to lose details in the darkest or the brightest parts of a scene. When it comes to the content that we consume, however, HDR also comes with the expectation of a wider color gamut, and well-mastered HDR content should take advantage of both of these elements, not to end up with an even worse version of the vivid mode in a Best Buy showroom, but to get a more natural appearance. To achieve this, a colorist will use specialized software and an ungodly expensive HDR mastering display to fine-tune details in a video, like the texture of plants, the lines on a person's face, or the different shades of blue in the sky, making them appear more true to life. But we've got a problem. The professional-grade display that colorist is working on is undoubtedly much nicer than anything you'll own in the next probably 5 to 10 years. So how do we translate what they're working on to your experience at home? Well, that's where all of these competing HDR formats come in. Whether you're talking about HDR10, HDR10+, Dolby Vision, HLG, or any of the others, all of them exist to solve the same fundamental challenge of somehow delivering a consistent viewing experience across displays that have vastly different capabilities. Thankfully, we do have a solution: tone mapping metadata. Metadata is best defined as data that accompanies other data, providing helpful information about it. And, oh, you also want to know about tone mapping? Now that is a way of mathematically scaling the brightness and the color values of the content to match your current display. It's super cool, and without it, this shot from the HDR channel looking toward the sun would turn into a massive stain of white light on anything but a $30,000 reference monitor. So then, back to YouTube. The SDR content on the platform is also accompanied by all sorts of metadata. This includes information about the video and audio codecs, the creation date, etc. What it doesn't include is any brightness or color information. SDR devices expect this metadata to be encoded directly into the include is data. Looking toward the sun would turn into a massive stain of white light on anything but a $30,000 reference monitor. So then, back to YouTube. The SDR content on the platform is also accompanied by all sorts of metadata. This includes information about the video and audio codecs, the creation date, etc. What it doesn't include is any brightness or color information. SDR devices expect this metadata to be encoded directly into the video file. Well, that would be a big problem if they clicked on an HDR upload where the metadata is stored separately from the video file. While HDR video can be played back by an SDR device, it's going to end up looking a little something like this. And given that the majority of viewers on YouTube are still likely watching on an SDR device, that would be an unacceptable compromise. But don't worry, they do have a better one. It's called a LUT, or a lookup table. LUTs are essentially data files that are applied onto videos that transform the existing color values with their own color grade. For you zoomers out there, you could think of them kind of like Instagram filters. They're not quite the same as tone mapping, which translates the entire color space. But YouTube's one-size-fits-all LUT application looks all right enough that Joe Average with his TN monitor isn't going to complain when they're watching your HDR video in its auto-generated SDR. However, because it's not tailored to your exact video, I can pretty much guarantee that the colors are not going to come out the way that you intended, yielding dull, lifeless results. And it's bad enough that the HDR channel actually includes a disclaimer in their video descriptions warning that if their video looks pretty crap, it's probably because YouTube ruined it. You know what doesn't look crappy? Our LTT beanie in 7 gorgeous colors, available at lttstore.com. Now you can upload your own LUT file alongside the video with customized values, but the process by which you go about applying the LUT is convoluted at best.
How do any of these problems not apply to SDR videos that you've done any sort of coloring on? Why would they? I don't even understand the question.
Involving stumbling across Google's help page on uploading HDR videos, which then directs you to a GitHub page where you download a tool and fiddle around with the command prompt in order to apply the custom LUT to your video. Even then, the tool itself is antiquated, as it was originally intended just to flag a video as HDR so that YouTube would know what you were uploading, since flagging content for HDR metadata wasn't easy 6 years ago. Nowadays, though, software like Premiere Pro can export a video with the requisite HDR metadata that YouTube needs to identify the video as HDR. It's just that YouTube isn't using all of the provided metadata. Like, supposedly, YouTube supports HDR10+, which is great because it's an open standard for dynamic metadata, which provides enough info for tone mapping on a scene-by-scene basis, rather than just applying one tone map for the entire video. But neither we nor the gentleman who runs the HDR channel have been able to get the HDR10+ to work, so we've all given up on that. The tool does, however, still give you an attempt at an SDR conversion by embedding your own LUT that's separate from YouTube's standard one. But this is with dynamic metadata limitations and the loss of detail for bright areas in a bright scene, for example. Another solution could be letting you upload both an SDR and an HDR grade of your video, something that...
Isn't Linus just complaining that the video isn't being served the same way as the editor sees it? Like, this exists universally? No. No, at the time this video was made, now I don't know what anything looks like now, but what he's saying is that because HDR video stores color values or something in a different way than what a monitor might perceive it as, that this video going to a standard dynamic range monitor is going to be exceptionally bad if it was originally coded for high dynamic range, is what he's saying.
Prime Video by contrast,
because of the, I guess because of the standards of the formats that they're using to translate the HDR to SDR feed to a person's computer.
does give you the option of doing. But I can't exactly easily migrate my business to Prime since, in addition to obvious reasons, it's geared toward professional filmmakers and distributors. And before you even begin to upload anything, you've got to jump through hoops like adding your bank account, tax info, and if you read deep enough in the fine print, probably a pledge to donate a kidney in the event Daddy Bezos needs it. All of which means that I need YouTube to care enough to make this process manageable for independent creators. And to know that they should care. We know from our audience data that about half of our viewers are on mobile, with roughly half of those running Android 10 or newer, which by our rough napkin calculations means that at least a third of you right now are on an HDR-capable screen. At least on your phone. Even then, there are some hiccups though. On Android, there's still no user brightness control alongside HDR, so HDR videos will just blast your eyes with maximum brightness, not great at night. And according to the most recent Steam hardware survey, over 80% of you are running at 1080p or less on your computer.
Christopher, I don't know if you don't know anything about video, professional video work or color coding or anything at all. You absolutely do not need to know anything about LUTs or color grading, professional film footage or anything whatsoever to edit things in like fucking Vegas or to edit video files for like a YouTube thing. You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Fuck off. You're actually fucking retarded. Please stop typing in chat. Like you read 2 of these fucking terms before in your entire fucking life, and you think you have any fucking idea what it looks like to actually like color grade, like raw film. Like, get the fuck out of here. You're actually fucking retarded. Please. Holy shit.
Which are almost certainly not HDR, and of the remaining 20%, very few will have shelled out for an HDR-capable model, with fewer still spending the $1,000+ on a quality HDR display that will truly give you a better viewing experience. But the question there is, why would you shell out the extra? It's not like your favorite content creators are uploading in HDR or anything. So I guess that's the point of this video. I just wanted you to know that it's not because I don't want to, and I wanted to finally get this out of my system because it might sound harsh, but YouTube has been kind of like a disappointing child for me lately. I can't control it. All I can do is sit it down and talk about how deep down it knows it's capable of living up to its untapped potential, but only if it applies itself, you know? So hopefully this rant reaches someone over there who cares enough to make a change. Oh, and I hope it also reaches our sponsor.
iFixit. Father's Day is quickly approaching, which I love, and iFixit has gifts for dads at all price points. If you're looking for the ultimate gift, check out iFixit's Manta Kit. It comes complete with 112 steel bits with everything from standard bits like Phillips and flathead to more niche...
Okay, I'll do a bunch of reading on HDR shit. I'll do it after stream. Well, I don't even know what the fuck this is. What is this? Host, former US president... What?
I mean, I just want to throw out that's like literally a 2-year-old video. I don't even think you could stream on HDR at that point to YouTube. Now you can like live stream, and I think it also lets you have.
Listen, if you want to go 30 minutes early and set it all up on OBS, you can fucking do it. Try it and see if it works, okay? But I unless I fully understand it, I'm not just gonna click some settings because then if shit goes wrong, it's gonna be like every other thing that's been fucked up without me knowing everything that's going on. If you want to go and change the stream setting to try to make it work, you can try it, but.
September.
Okay.
As journalists, we use opportunities like these both to inform our reporting, but also to help voters understand the choices that they face in a consequential and historic election year. NABJ has partnered with PolitiFact to fact-check this conversation in real time. You can access that feed on social media using the hashtag NABJFactCheck. Again, the hashtag is NABJFactCheck. We have a lot to get to, and we do not want to waste any time, so let's bring out the former president of the United States, the Republican nominee for president, former President Donald Trump. Mr. President, we so appreciate you giving us an hour of your time. I want to start by addressing the elephant in the room, sir. A lot of people did not think
I'm told that Trump is demanding that NABJ not do the live fact checking, and that's why the event hasn't started yet. Is that true? Is HDR like the new 4K 1080p 1000 FPS? I don't know what that comment is supposed to mean. 4K is a significant improvement over 1080p. If you're still running a 1080p monitor and not even at least 1440p, I don't know what the fuck you're doing with your life. But you absolutely should not be using a 1080p monitor anymore if you can afford a better one. Jesus Christ. Number one. Number two, 60 to 120 FPS is a significant increase in quality. Like, if you've used a 120 frame rate or 120 refresh rate monitor, going back to 60, it looks like going from 60 to 30. It's actually insane. Yeah, okay.
it was appropriate for you to be here today. You have pushed false claims about some of your rivals, from Nikki Haley to former President Barack Obama, saying that they were not born in the United States.
Oh my God. Why the fuck did Donald Trump agree to come to this?
Which is not true. You have told 4 congresswomen of color who were American citizens to
Do you not feel that way from about LCD to OLED? I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck kind of monitor I have. Like I have, like, for instance, I have like an HDR setting on this monitor. When I turn around, it looks like shit. But I don't even know if this does HDR for real. I don't know if this is OLED, or I don't even know what the fuck display I have right now.
To go back to where they came from. You have used words like animal and rabbit to describe black district attorneys. You've attacked black journalists, calling them a loser, saying the questions that they ask are, quote, stupid and racist. You've had dinner with a white supremacist at your Mar-a-Lago resort. So my question, sir.
You need to enable HDR settings in your monitor settings too. I think I have one of those like fake HDR monitors. Hold on one second. I feel like this is going to be a very brutal convo for Trump. May 13th. When did I replace this monitor? Am I right? I honestly have no idea. Oh, I think it was this one. "4K 60 hertz or 2K 120 hertz. Pick one, desert island." For work, you do the higher resolution. For gaming, you do the higher refresh rate. I don't think this one does HDR for real. Like, this is back when they first started making them, and there were like 2 real HDR monitors on the market, I think. And this was, I don't think, one of them. I don't remember how long ago I bought this, though. Oh, I bought this monitor like 4 years ago.
Now that you are asking black supporters to vote for you, why should black voters trust you after you have used language like that?
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question so in such a horrible manner. First question.
Oh my God, he's such a fucking pussy ass bitch baby motherfucker. This is what I mean. I think I said this on Piers yesterday. I think the video just got posted today. That one of the things that JD Vance does really poorly, he's gonna end up getting tossed, that Trump does really well, is Trump is shameless. Trump has absolutely no shame. He will say crazy shit and keep on rolling. He will fight with people. He doesn't give a fuck. He is shameless. So we'll see, yeah. Like, the idea of being in an interview with someone and being like, I have never been asked such a rude question in my entire life.
You have used language like that.
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question so in such a horrible manner. First question. You don't even say,
Why is it so
hello,
quiet?
how are you? Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network. And I think it's disgraceful that I came here in good spirit. I love the black population of this country. I've done so much for the black population of this country, including employment, including opportunity zones with Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, which is one of the greatest programs ever for...
Nice. I can't believe he just referenced a lawmaker and a kind of policy. Okay. Big points. Good job, Donald Trump. That might be one of the first and only times I've ever heard him actually do that. Good job.
Black workers and black entrepreneurs. I've done so much. And, you know, and I say this, historically black colleges and universities were out of money. They were stone cold broke. And I saved them and I gave them long-term financing and nobody else was doing it. I think it's a very rude introduction. I don't know exactly why you would do something like that. And let me go
Oh, and he doesn't even answer the question too.
a step further. I was invited here and I was told my opponent, whether it was Biden or Kamala, I was told my opponent was going to be here. It turned out my opponent isn't here. You invited me under false pretense. And then you said...
Oh my God, he is so ass-pained. Holy shit.
You can't do it with Zoom. Well, you know, where's Zoom? She's going to do it with Zoom, and she's not coming. And then you were half an hour late, just so we understand. I have too much respect for you to be late. They couldn't get their equipment working or something
Mr.
was
President,
wrong.
I would love
think
if you
it's
can
a
answer the
very
question
nasty
on your rhetoric
question.
and why you
I have
believe that
answered the
black voters should
question.
trust you with another
I
4
have been
years.
the best president for the black population since Abraham Lincoln. That's my answer.
Better than President
That's
Johnson,
my
who signed the
answer.
Voting Rights
And
Act.
for you to start off a question and answer period, especially when you're 35 minutes late because you couldn't get your equipment to work in such a hostile manner, I think it's a disgrace. I really do.
Like attack, bring up a good thing totally unrelated to the question. Like attack. Like that's the strategy.
Let me just ask a follow-up, sir, and then we'll move on to other questions here. Some of your own supporters...
She's doing like I keep calling this like the British style of interviewing, but I guess it's not necessarily. Who's the black guy that interviewed Elon that triggered the fuck out of him? Don Lemon is kind of similar, where you always just don't engage with anything the person says if they haven't answered your question, and then you either re-ask the question or you sidestep and then you ask the next question and you never engage, you never take the bait. It seems like that's what she's trying to do. We'll see how long this lasts.
Let's ask a follow-up, sir, and then we'll move on to other questions here. Some of your own supporters, including Republicans on Capitol Hill, have labeled Vice President Kamala Harris, who is the first black and Asian American woman to serve as vice president and be on a major party ticket, as a DEI hire. Is that acceptable language to you? And will you tell those Republicans and those supporters to stop it?
How do you...
So, okay, the question is calling her a DEI hire acceptable? And do you support it? Okay. Will he even say DEI in his answer, let alone engage with the question at all? Or is he going to angle it back, talk about how the fake news media is constantly attacking him, maybe some of the horrible attacks that Democrats have said against him, and then talk about how great he's been for black people? Which one? Let's see. I haven't watched Trump speak enough to predict what he says, but we'll learn. We'll calibrate.
How do you define DEI?
Tell those Republicans and those supporters
Oh, he is going to say
stop it.
DEI.
How do you define DEI? Go ahead. How do you define
Diversity, equity, inclusion.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Is that what your definition?
That is
Give me a
literally
definition
the
then.
words
Would you give me a definition
DEI.
of that?
Oh my God. You know what she should ask? Because he probably has no idea what anything related to DEI, even she should ask, what do you think DEI is, Mr. Trump? What does DEI look like to you? What does that mean?
Give me a definition of
Sir,
that.
I'm asking you a question,
No,
a
you
very
have to
direct
define
question.
it. Define it for me if you
I
would.
just defined it, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a black woman?
Well, I can say no. I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much. And she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn
Okay, never mind. He just went a totally different direction. I shouldn't have even tried to predict. Wait, what?
Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she black?
She has always
But you know
identified
what?
as a black woman.
I
She went to a
respect either
historically black
one.
college.
I respect either one, but she obviously doesn't, because she was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn and she became a black person.
Just to be clear, sir, do
And
you
I
believe
think,
that
I think
she is
somebody should look into that too when you ask continue in a very hostile, nasty tone.
It's a direct question, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is a DEI hire, as some
I
Republicans
really don't
have
know.
said?
I mean, I really don't know. Could be. There are some, and there are plenty. I know this lady right over there, Harris, is a fantastic person who just interviewed me at length. And we had a great interview, I think, and I heard you got very good ratings on that
Well,
interview.
you told me it was the longest one of your life, so we had a good discussion. Look, I want to talk
Jesus
about why you're here
Christ.
today. I mean, it is not lost on us how divided we are as a country. And as you were coming today, we really got to see that we are divided along the lines of race, along the lines of gender. And there is this question of, in this moment where we are, why come here? What is your message today?
My message is to
The blacks
stop
love me.
people from invading our country that are taking, frankly, a lot of problems with it.
I really appreciated your performance in the debate with Prager, but I felt like you just let him get away with denying the relevance of Project 2025. In my opinion, it's a pretty important topic. I'm not sure if you read it. I'm not convinced. I just don't care much about 2025. Maybe we'll read it coming in the future, in the next month or two, but right now I just don't give a fuck about it. We'll see.
But one of the big problems, and a lot of the journalists in this room I know and I have great respect for, a lot of the journalists in this room are black. I will tell you that coming from the border are millions and millions of people that happen to be taking black jobs. You had the best.
What exactly is a black job, sir?
A black job is anybody that has a job. That's what it is. Anybody that has a job.
All right.
And
Mr. President,
they're
can I-
taking the employment away from.
The funny thing is, oh man, oh, there's so many ways you can go with this. You should hit him for being old and unclear. I know what's in his head and I know what he's trying to say, and he's correct. When people say black jobs, they don't mean like lower class bad job. They just mean that like jobs that black people are working, right? Like we need to do something about white jobs because the white unemployment rate is whatever, or black jobs because of black. That's what he means. That's what he's trying to say. But he can't. He either doesn't know how to phrase it, or he's just old and slow. Like he just can't. He can't say what he's trying to say. So he said what he's trying to say is like he's trying to say like a black job is just any job or any. But the way that he says it, it sounds like he's trying to run away from what he just said.
Exactly is a black job, sir?
A black job is anybody that has a job. That's what it is. Anybody that has a job.
All right.
And
Mr. President,
they're
can I-
taking the employment away from black people. They're coming in, they're invading. It's an invasion of millions of people, probably 15, 16, 17 million people. I have a feeling it's much more than that. And everybody's been seeing what's happened. The first group of people, the black population, is affected most by that.
Is he trying to say that brown immigrants are competing with black people for DEI jobs? No. The actual econ that he'd be talking about, although I wouldn't give Trump credit for knowing any econ, but I'm sure he's got the talking points at least, is immigrants that come illegally especially tend to be people that do more lower level work. And since the black population in the United States is probably behind in education compared to other immigrant populations, especially legal immigrant populations, the native black population is probably most threatened to be displaced, maybe by illegal immigrants. Now, I'm not actually sure if that's even true. That would be the econ theory. Your biggest confound here, though, however, there would be two large confounding variables. One is that my guess is going to be that illegal immigrants probably tend to be heavily clustered in certain industries that native black people don't work in. So for instance, I would be surprised if like illegal agricultural immigrant workers, like people that go to like California to do farming jobs or whatever illegally, they probably don't compete with black people. And two, my guess is going to be that like black people tend to be clustered around cities, like highly urban areas. I don't know if illegal immigrants are competing as much in these areas as well for jobs. So I don't even know if illegal immigrants would impact jobs that black people would tend to work. But
And Kamala is allowing it to happen. She's the border czar. She's the worst border czar in the history of the world. There's never been a border czar like this. She's never even essentially been. She said she was there once, but not the right part of the border. So she was a border czar. She's done a horrible job. These people are coming into our country, and they're taking black jobs and Hispanic jobs, and frankly, they're taking union jobs. Unions are being very badly affected by all of the millions of people that are pouring into our country. And one thing, as we discussed,
what he just said shows he meant low-skilled labor instead of what you said. No, what he kind of means that, but not in the... When people say black jobs, okay, there's a very heavy normative loading that, like, black people are meant to work these jobs because these are jobs for black people, right? When he says, like, black jobs, he means that any jobs that black people would be displaced from, black people tend to work the same jobs that illegal immigrants would come over, or that he's saying illegal immigrants would come over and take. But I don't think that he means it in, like, the maliciously loaded way of, like, black jobs. These are jobs for blacks, right? You can argue that my explanation now is the same thing that other people say that he's saying, but I don't think so. I think when other people are saying he says black jobs for black people, he's using a much more negative loading there than he probably intends to use, would be my guess. I'm being a bit charitable here. It reminds me of the, oh no, oh my God, this was one of the worst flubs of all time.
Trump is
This was a black jobs moment.
a lightning rod, even when he's not there. Look what happened on The View today with guest co-host Kelly Osbourne.
There are a lot of Latinos here in this country that do agree that the immigration problem is a problem and it does need to be addressed and it does need to be fixed.
Interesting.
But making those comments, those racist comments, do not help.
And if you kick every Latino out of this country, then who is going to be cleaning your toilet, Donald Trump?
Oh, that's no.
In the sense that
That was a black jobs moment.
country, then who is going to be cleaning your toilet, Donald Trump?
Oh, that's no.
In the sense that you know what I mean, like when I'm saying
there's more jobs to be
in LA, they always
but
they don't.
Latinos are not only the only people
I didn't mean it
doing
like that. Come on, no, I would never mean it like that.
Monday night, Jim.
Oof.
many of these people are coming in from mental institutions, from prisons, from jails. They're gang members in other countries. Other countries are setting loose their prisoners. They're opening up their prisons and their mental institutions, and they're taking their bad people, drug dealers, gang members, and they're bringing them into the United States. And by the way, their crime rate is going down, and our crime rate is going to be a disaster.
I wish that somebody would just sit with Donald Trump in a room. It's like a debate death match for 30 minutes, and it's like, okay, let's ask some questions about this. You're saying that Mexico is sending crazy people, rapists, murderers, and gangbangers to the United States, right? That's what they're doing, right? Okay, sure. How are those people competing in the job market? Are you saying that, like, the gangbanging and the rape is like a part-time job and that the other part-time job is working at McDonald's? Or are the crazy people coming over and out-competing with the native population for low-level work? How is that happening that they're doing all these things simultaneously? They're stealing the welfare and unemployment. They're crazy and rapists and murderers and gangs and thieves, but they're also working 2 or 3 jobs at the same time and taking all the work at the same time. Are these like superhuman immigrants? Are these like, these sound like the people that I want in my country. I want people, okay, that can do rape and gangbang as a part-time job while still stealing 2 other jobs from a native. These are the types of people that you need, okay? These are super soldiers. These are Antifa super soldier immigrant workers, okay? Holy Christ. Imagine how productive they will be in our prisons when we use them for slave labor. My God, you've taken a rapist holding down 2 part-time jobs, 2 full-time jobs, you've taken him off the street, you put him in prison, and now you can work him for free? This motherfucker's gonna be working 36 hours a day.
I want to get into how you address some of the issues with black communities. And I say that plural.
Also, wait, sorry, hold on, because we do econ here, okay? All right? It's not the upper class that's coming here, Destiny. Be honest. So number 1, I've never even implied the opposite. So you typing be honest at the end there, that's just like a talking point, okay? That lying, manipulative fucking retards like you use because you put it at the end of sentences. You think it sounds good, okay? I've never implied that it's the upper class coming here, okay? That is true for a lot of our legal immigrant population because it's hard to legally immigrate here, especially from overseas if you're not in the upper class, okay? Number one. Number two, it is a myth that only educated immigrants are good. That's not true, okay? Especially if you're a conservative and you like to jerk off over supply side economics when you guys actually cared about policy and econ. One of your largest and most important economic inputs is your supply of labor. Lower class, poor workers are still good workers. A worker is a worker, okay? The pie is not fixed, okay? It's not like some guy's coming over, he's stealing, some of your pink starbursts, all right? There's enough starbursts for everybody. People come over, your entire economy grows, your supply of labor, your consumption of goods and services increases, all right? Even poor workers coming over is beneficial. Sometimes poor workers coming over can be more beneficial, depending upon what your economic situation looks like, okay? So the idea, there is an economics myth that the only types of immigrants that are good are high-skill immigrants. That is not true. All labor is good. That's why in Europe, they try to obsessively import, at least seasonally, workers from the East, from Eastern Europe and shit. They're not going over to fucking Romania and fucking Poland and begging them, can we please get some seasonal litigators over here? We really need some more doctors, okay, in the wintertime. No. Or more doctors in the summertime. No. They want low-skill workers to come over and work. There's a lot of work to be done.
Get into how.
Do you think there is a point where cultural effects of immigration could be so large or negative that the economic effects don't make up for it? I think that it's definitely possible that could be the case. And I think that maybe 10 years ago, I think Nazis maybe could have made that argument. But like the illegal immigrant who pays $5,000 and throws away his entire life in Mexico to come to the United States of America to try to work a job, not get arrested, and pay for his family probably shares more in common with like an Alexander Hamilton or Benjamin Franklin than any authoritarian, supportive, anti-American, anti-patriotic, military-hating, anti-federalist, anti-constitutional, Trump-supporting piece of shit does these days, right? I would take 5 billion, okay, of the slickest backed, the wettest, most Hispanic fucking Mexican people right now in this country versus the Hitler-esque authoritarian supporting crazy fucking fascist Trump people right now, okay? The people that support Donald Trump right now have absolutely nothing in common with the core base values of what it means to be an American citizen, okay? These guys will clap and applaud when Donald Trump talks about suspending the Constitution and jailing people for their First Amendment rights. Fuck these people. I've never heard a Mexican tell me, if you burn a flag, I'm going to put you in jail for it. I've never heard that in my fucking life. Never heard that in my life before from a brown person.
And our crime rate is going to be a disaster.
Mr. President, I want to get into how you address some of the issues with black communities. And I say that plural because we live in communities of color that are different. We're not all the same. We don't vote the same. We don't think the same.
True.
It's not monolithic. So as you come here today, I want to talk about something that bursts. And
Destiny has never met a single person like he is describing. He lives in a high-rise in Miami. I've lived all over the place. When I lived in Huntington Beach, there was a restaurant near me that said there was a sign on the outside. I feel like this might have even made the local news maybe. They had a sign on their thing that said no, it was either no vaccinated people allowed, or it might have been no masks allowed on the door. Well, you can harass Melina and ask her, because I'm pretty sure we both walk by this place like daily. Like, I have seen these people. My parents are these people. Fuck you.
this is the weight of the inflation on this country right now. The nonprofit Money Management International recently released data from its mid-year analysis that we have found a 52% rise in people who are seeking counseling for being in credit debt. They're paying for food that is sky high on their credit cards, and now they can't pay that off. The credit counseling nonprofit MMI, as I said, is saying now that they've seen surges that they haven't seen since we were in a pandemic of people in financial trouble. Much of that falls on the shoulders of single moms, single black moms, when you look statistically. Yeah. How do you turn it around? What's your plan for the black community when it comes to money?
So, first of all, it's very hard to hear you for whatever reason because of the fact that they have bad equipment, because I guess, you know, this woman was unable to get the right equipment. But it's very hard for me to hear you, but I can hear every other word. It's very difficult, actually. But so I don't know if they can fix it or do something with it, but I'll do the best I can with it. The inflation is absolutely destroying our middle class, our working class, virtually every class. Inflation is a disaster in our country. Inflation is a country buster. It breaks every country. And we had, in my opinion, the worst inflation we've had. They say it's 58 years, but I think it's much more than that. It's been devastating. And if you just take a look at a lot of things they don't include, like interest rates. Interest rates went from 2.4% to 10%. And
what are the best arguments against mass deporting immigrants who commit crimes? I think it depends on the crime. If it's like a speeding ticket, fuck it. If you want to stay here and work, we want people that want to work. These are good people. If you've committed like a felony, like a violent crime, and you're an illegal immigrant, kick them the fuck out. You're here illegally anyway, motherfucker. How can you fuck up that bad? Okay? If you're dumb enough to sneak into a country and get caught doing a felony, then kick them the fuck out. That's an easy one. Left and right should agree on that one.
you can't get the money. People can't buy houses. They no longer have the American dream. Young people, young black people, they don't have the American dream anymore. They can't buy a house. They can't borrow the money because of the cost of the money. They can't buy because of the cost of housing, because of the cost to build it. Because
I also grew up on talk radio. I feel like the destruction of the middle class has been talked about for decades. Is it destroyed yet? I don't even know what the middle class even is. I don't know what that means anymore. There's so many things that I wonder about that. Like, I wonder if one problem is that the poor classes have kind of caught up in some ways of standard of living. Like the fact that almost everybody seems to have a fucking smartphone or the internet now, when that used to be like, that was a middle class thing. Like growing up, if you had like a family computer, that was like ooh, this person is like doing decently. They got the Pentium 4, 1 gigahertz. 1 gigahertz? He's got the Pentium 4, the gateway machine with the cows and the so I'm not sure. I don't know what middle class definitionally, I don't know what that means. Like, you know, you're middle class when, I don't know.
because of inflation. Inflation is a disaster, and it's destroying our country, and it's destroying the black community probably as much or
So what do
more
you do?
than any
What's your plan?
You know what we have to do? We have to bring down the cost of energy, and that's going to bring down the cost of inflation. This was all started with a bad energy policy by Joe Biden. By the way, just if I might, I was running against a man named Biden. You probably saw that. And he was losing very badly in the polls, and then he had a rather bad debate. I would say it was a bad debate. I would say it was one of the worst debates in history. And his poll numbers crashed. And instead of saying, you know, let's keep going and maybe something happens the other way, they said, oh, we're going to replace him. Let's just replace him. That's like you're in a fight, a prize fighter's in a fight. He's not doing where you say, let's bring in another fighter.
Hey, Destiny, I was wondering how to approach this. I am trying to convince a friend on the false elector scheme, but he seems to just disregard the committee's findings, given it's a 7-2 Dem/Republican. If you live in the United States, then you're probably fucked. Because healthcare is really expensive here, and unfortunately, it sounds like your friend probably has brain cancer, and there's nothing that you can do to help him. Just because a thing comes from a source that you doesn't like doesn't mean that the information is fake or not true. To pretend that, like, oh, well, Donald Trump said that he was 82 years old. Oh, yeah? That was in the J6 committee. I don't trust that. Oh, in the J6 committee, they said that the earth was round. Well, now I know it's flat. Oh, in the J6 committee, they said that, like, that's fucking retarded. If you want, you can hit him on the actual historical, it was a couple years ago. You could actually hit him with the fact that, okay, well, they tried to get Republicans to participate in the J6 committee, but guess what? I think it was McCarthy. Why do I feel like it was McCarthy? Who was in charge of... Pelosi reached out to put together a panel to have Republicans on this, and I think McCarthy might have been one of the big guys who was involved in these negotiations. They didn't want people, I think they suggested 5, and I think 2 got rejected. Like, I think one was Jim Jordan, and I don't remember the other guy, but because they were going to be investigated by the J6 committee, and they didn't feel like it was appropriate to have them. And when 2 were rejected, I think McCarthy said, oh, well, in that case, we're not going to give you anybody. Fuck you. We're not going to participate. And the reason why, in my opinion, was for what your friend is saying now, okay, who is a fucking tool, by the way. It was exactly so that dipshits like your friend could go, oh, it's not legitimate because it's all Democrats, so it must be biased. So it's not actually real. which is probably McCarthy's whole goal the entire time. Tell him to actually like grow the fuck up. You know, if he's 12, then what he said is acceptable. If he's older than 16, then tell him, hey, why don't you engage with the underlying subject matter rather than just trying to write it off because you don't like the fact that it was 7 Democrats and 2 Republicans. Like everybody interviewed basically was a Republican. Nobody denies any of the shit that's being said. A lot of this was presented to Congress. A lot of this testimony was given under oath. A lot of this is in the form of deposition. All of these people are available publicly to talk to. A lot of the information is now also showing up in criminal indictments. A lot of the information has also been reported by the media. Like, I mean, like what this is a nonsense talking point, right? Your friend should, you know what he needs to do.
So our whole campaign was steered toward him, and now we have to steer toward him. But ultimately it's the same because they have bad policy. They have policies of open borders, unbelievable open borders, horrible energy policies. They want to get rid of
Do you think that Biden's Supreme Court reform is at all likely to go through with some of the newfound momentum of Harris's campaign? No. Biden, in my opinion, his Supreme Court reform is super, super, super partisan. And I don't think anything like that will pass unless you've got like a supermajority in the House and Senate or whatever.
As you say, gasoline in cars. They want to get rid of oil. They want to get rid of efficient heating.
Mr. President.
Environmentally, what they're doing is killing our country. They're absolutely destroying our country. But the inflation is the thing that's hurting the black worker, the black population, and every other population within our country. Inflation is the worst it's been, I think, in over 100 years.
Wow. True. Partisan isn't not good? No, partisan isn't politically partisan. Like, why would you have an ethics restriction on who could be a Supreme Court judge when conservatives are highly unethical people?
And they'll fact check it. They'll say it's only 58, whatever it may be. They don't add all the numbers. They don't add the really bad numbers, and you can check that too. But inflation, Harris, is absolutely destroying this country.
It's not even like a good, I don't even know. What the fuck is this? Why? What in the fuck is he even saying? Why can he not ever speak a real fucking sentence? Sorry, let's listen from the beginning of this.
I'll do the best I can with it. The inflation is absolutely destroying our middle class, our working class, virtually every class. Inflation is a...
How many other classes are there? Trump is like the kid. You know when people put et cetera, it's because they're out of examples, but you just put et cetera to make it sound like there's so many more. It's hurting the upper class, the middle class, and all the rest of the classes. What, the black class? What?
Disaster in our country. Inflation is a country buster. It breaks every country. And we had, in my opinion, the worst inflation we've had. They say it's 58 years, but I think it's much more than that. It's been devastating. And if you just take a look at a lot of things they don't include, like interest rates. Interest rates went from 2.4% to 10%, and you can't get the money. People can't buy houses. They no longer have the American dream. Young people, young black people, they don't have the American dream anymore. They can't buy a house. They can't borrow the money because of the cost of the money. They can't buy it because of the cost of housing, because of the cost to build it, because of inflation.
God, can I just say for one real quick second how fucking lucky, okay? Just as nobody will ever talk about this, and it's not worth talking about, but whatever, I don't care. I will, because I don't give a fuck, okay? There is a class of people that actually make out like filthy fucking dogs when it comes to inflation, okay? Remember, inflation, in the broadest sense of the term, arguably devalues, okay, currency. Arguably, right? In a very, very broad, very macro sense, it devalues currency, okay? People that have non-cash assets are kind of insulated because the value of the asset increases, inflation, right? And people that have cash debt also benefit from inflation. So imagine right now, okay, the real evil people right now are the fucking homeowners. More people than at any point in U.S. history have a refinanced mortgage that's like fucking 2.5%. So the money is fucking free, okay? They have huge houses. The money is fucking free. And now not only is the money free, but now you've had a couple years of really big, okay, year-over-year inflation. You know what doesn't inflate? The amount of money that they owe on their home. So the price of their home is going up. The absolute dollar value of the mortgage remains the same. The inflated value means that the debt that they owe on their house is decreasing, and they have historically low interest rates than at any point in fucking U.S. history, okay? Fuck homeowners, okay? Absolutely fucking disgusting, okay? Fuck, there was this one graph. I'll never be able to find it again. It's like percentage of homeowners, current interest rates. The amount of people that own homes right now with just interest rates that are financed at disgusting fucking rates is unbelievable. Unbelievable. I think this was I remember seeing this graph on a tweet in maybe a year ago. Fuck. Can I find this? Nearly 89% of U.S. homeowners, 6% is fucking high. It was an ungodly amount. I want to say it was below 3%. It was. Are these new mortgages also, or are these? This is in February. Do you still own that house in Nebraska? Yeah, I do. Oh, it might have been this, maybe. Look at how much of the market, right? Mortgage holders. This is all mortgage holders, not just new mortgages, right? In 2022, almost 60% of the market was at under 4% for interest rate on a loan. Unreal. Almost a quarter of the market below 3% on their mortgage. Unreal. And now you've got the inflated value is effectively reducing the debt owed, plus the increase in the value of their homes and everything. Unreal. Did I refinance? No, I just need to pay mine off. I'm just a lazy fuck. Why do you say it's disgusting? It's just an expression. I guess it sounds normatively loaded. It's just really good. If you were a homeowner and you bought or you refinanced when the rates were super low, you're in such an unbelievably good position. However, because owning a home is a dog shit way to build wealth, but it is the most important way that all Americans build wealth. When they build wealth using their homes, they don't feel it and they don't feel good about it. And so when everything inflates, they feel like shit because they're not actually gaining anything when their home value inflates because fucking retarded Americans don't want to ever sell their fucking homes. So that's why I hate homeownership as a vehicle of wealth building. It's so stupid. You can't pull money out of that. Wow, great. My home is worth, you can tell me right now, my home in Nebraska is worth $10 million. Okay, what the fuck am I going to do? Take out a HELOC and go buy a fucking dick sucking machine? Like how am I going to access that equity? What, am I going to rebuild my kitchen? Like it doesn't do anything for me. Cringe. Okay, anyway.
Inflation is a disaster, and it's destroying our...
Yeah, true. I think it's an inheritance thing to pass down to their kids, but nobody's dying. Yeah, even fucking inheritances don't matter anymore, okay? Because people stop dying. Boomers never die. They don't ever die in this country. They're all 85, 90 years old. It's unreal. They consume healthcare. They don't work. They eat our Social Security and our fucking Medicare, and they don't give us any money. And they are. It's every accusation is a confession. Boomers are the mythical immigrant. They're the people that are stealing the welfare and stealing the jobs at the same fucking time. It's them. It's the boomers. They won't fucking retire. They won't get the fuck out of the workforce. They won't fucking leave politics, okay? Feinstein literally had to be wheeled out from the Senate chambers when she was dead, okay? And they're all on fucking Social Security. These motherfuckers are collecting Social Security at the same time. What the fuck? And they still vote. My God. Hereditary was right. At 72, we're walking up the cliff. Those super low rates also basically locked people into their homes. Getting a new home loan to move would change the rate from like 3 to 7%, meaning it also reduces the velocity of the housing market. What? Hello, Flagella. Who are you? Do we have an Econ 101 graduate? Welcome. That is indeed correct. Oh, not Hereditary. I'm sorry, Midsummer. Hereditary is for annoying children. Yes, that is correct. Because like sometimes I'll like speak. When I'm talking econ, I'm really not trying to normally load anything. It sounds like I'm normally loading something. I'm saying like, oh, this guy's good or this guy's bad. But it's not. People just do things predictably. They respond to economic incentives. If you're a homeowner and you buy a sick fucking home at a 2% interest rate, you're never leaving that fucking house. Same thing with the rent control thing. Why the fuck would you ever leave that house? You've got the sickest deal in the world. So what does that do to the velocity in the housing market? So you don't have as many people buying and selling, right? So you've got less units available, supply falls. You've got other people that do want to buy shit, okay? Upward pressure on prices, interest rates are higher, right? There's just so many bad impacts that come from low interest rates on those homes. We need to take homes. Here's what should happen. No home ownership. Every house owned by BlackRock. Every single person a renter. Boom. Housing issues solved in the U.S.
Our country, and it's destroying the black community probably as much or more
So what do you do?
than any.
What's your plan?
You know what we have to do? We have to bring down the cost of energy, and that's going to bring down the cost of inflation. This was also...
Trump wants to lower mortgage rates. What impact would that have on inflation? If that happened right now, it would just cause it to go up, right?
Started with a bad energy policy by Joe Biden. By the way, just if I might, I was running against a man named Biden. You probably saw that. And he was losing very badly in the polls. And then he had a rather bad debate. I would say it was a bad debate. I would say it was one of the worst debates in history. And his poll numbers crashed. And instead of saying, let's keep going and maybe something happens the other way, they said, oh, we're going to replace him. Let's just replace him. That's like you're in a fight. A prize fighter's in a fight. He's not doing well. You say, let's bring in another fighter. So our whole campaign was steered toward him. And now we have to steer toward him. But ultimately, it's the same because they have bad policy.
Our whole campaign was geared towards him. What? Shouldn't your campaign be geared towards like the policy platform that you're building upon, that you want to sell to America? What do you mean your whole platform was built towards him? What does that mean? What?
Just replace him. That's like you're in a fight. A prize fighter's in a fight. He's not doing well. You say, let's bring in another fighter. So our whole campaign was steered toward him. And now we have to steer toward him. But ultimately, it's the same because they have bad policy. They have policies of open borders, unbelievable open borders, horrible energy policies.
God, I love that Prager question. I can't believe Prager was not shameless enough. He had a shameless problem, and that he needed to why did Pac-Man have a
It is hard to find comfortable
picture of JD Vance instead of Prager? Oh wait, is this not the full one? I think I asked him. This debate was brutal. Holy shit. What was his question?
With an open border. That is a given. I assume Stephen would agree with that open border and keeping a country intact are mutually exclusive. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, that's why nobody asks for an open border.
Oh, yes, the Democrats do. I mean, if you deny that, that's good. You'll be on record, Dennis, saying...
Well, define it as policy, Dennis, so we can agree.
It's really critical. Do you believe, Stephen, that the Democrats have been for a controlled border and not for an open border in the last 10 years?
I think the Democrats tried to pass comprehensive legislation that was written by Langford, a Republican in the Senate. I think Donald Trump and the Republicans are the ones that killed that, and that was on public record. So no, the Democrats have not been for open borders.
The Democrats are for a closed border.
Okay, it's not just closed or open.
Can you define it, though, for us?
The border is a very complicated thing.
Can you define what you mean?
It
is very complicated.
It's not complicated.
Why would you say this? Immigration policy isn't complicated. Yeah, of course. What do you mean? It's probably one of the most complicated fucking things you could do in this goddamn country, especially in the fucking United States. Holy shit. No, fuck. Where's the question? Do I do a whole story thing?
Got too much information about immigration.
Okay, good. All right. As I said, I prefer clarity to agreement.
Can you define open border, Dennis?
Yeah.
I just want the question, okay? I just need to find the question. I don't want to listen to all this bullshit. It's this one.
Because the Democrats are happy to have a great number of people come in. They're potential Democratic voters in their view.
I think it's fair.
So, Dennis,
is there a single lawmaker or is there a single prominent Democrat that said we want open borders?
No.
Okay. As soon as he said that, I thought he was going to say, because there is like a better answer that he could give, right? What he's supposed, maybe he gave up, or maybe he just doesn't care about this debate. I don't know. What he's supposed to say is, no. Just like how Donald Trump never said, I want an insurrection, and you try to infer it from other things. Democrats will never come out and say they want open borders, but Democrats constantly encourage people to come here illegally. That's why illegal immigration always increases under Democratic presidents. Democrats will always do things to encourage illegal people to stay here. That's why Biden ended Remain in Mexico and then tried to reinstate it and failed because his own party fought against him. And Democrats do things to try to contravene the rightful immigration policy of the United States. That's why they support things like sanctuary cities, and that's why they don't let Texas enforce the border, right? There are answers that he could give here. I was surprised when he was just like, no. I'm like, Democrat that said we want open borders?
No.
Okay.
And so what?
why didn't he say anything else? I don't know. That was funny to me. Whatever.
They want to get rid of, as you say, gasoline in cars. They want to get rid of oil. They want to get rid of efficient heating. Environmentally, what they're doing is killing our country. They're absolutely destroying our country. But the inflation is the thing that's hurting the black worker, the black population, and every other population within our country. Inflation.
They uploaded your video on Peers an hour ago. Oh, I think I did okay in that one. I don't talk as much, but I get out most of my important talking points. I think I hit him at the end with the... Oh, because at the end of this fucking video, he tries to do the Obama thing. Why does he try to do the Obama thing? Go read it.
We can do
it. Go look it up.
Right now.
Go look it up.
Let's bet. Look, he says. He banned most for banned countries.
Donald check.
No,
said,
it's not.
fact check, okay, by a true patriot. Welcome to this fact check. Obama had a list of 7 countries that were under... Oh, this guy tried to do the... Oh, Trump just banned the same countries that Obama did. No, he didn't, motherfucker. Obama never had those countries banned. God, these people all take me off. Wait, I'm sorry. Where's the end here?
Here, let's just
and
bring
you know what?
equality for women's...
Mission to disqualify women, right? Which male, logical females. And
Wait,
to
was
be
it not at the end?
insanity, females. Women.
Or
I want to give the final word to
either of those.
Oh, wait. I think it might have been here.
My favorite statistic about Barack Obama is that for all the talk about Trump and deportations
Obama's
and
not
the
running for
border and everything
office.
else,
Pierce, let it
the
go.
truth is
He's not running.
The
He's
truth
not
is
running.
the
He's not
greatest
running for
deporter in
office.
the history of the United States was Barack Obama. Final
Okay,
word
we
to
won't
Tommy
vote for him.
Lehman.
We're not going to vote for... I
Well,
promise not to vote for Barack Obama in 2024. I won't do it.
Final word to Tommy.
Democrat.
Or
I want to
Hunter
give the
Biden. I
final
won't vote
word
for
to
either of those.
I want to give the final word to Tommy because she was late.
Okay.
Is the worst.
Your audio is always lowered on Pierce Morgan. You need to screen. Well, they do. They probably balance it so I'm not overpowering other people. And I think that mics, I think on Skype or Zoom, they might dynamically adjust when the host is talking. So.
Been, I think, in over 100 years, and they'll fact check it. They'll say it's only 58, whatever it may be. They don't add all the numbers. They don't add the really bad numbers, and you can check that too. But inflation, Harris, is absolutely destroying this country and the people in our country. Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
President, can I ask you another question
Yes,
that is also impacting Black Americans?
And that's very clear now. Good.
I'm sorry?
It's very clear. I hear you.
Okay. So Sadia Massey, someone from Illinois, an unarmed Black woman, was shot the other day in her home by a deputy sheriff. The deputy has since been charged with murder. You said police would get immunity from prosecution if you win. Why?
We haven't even spoken about this. Like, why would you? Why would Donald Trump even say this? Yes. Thank you, Forbes. Yes.
Listen, you're a good-looking guy. Look at that guy. Looks like a banker from Wall Street. You can see I'm an old man, and I have grandchildren that I'm the same. You know, you're. I mean, I can just see how incredible you are by the emotion of. We're going to make it safe. We have to give authority back to law enforcement so they can properly protect people. Because right now, the law enforcement is not allowed to do their job.
Right here.
Crime is so bad in the cities, and one of the things I said is we're giving immunity. We're going to guarantee people. You know, they lose a law enforcement person. They go and stop people from robbing stores. You go to some of these department stores where 500 people walk into the stores. They walk out with air conditioning. They strip the whole store. The company goes out of business. The store is vacant for 25 years. The whole city becomes a slum. And if you do anything as a law enforcement person, they take away your house, they take away your family, they take away your pension. We're going to make it so that we're going to give them essentially immunity. We're going to make it that they are not going to be losing their pensions.
Like, what is he even talking about here? What the fuck are you even talking about? What kind of immunity can the president even give to local law enforcement? Like, what do you think you even have the authority to do here? Trump doesn't know. I don't even know if Trump knows the difference between the federal. No, actually, Trump should know really well because of every criminal case he's been involved in. I'm sure he learned a lot about structure of government at some point through his criminal process or proceedings. And he says federal immunity for police because he doesn't even understand the legal system. Oh, wait. Does he say federal immunity for police? That'd be kind of funny if that's...
They are not going to be using their pensions.
Wait, why are you guys cuxing? I'm not seeing anything on my end.
That we're going to give immunity to police so they can do their job. I'm giving federal immunity to police officers so they can do their job. We're going to give our police...
Anyway.
Should someone like that officer have immunity, in your opinion?
Immunity?
Immunity.
I don't know the exact case, but I saw something, and it didn't look good to me. It didn't look good to me. Are you talking with the woman?
Bro, if Biden made a comment like this, there would be so many comments about his age. I saw something and it didn't look good to me.
From Illinois, an unarmed black woman was shot the other day in her home by a deputy sheriff. The deputy has since been charged with murder. You said police would get immunity from prosecution if you win. Why should someone like that officer have immunity, in your opinion?
Immunity?
Immunity.
I don't know the exact case, but I saw something, and it didn't look good to me. It didn't look good to me. Are you talking with the water, right?
Yeah, well, police unions are not backing this person either.
Okay.
But again,
are they going to be charging the officer? I guess they're charging the officer.
So why should he receive immunity?
Well, he might not. I mean, it depends. It depends on what happens. I'm talking about people that are much different cases than that.
It depends. You would only get immunity in the times that you're innocent, and then you would not get immunity when you're guilty. What the fuck is the point of the immunity then? What do you even mean?
People to protect ourselves. And by the way, in Chicago, as an example, a few weeks ago, July 4th weekend, we had 117 shootings and 17 deaths. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. We need to have our police officers have the respect and dignity back. In this particular case, I saw something that didn't look good to me. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all.
So can you get a little more specific back to the immunity question? Who would make
Oh, no, specific. Excuse me. We only speak in slogans here, ma'am.
those
Well, right now, for the most part, people are protected by their unions, by their police unions, or by their police departments.
Protected? What do you mean by that? You inbred fuck? What do you mean protected? Like given immunity from criminal prosecution? Protected? Or protected as in like they donate money to them? Or protected as in like if they step outside their union hall and it's raining, somebody gives them an umbrella? What do you mean protected? I wish that the next 30 minutes of her questioning him was just on like this question. Describe to me like, where does a police officer get his authority from? Just like talk to me about like any part of this. He legitimately doesn't understand anything with government. He understands none of the structures of government. He doesn't know what anybody does for any part of the government. Like, hey, what's up?
Hello. Listen, I just have a very quick question.
Yeah, what's up?
Did you know that Jordan Peterson was on some unhinged Russian exorcism shit?
Exorcism?
I just find out. It's some deeply unhinged shit. So the only thing I knew about him in the sense of his Russian affiliation was that he was basically obsessed with all the Dostoevsky shit, regular intelligentsia stuff. So it doesn't come off to me as strange. Many people are showing off Westerners, showing off their Dostoevsky books and, as it's some sort of flex, I suppose, about how cultural they are, okay? So it's not that strange. Okay. I also saw a little bit of a video of him talking about nobody cares about Ukraine, it's actual anti-Western war, and Russia is doing fighting Western degeneracy, that sort of thing. And I saw him doing this. I also saw him very funny, in a funny way, butchering Holodomor.
Uh-huh.
That's all I saw, basically. Well, he's called it Holodomor or something like that. I don't know, hula dancing or something.
Sure.
Yeah, that's all I knew. But then a friend of mine pointed out that his suits, quite a lot of them, have a Russia mate. And I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. And then I saw him on Rogan, I think, with the suit with Orthodox Christian, stuff, iconography all over it. And I was like, that seems kind of Russian. And yes, the dude making his outfits is Russian. Unhinged one, even called Crazy Russian.
Wait a second. The dude making his suits?
Yes. That's not all. Wait a minute. That's not even the craziest bit. His suits are made by a Russian dude. He admitted that also on Joe Rogan. But whatever. Point is, But it's not all. He named his daughter after Mikhail Gorbachev.
Interesting.
And
wait, you do
that's
know that when
really-
Peterson had his big benzodiazepine withdrawal, he went to Russia for treatment for that, right?
That's it. That's the exorcism. So basically that was all funny enough, I suppose. And his takes are kind of like similar to Mearsheimer in the sense that, you know, it's all like Russian sphere of influence. He said that like Russia was provoked by the West doing the expansion to Ukraine, you know, all the regular shit. So it's not like that's exclusive. But he had like this drug addiction that he went to cure to Russia. And he was there like in some sort of like crazy isolation, like exorcism.
Yeah,
thing
I have no
when they,
idea
like-
why he needed to go to Russia when he's in Canada and the United States. I didn't know why he needed to go to Russia for that.
Apparently, according to him and his daughter, from what I found, is that basically like Western doctors are woke and weak.
It's fucking retarded. It's
So
so
they
stupid.
yeah. So they unironically, like it's not even like an exaggeration. That's basically what they said. That they are too weak and too like I don't know, like progressive, tolerant, whatever the fuck, right? Too like soft, essentially, right? To perform to have balls, he said, I think his daughter, to do like a full-on like forced detoxification or something like that. So I don't know, like what the fuck? He was like in some like isolated location. What the fuck they were doing to him there? I have like zero idea. But my own personal experience with post-Soviet, treatment, let's say, is it's rough, okay? It's a very rough experience with little respect to human rights usually. So it's very interesting. But then his family went to Serbia afterwards for some reason. I don't know. Yeah, and after that he started to be a geopolitical expert and started talking about like Russia and Ukraine. Started to be like much more avidly like doing, you know, pro-Putin stuff. Basically, one of the most obvious ones I found is the fact that he says like, you know, Putin is like the fighting against Western degeneracy. You know, he called it like decadence, but that's, you know, the same thing technically, like Western degeneracy. Yeah. So he also said a bunch of things about the fact that Russia is the bastion of Christianity meme, like the fact that it seems to be like on a Christian revival arc of sorts.
Yeah, it's a
which is
common
very,
far-right talking point, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty prominent. But he never brought up the fact that below 10% of Russians actually go to church, while in the United States, 40-something go monthly. So who's the fucking bastion of Christianity between the two, if you ask me? Seems to be the US are the biggest Bible thumpers out there. But I don't know, like pretty strange. He never brought up the fact that they have one of the largest divorce rates in the world, that they have alcoholism, that they have domestic violence off the charts, abortions, I think third in the world or some shit, like crazy number. So none of that, but he just brought up that they are like, this last stand against woke degeneracy, I suppose. And all of that combined with his like trip to get exorcised from the drugs by traditional, as he said, courageous and strong Russian doctors. And then all of that combined with the Russian suits and him naming his daughter after Mikhail Gorbachev is a bit cringe. Just wanted to point it out.
Yeah, I had like, I know this guy because they almost made suits for me, and now I'm wondering why they decided not to. I'm so mind-fucked on all this stupid Russian shit. The guy's name is Dmitry T, right? Is that the guy's name?
Yes, yes. I suppose it is him, yeah.
They offered
he wanted to make suits for you?
Yeah, they offered it to me in February of 2023. Like, they sent a guy over and we did measurements and everything. But then eventually when I started fighting with Muslims, they said that it was funny because they reached out initially. It was like, we really like that you speak out against everybody and you're so like edgy and you fight everybody and that's cool. But then as soon as the Muslim stuff started, they were like, oh, I'm sorry, like this is like a little bit too hot now. Like maybe we'll recheck in the future.
I don't know about this guy, but I'm pretty sure like he's like pretty like avidly pro-war, So like, but pro-invasion and things like that. But all I know is that he suggests his like designer stuff, like his suits to people who are like, I guess you could say like provocative. It's a little bit of a weird word, but the people like who speak out. Jordan Peterson said that he was following his work and like commending him on like being such a anti-woke icon. I guess I don't know why he would consider you that, but maybe just because of your like, I don't know, like maybe like your reputation as being like sort of like a provocative dude. I don't know, but
I don't even know, bro. Don't talk to me about any more Russian shit. My mind is fucked on this.
I'm sorry.
It's
not my fault.
I keep reading
okay?
this because the idea is to like target. The idea is to target really controversial stuff and then to amplify controversial stuff.
Yes, no matter what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
pretty
So
much.
like one of the suits. Technically, I'm NDA'd on this, so don't tell anybody. But like this is so. For instance, maybe I'll just I don't know if I give a fuck. This is like one of the suits that they were going to design for me, right? So he was saying it'd be good to have like controversial designs. This is.
Wait, you can send me, yeah, or I don't see you like on screen.
Yeah,
so.
I'm just sending it to you. This is one of the suit designs they had. The internal lining on this was all pictures of Hunter Biden.
Wait, what?
Now I'm just rereading these emails and these suggestions, and now I'm like, fuck me, dude. My mind is so fucked. But this was like one of the projects. Yeah, he had like controversial designs for like a lot of different types of suits or whatever.
Oh, what the hell? It has like a bunch of like Hunter Biden.
Yep.
Like body pics.
Yep. Yeah. There's like the internal lining of the
Oh damn. Yeah. Okay. I see. Well. It's not what I. Thanks for sharing, I suppose. So he didn't went with the Orthodox Russian iconography, I suppose, with you. He went a little bit of a different route.
No, it was all stuff that was more related to me. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go back to watching Trump stuff. Yeah. Fuck me. Fuck
That's
Russia.
pretty much all I wanted. I just didn't know it, so I was like, wow, what the fuck? Now you know. Yeah.
All right.
Bye bye.
Have fun. Be careful. Bye.
Don't lose your mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bye.
I'm so mind fucked on Russia shit.
But I'm saying if I felt, or if a group of people would feel that somebody was being unfairly prosecuted because the person did a good job maybe with crime, or made a mistake, an innocent mistake. There's a big difference between being a bad person and making an innocent mistake. But if somebody made an innocent mistake, I would want to help that person.
What would those exceptions be? What would determine
You
an
go
innocent
after
mistake?
somebody and it's a very close call and it's very dangerous, and they have.
How do you know if somebody made a mistake or if it was a bad thing though? That's what court is for, right? That's what the whole judicial process is for. What do you like? How do you answer this outside of a courtroom, Trump?
The policeman's life, and woman, is a very difficult thing because sometimes you have less than a second to make a life and death decision, and sometimes very bad decisions are made. They're not made from an evil standpoint, but they're made from the standpoint of they made a mistake.
So I want to follow up really quickly. I find it interesting because you do talk about reining in prosecutors, especially when it comes to prosecutors that are prosecuting you. Why doesn't that skepticism apply to law enforcement?
Well, I've been
Oh, that's a good question.
prosecuted because I'm a political opponent of two people that have weaponized our justice system. I've been prosecuted. I just won the big case in Florida. Everyone said that was the biggest case. That was the most difficult case, and I just won it. Now, Biden has a similar case, except much worse. I was protected under the Presidential Records Act. Biden wasn't because he wasn't president at the time, and he had 50 years worth of documents, and they ruled that he was incompetent, and therefore he shouldn't stand trial.
He
And I
won
said,
the
"Isn't that
case,
something?"
Stephen. He
He's
won it.
Wait, did he just say that?
Yeah, he said, I won the biggest case, the one out of Florida. Go back.
Oh, I didn't even
second.
think that. Wait.
That was the most difficult case system. I've been prosecuted. I just won the big case in Florida. Everyone said that was the biggest case.
Oh. Well, I mean, I guess he did, figuratively speaking.
You're goddamn right he did by appointing the right judge.
True.
And biding his time.
Thanks for
Hey,
the $50, Olivia. What?
What'd you say?
Oh, I got a $50 donor. What's up?
Oh, I just saw your Piers Morgan appearance. It was really good. It was good to see you and Cenk united on the same side with domestic politics. How'd that feel?
Yeah, I mentioned that the other day. Cenk and me are probably similar to audiences in that, like, if he's on your side, it's like the best feeling in the world. But when he's against you, it's the most obnoxious shit in the world. I like being on Cenk's team. Cenk is a funny guy. Cenk is a good, personable dude. Okay, but goddamn, when he's wrong, I fucking hate him. But when we're on the same team, yeah, good time.
Yeah, I've always had kind of a soft spot for him, just in terms of like I get the vibe that unlike I get the vibe that a lot of political commentators have like this zen about them, either that they don't care or that because it's in their financial interest, no matter like what happens. Like if Trump gets reelected, that I think would be disastrous for the country, but it might be in my personal financial interest for that to happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
I do not want that to happen, which is why I'm so passionate about beating him. The thing I like about Cenk is that you know him, I don't, but he gives the impression that he's not phoning it in. He genuinely cares about this shit because every time he talks about it, he's always like on the verge of a breakdown. I just love that like authentic energy.
Yeah, he's definitely authentic. Off camera, I think he's pretty similar. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, his co-host on the other hand pisses me off, but that's a separate story. What'd you think of was it libertarian redhead? She tried to spar with you on the immunity thing. I could not believe
when these guys try to bring
up
any actual or the Muslim ban or anything. Yeah, Jesus, these people have no policy. Like even like when Prager either didn't know what a sanctuary city was or didn't expect me to know what a sanctuary city. Yeah, these people just bring shit up and like it's annoying because when I go through the talking point and then we move on. Like, it's kind of a win for me, but if I didn't know that, you better believe that they would sit on that one point for like 3 fucking minutes, right?
Yeah. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
If you were getting your ass kicked on presidential immunity, Piers would have just shredded the remaining topics for the rest of the episode, and you all would have sat on that for 25 minutes. But that was kind of stunned me. You were the one who brought up presidential immunity, I think, like in the first, I think it was like the first time you talked.
Mm-hmm.
And I was shocked because she went back, like she picked that fight. Like a couple of other people talked, and then she was responding about something else, and then she went back to pick the fight with you on presidential immunity.
Yeah. But then, why wouldn't they feel confident? Like Ben Shapiro is Harvard cum laude, and all these other conservative hack fucks have been talking about it so confidently. Like, could all of them be wrong? And some retarded fuck video game blue-haired dipshit with the name Destiny like knows more than the Harvard grads or whatever, right? So I don't even blame them for just wanting to run down the talking points. But I mean, like, it's because the rest of the media sphere is so unbelievably partisan, is so hackishly done. Like, yeah.
Well, even towards the end, I was proud of you for calling Piers out in a gentle way too. It's like you do this too, Piers, talking about the conflation between Twitter randos who might get on your fucking nerves but have no meaningful power whatsoever. Certainly, they don't wield state power.
Yeah. However, I did point that out because it's so annoying that they always do that. Oh, like this guy got fired, but then on the left, Nancy Mom 6482 on Twitter can say this and nothing happens to her. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Exactly.
Yeah. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but I couldn't call that out because I think I would just look unhinged or salty. Every single time Piers referred to Trump, it was always like he said this hilarious thing, this unbelievably funny thing. And every time he referred to Biden, he was like, another embarrassing, horrible gaffe. We were all watched in horror as he said this thing that was so embarrassing and cringe. And like, oh, God, like the difference in how he would refer to the two every single event was so unreal.
Oh, 100%. So a couple of things. So one of the things I think we have in common, you and I, is that we're kind of, especially as you've gotten on Vyvanse and you've dove deeper into like the Federalist Papers and everything, you're very civics pilled. And I'm perfectly willing to admit, as partisan as I get, I really like a lot of the pageantry and civics associated with American politics. So, for example, in my videos, I make a habit of anytime I refer to like George Bush or Ronald Reagan, it's President Bush, it's President Reagan, it's President Washington, President Lincoln, because I think these titles matter and I think the offices matter. The only person I don't do it for is Donald Trump, because fuck that guy. Jesus. Even though he is a former president, he's an insurrectionist, whatever. He's a walking embarrassment.
You know what? You should still call him President Trump.
But wait. But my point is, what you just identified as something. If you look on right-wing media, if you look alternate media, Tim Pool, like I actually did this. Tim Pool and the Canadian girl that you spar with, the Lauren, they're part of like this Tenet Media thing, and their Tenet Media Twitter page popped up on my Twitter feed, and I noticed like when they reference Donald Trump, it's President Trump. It's President Trump.
When then what? As opposed to what, Joe Biden? Yeah.
Right, exactly. Even though, somebody went viral actually yesterday or the day before, I think it was Ted Cruz, when he was ripping the acting Secret Service director a new one. And the tangent was about, you know, how much protection is given to Donald Trump versus President Biden. And the acting Secret Service director had to make a point like, Joe Biden's the sitting fucking president. He is more important than Donald Trump. He is going to get more protection than Donald Trump. Are you out of your fucking mind, you fucking morons? So anyway, that kind of asymmetry that you talked about in terms of how they refer to Donald Trump versus President Biden, it's very obvious if you start paying attention to it.
For sure, yeah.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you where you were about to say something.
It wasn't important, whatever it was. No, I agree with you, though, yeah. Oh, I was going to make a joke because you said he's not the president. And it reminded me of that Band of Brothers scene where it was like, you should be saluting me, okay? You don't salute the person, you salute the rank, okay?
See, I thought you were going to make a Game of Thrones reference when Tywin Lannister said, any man who must say, I am the king, is no true king.
True. But no, not that one.
And then, I saw your Prager debate. Which one were you more satisfied with? Going up against Prager or sparring with Libertarian Redhead and the other guy?
The Prager one was destruction. Okay.
How long had that been in the works? Because given some of the spicy things that you've said recently, I figured that Prager would be somebody who'd kind of bitch out of like interacting with you.
No, I don't know. I think it's been in the works for like 2 weeks, maybe.
Oh, gotcha.
Maybe a little longer. David Pakman set that up, so.
Yeah, it was really good, man. All right. Well, listen, you enjoy the rest of this very unhinged press conference that Donald Trump has, and I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, have fun. Be careful.
See you, buddy.
Sorry, hold on. She tweeted that she destroyed me, so now I have to find this clip. 1 second.
Don't talk over each other, please. Hang on. Let me bring in Destiny to respond to that question.
Yeah, the president signaling that he might be okay with a thing at this point is irrelevant. Roe v. Wade was overturned. The idea that this court cares about legislating from the bench when they granted the president criminal immunity, which is something that is completely unfounded in any part historically of our legislative tradition, of our judicial tradition, or in the Constitution. The idea that the president might signal he's okay with abortion pills sent through the mail doesn't matter if a state now has the ability to heavily restrict or outright ban abortion. And this idea that Republicans don't want to ban abortion, that's I know what you're talking to right now. That's great. But what Jen said was absolutely correct. What Jen said was correct. If you go and look at the restrictive abortion laws,
people have the right to vote. Good job. They do.
Exist throughout the country right now. They are far more restrictive in Republican states, and some of them you might be pregnant, you don't even know. By the time you realize you're pregnant, it's already banned for you to get an abortion.
We live in the people without children. Let me just play a clip because we talked about Supreme Court and reverting rights to states and so on. Let's play a clip. This is from Joe Biden's speech after 6
Where was this point? What did I fight with her on?
What do you idea of President Biden?
Actually, and asking the court, liberals on the court,
was it not here?
Basically millions of dollars in value from incredibly rich people who run corporations, and then they rule in favor of those corporations. It's just about as corrupt as it could possibly be.
Obviously, the problem looking at it from the outside is that when you have, as Donald Trump found in his last...
This is misrepresented by conservatives so much, okay? So there were 4 different actions that the court spoke about. Robert's rule, one of them is qualifying for absolute immunity.
No one's really when they had the Supreme Court, so that's constitutional years, and now it's the first time where it switched and it's starting to...
Cool. Doesn't it lose its ability to be impartial?
But we had a liberal leaning Supreme Court for 60 years, and now it's the first time where it switched and it's starting to lean conservative again for the first time in a long time. Now, if you want to add term
lean conservative
limits to the Supreme Court, that would require a constitutional amendment of Article 3, and that would mean two-thirds of Congress and 3/4 of the states would have to agree to term limits on the Supreme Court. So that's just not something you can wave a wand and do. Also, it'd be unconstitutional to punish the president for performing his enumerated and implied powers and SCOTUS when they had on the Supreme Court. So that's just not something you can wave a wand and do. Also,
it was this. It was right here. This stupid shit.
So it'd be unconstitutional to punish the president for performing his enumerated and implied powers and SCOTUS when they had said that they weren't going to criminalize this. SCOTUS had asked the lower courts to determine that scope, but no one's really talking about that part. It was SCOTUS had sent it back to the lower courts. They didn't just rule on it blindly.
What? It's okay. None of what she said just made sense. They sent it back to the lower courts. They didn't just rule on it blindly. That sentence doesn't even make sense. And they didn't even send the whole thing back. But that's okay. Anyway, okay, don't care. We're not doing this. I tweeted at her. I said my tweet. We are going to get through this Trump debate. Let's go.
It was the most difficult case, and I just won it. Now, Biden has a similar case, except much worse. I was protected under the Presidential Records Act. Biden wasn't, because he wasn't president at the time, and he had 50 years' worth of documents, and they ruled that he was incompetent, and therefore he shouldn't stand trial. And I said, isn't that something? He's incompetent, and he can't stand trial, and yet he can be president. Isn't that nice?
Mr. President,
but they released him on the basis that he was incompetent. They said he had no memory, and he was a nice old guy, but he had no memory, and therefore we're not going to prosecute him. I won the case, and it got very little publicity. I didn't notice ABC doing any publicity on it, George.
We covered you extensively, sir. I'd love to move over on to
I didn't notice you do any publicity on it at all. I won the case, the biggest case. This is an attack on a political opponent.
I can't believe he keeps saying that. He can really say that he won that case? You didn't win the case. Why did he keep saying that?
I have another one where
sir,
I have a hostile judge.
We have you for a limited time, sir. I'd love to move on to different topics.
No, excuse me. You're the one that held me up at 35 minutes, just so you know.
Jesus Christ. He's so rude. Oof. You're not in front of a friendly audience, Mr. President. Well, is he? I mean, the audience actually was clapping for him, so maybe I shouldn't say that.
where
Sir,
I
if
have
you
a
don't mind,
hostile judge.
we have you for a limited time, sir. I'd love to move on to different
No,
topics.
excuse me,
if we
you're the
can.
one that held me up for 35 minutes, just so you understand.
If we can move on now to the state of the race, sir, I want to get back to the campaign. Senator J.D. Vance is your running mate. He's had a lot of controversy lately, and I want to read you a few things that he has said in the past. He said the Democrats running the country are a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices they've made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too. He's not talking here about how great it is to be a parent. He's attacking what he says are the choices people are making to not have children. Did you know that he had these views about people who do not have children before you picked him to be your running mate, and do you agree with him?
No, I know this. He is very family-oriented, and he thinks family is a great thing. That doesn't mean he thinks that if you don't have a family, it's not. I know people with families. I know people with great families. I know people with very troubled families, and I also know people with no families. They didn't meet the right person. Things happen. You go through life, you don't meet the right
But
person.
he's not just talking
Excuse
about
me.
families here.
And
he also
some of
says
those
that people that don't have children should get less votes than
That's
those
all right.
that do.
I'm just speaking for myself.
Is that your
And I think I'm
campaign
speaking for him too. He strongly believes in family, but I know people with great families. I know people with not great families that don't have a family, and the people without the family are far better. They're superior in many cases, okay? He's not saying they're not. What he's saying is that he thinks the family experience is a very important thing. It's a very good thing. But that doesn't mean that if you grow up and you grow older and you don't meet somebody that would be wonderful to meet and would have been good, that that's a bad thing. He's not saying that. My interpretation, you'll have to ask him, actually, but my interpretation is he's strongly family-oriented. But that doesn't mean if you don't have a family, there's something wrong with it.
Just one last point, and then we'll move on. Just one of the bedrock principles of American life is one person, one vote.
Do you see how Trump just reframes, phrases it positively, and then moves the fuck on, right? He's shameless. He didn't give a fuck what Vance actually said or what he actually meant. This is what J.D. Vance should be doing when he's being interviewed, instead of trying to do the traditional politician route of like, well, I need to explain what I said or apologize for it. Just like fucking make some bullshit up about it and then just move the fuck on. That's it. Boom. Tell them what they want to hear and then move the fuck on.
Senator J.D. Vance has suggested that someone who has children should have more votes than a person who does not have children. I just want to be clear here. Is that the position of your campaign?
Well, no, but it's not something I've ever heard before. I can tell you this. Right now you have illegal aliens coming into...
Boom. See, look at that. Look at how look at that. I don't even know what you're talking about, bitch. Get the fuck out. Illegal immigrants coming here, rapists, thieves, murderers. Can we talk about that some more? What a great pivot. You just like dodge that shit and keep on fucking rolling.
Well, no, but it's not something I've ever heard before. I can tell you this. Right now you have illegal aliens coming into our country.
They vote.
Many from prisons and many from mental institutions.
And the rapists.
They want to give them votes.
Yeah.
I don't think they should have votes. They came into
True.
our country illegally.
People
and
who
they're
are only
taking the
American
vote away
citizens
from
are
all
allowed
of the
to vote,
people in
sir.
this room.
Oh, look, and she took the bait.
Here a long time that have worked hard, that in many cases, and you'll see this happening, if I'm not elected, you're going to see it happen. If I am, you're not going to have any problem. But you're going to see it happening a long time. You're going to see the people in this room and people outside of this room are going to be losing their jobs to people that have come into this country illegally.
Mr. President, can we stay with just kind of the state of the race right now? Because I felt like that vice president question, candidate question was right in there with that.
Ooh, so she kind of identified that he pivoted, but it sounds like she's about to ask a different question instead of holding him to answer on that one.
So let's talk about J.D. Vance for a little bit. He's had some stumbles out of the gate. I don't know if you're hearing what we hear as reporters, but it's been a tough couple of weeks for him. Why did you choose J.D. Vance?
Why didn't I?
Why did you choose him? And I'm having a hard time.
He's like, what?
I'm hearing too.
I
I know
chose him
everybody
because,
out there can, but it's
I'll
hard
tell
to
you
hear.
why. I chose him because he's a very strong believer in work and the working man and woman, and especially the working man and woman who have been treated very unfairly, because you have many of them in this room. But you have many of those people, they were treated very unfairly. They worked very hard and they were treated unfairly. He wrote the book that became a bestseller. The movie became a smash hit. He's a very smart guy without the benefit of having a family that has contacts, like a father that was well connected. He got into Yale Law School. He graduated in 2 years from Ohio State, summa cum laude. I mean, you take a look at his career. It's been an amazing career. He started off at a level with a difficult family situation, very difficult with the mother and the father and everything else. He ends up going to Yale Law School.
A difficult situation with the mother, the father, and everything else. Okay.
Was one of the top students, became the head of the law journal.
Also, wait, real quick. Do we like the Act Man YouTube, the acting male? Do we like this guy? Is this a good guy or a bad guy?
And that's an amazing thing. He's a 4-year, he was in the military.
Oh, he's got like 2 million subs. Oh, shit. But is he a good guy or a bad guy?
With great distinction for 4 years. Got out, went into business,
Hit or
became
miss.
successful in business, very successful in business, actually. Did public offerings and other things. And I have to believe in that. I mean, he's...
I like how, like... What would you call this kind of way of speaking? He now believes in work. He is smart. He believes in the woman. Like, he's just doing like an audition, basically, for J.D. Vance, right? Why did you pick this guy as your vice president? This guy was on the top of the leaderboards for RuneScape Ironman. This guy laddered, and he hit Grandmaster with all 3 races. He's 6'1", tall. He's got one of the best. He's got 20/20 vision. This guy sees like an eagle. It's unbelievable. He's only had 1 speeding ticket. It's just like every positive thing he can think of, he just kind of like rattles it off. And nothing has any, like, This is why you chose him as a VP because he went to Harvard? You chose him as a VP because he believes in work? Like,
somebody that was born in a rough situation. Most of the people know that situation because it was very well documented in his book. And I have a lot of respect for somebody that can get into Yale and become one of the best students in Yale, that meets a young woman at Yale who was also outstanding, and they get married, they have a beautiful family, but he had he's made himself an amazing life. He then goes to Ohio, lives in Ohio, and he had my endorsement. That helped. But he wins the Senate. He becomes a United States Senator. So he's a United States Senator. And so Harris, like I respect you for your success, I respect people for their success.
The reason I asked the question is because the last time you and I sat and talked was the day that you were shot. We'd been together for much of that day. You left to go to Butler, Pennsylvania, and we didn't know what was next.
see, like he didn't answer the question. He got away from it completely, and now we just move on to the next thing.
And 2 days after that,
I cannot understand your microphone.
I know,
so
it is
muffled.
really hard for me
I
to
mean, it's
understand
just I can understand you perfectly.
Because
Whoa.
she's closer.
I can understand you.
Happy to hear that.
But I
sir.
can't
Really happy to hear
understand,
that.
Harris,
I have a few more questions.
because of the distance, and the mics are really in lousy shape, but I cannot understand what you're saying.
So what I wanted to say was the last time we
You know what's happening? This is pretty amateurish for the setup. Maybe they have a bigger audience than what they're used to having, but what's probably happening is there's some sort of digital routing for the audio, and when you speak into the microphones, what's happening is as you speak, there's maybe like a half a second delay from what's coming out of the speakers. So when you talk and then it's coming out delayed in this huge hall and it's echoey and reverby, you can't hear what anybody is fucking saying. I've been on stages like this before where this stupid shit is happening. But somebody fucked something up. If that's either the people should be sitting closer to each other so they can actually hear each other. There can't be a delay on the speakers, which is probably harder to do, or the speakers are aimed out in the audience so there's not enough like reverb in the room so that it's not fucking the speakers up on stage. But if he's saying he can't hear, that's probably what's going on. That's what it sounds like.
In lousy shape, but I cannot understand what you're saying.
So what I wanted to say was the last time we spoke, you said some words that were prophetic because I asked you who you wanted to choose for vice president.
Yep.
And
Can't you fix this by giving everyone an earpiece with a live feed? You might be able to do that. You theoretically could, but I've never seen that before. Usually at conferences or events like these, you're not expecting people to put in an earpiece or headphones to hear each other. Usually you can just either hear each other speak or there's not like a delay on the speakers or something else.
And you said normally it really wouldn't matter what they would bring. You choose somebody that you think has a future, that sort of thing. But you said these words 3.5 hours before an attempted assassination on your life. You told me that bad things happen, Harris. And that's why this decision is important this time. Bad things happen. You said it twice. When you look at J.D. Vance, is he ready on day one?
Does he what?
Ready on day one, if he has to be.
I've always had great respect for him.
Jesus Christ. Wait, am I misunderstanding? Is she asking like on day one, is he going to be ready if you get assassinated? Is that what she's implying? That's such a hardcore and slightly inappropriate question, but okay. Or I guess no, it's not. That's not inappropriate. I guess there was an assassination attempt. It's your vice president, so he's got to be the one to step up. I understand it.
Does he what?
Ready on day one, if he has to be.
I've always had great respect for him, and for the other candidates too. But I will say this, and I think this is well documented. Historically, the vice president, in terms of the election, does not have any impact. I mean, virtually no impact. You have 2 or 3 days where there's a lot of commotion as to who, like you're having it on the Democrat side.
Wait, what?
And I think this is well documented. Historically, the vice president, in terms of the election, does not have any
Oh, in terms of the election, okay. Because I was going to say, you were shitting on Kamala for her job as vice president, but he's saying in terms of the election, okay.
impact. I mean, virtually no impact. You have 2 or 3 days where there's a lot of commotion as to who, like you're having it on the Democrat side, who it's going to be. And then that dies down, and it's all about the presidential pick. Virtually never has it mattered. Maybe Lyndon Johnson mattered for different reasons than what we're talking about. Not for vote reasons, but for political reasons, other political reasons. But historically, the choice of a vice president makes no difference.
Oh, and he doesn't understand her question because she was too vague, and Trump needs it like spelled out in the most explicit manner possible. He doesn't understand the question.
You're voting for the president.
Or he just doesn't want to answer it, I'm not sure.
You can have a vice president who's outstanding in every way, and I think JD is. I think that all of them would have been. But you're not voting that way. You're voting for the president. You're voting for me. If you like me, I'm going to win. If you don't like me, I'm not going to win.
I'm going to get my J.D. Vance question in.
J.D. Vance?
I'm going to get my J.D. Vance
Sure.
question in. To your point and to Rachel's point, he, has a lot of opinions about childless women like myself or divorced people like yourself. Do you think? Well, I mean, my point
but at
is
least
here.
it was said in a friendly manner.
My point is. Do you think the Republican Party is getting a little bit too judgy about people's lives when you think about abortion or when you think about what J.D. Vance is saying?
I don't think, look, I think that the Democrat Party is really the one that has the...
One thing, I might pay more attention to this in the future. I don't do like a lot of I just don't watch a lot of Trump interactions. One thing that Trump, I think, is really good at, just in watching this speech, it's kind of manipulative, it's super manipulative, is that if you're mean to Trump or if you do something bad to him, he will punish you for it. Okay, so whether we're talking on like a business level, if you're the media, you're not getting him favorable coverage, and he doesn't want to go on your program, so he'll punish you for it. In conversations, when you're mean, when you ask tough questions, when you say things, he punishes you for it, and it makes it very uncomfortable to tread water, you know, when you're being adversarial with Trump. But if you're either being neutral or nice, he's like very funny, very personable, like is polite, like will kind of like joke along with you and like say nice things, right? You kind of saw it a little bit, I think, happen here when.
Vance is saying.
I don't think.
I think, wait, if I.
In a friendly manner.
My people like yourself. Do you think, well, I mean, my
but
point
at
is
least
here.
it was said in a friendly manner.
Oh, he's talking about JD Vance saying it in a friendly manner, but okay, right. But like he's not attacking her like over the divorce stuff or like saying anything mean or nasty here because they're being kind of friendly. I feel like he does this a decent amount. I know that he does in terms of how he conducts himself like on the macro level, but I feel like in conversations as well, like when you're mean, you ask him tough questions. He really goes in on you.
My point is, do you think the Republican Party is getting a little bit too judgy about people's lives when you think about abortion or when you think about what JD Vance is saying?
No, he's saying she said he was divorced in a friendly manner, not as a criticism. Oh, no. Oh, he's saying she said. Okay, I'm sorry. Fuck, hold on.
Political reasons, other political reasons. But historically, the who's out JD Vance.
I'm going to get my JD Vance question in. To your point and to Rachel's point, he, has a lot of opinions about childless women like myself or divorced people like yourself. Do you think, well, I mean, my point is here.
Oh, fuck. Why? I heard this completely differently. Forget everything I just said. What? How did I hear? I thought she said divorce people like myself. I completely heard this differently.
If you don't like me, I'm not going to win.
I'm going to get my JD Vance question in.
My bad. Never mind. Forget like 80% of what I just said. Why so fucking quiet? Stupid fucking videos.
JD Vance?
I'm going to get my JD Vance question in. To your point and to Rachel's point, he, has a lot of opinions about childless women like myself or divorced people like yourself. Do you think, well, I mean, my point is here.
But at least it was said in a friendly manner.
My point is, do you think the Republican
He is telling a joke about it though, but.
Republican Party is getting a little bit too judgy about people's lives when you think about abortion or when you think about what JD Vance is saying?
I don't think, look, I think that the Democrat Party is really the one that has the problem. I think they're radical on abortion because they're allowing abortion in the 9th month. They're allowing the death of a baby after the baby is born based on the governor of Virginia.
It's about freedom. You shouldn't say it's about freedom. Do not ever okay, if I do have any sway in terms of Democrats listening to me or doing messaging, okay, I can't tell, but if Mehdi Hassan, if you're listening, do not ever own the third trimester bullshit. Do not ever fucking own that. It is so cringe. Nobody does this. Nobody wants to do it. It's sociopathic to imply that there are all these women out there that are aborting their third trimester babies, okay? Like, bro, at that point, the mom, if the dad's still there, if there's family, you're touching the belly, you're seeing the legs like kick out, you can feel him moving around. He's already got like a kind of personality. Like, the idea that there are women out here that are like, month 9, nah, let's go fucking vacuum this motherfucker out. That is a sociopathic statement, okay? Do not ever let a Republican accuse you of supporting third trimester, 9th month abortions. That's wild, okay? Fuck that.
Based on the governor of Virginia, they're allowing the death of the baby.
Yeah, I think Pete talking about it is a little bit better. I think, doesn't Pete focus on the idea that like if people are making the decision at this point, this is a really difficult, really painful decision, and it's basically always being made for life of the mother at risk here. Like, ugh.
Is illegal.
After it's born, they're allowing abortions in the 8th and 9th month.
Well, Democrats have denied.
I think they're right. And I think the Republican Party is actually much less. I think I've made them much less radical, perhaps. But the Republican Party, what we're doing is bringing it back to the states where everybody wanted it.
Pete had an excellent response to this. This is a family that has already picked a name, already bought a crib. No one chooses this. That is true. Yeah, I guess. That is true. I feel like, I don't know, I could be wrong. Maybe we need to pull more moms. The room stuff and everything is true. But man, like when you've hit like, what would it be, like month? Is it like 5 or 6 is when you start feeling like quite a bit of movement? When you're in that third trimester, you feel it's like a whole dude. That's like a guy. He's a real guy that's in there, and he's got a personality. You can feel him. He like responds to external shit. Like the dad can feel it. It's like that's like the crib and the name and all that is sure, but there's like a real duder in there at that point. Third trimester, there is a baby floating in your stomach, and everybody around you can tell. You can put your hands there, feel it. You can. It's so much more real at that point. Damn, the idea of like it's like you're killing a baby. You super are. It like doesn't even feel like yeah. But yeah, Jesus.
Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted abortion brought back. They didn't want Roe v. Wade in the federal government. They wanted it, everybody
But the
wanted
majority
it
of
back.
Americans oppose
Excuse
Roe
me.
v. Wade being
They
overturned.
don't
Multiple
know
polls have
about
showed that,
this.
sir.
Right now they're voting. It brought it back to the states. Now, I happen to believe in the 3 exceptions. Ronald Reagan believed with rape, incest, life of the mother. I do.
It's the worst abortion argument. Rape, incest, and life of the mother. Life of the mother is good, but rape? Why the fuck would rape give you the... Like, if you think that abortion is murder, why can you murder a baby if it was a rape baby? It's so stupid.
I think most people do. I think most Republicans do also. But if you take a look, right now they're doing, it's an amazing thing. Out of the federal government, it's in states, and people are voting. And I will say, Ohio is, let's call it a more liberal version, has been approved. Kansas, the same thing, a little bit surprising to a lot of people. But the people are now voting. And it's taking this issue that's been going on for 52 years and has torn our country apart, and it's giving it to the people to vote on. And they're voting. And many states have already voted. Others are in the process of voting. And it's bringing it back to the people and a vote of the people. And it's not at all radical. And again, you have to follow your heart. I happen to believe in the 3 exceptions. Most people believe in the 3 exceptions. Most Republicans believe in the exceptions. But they don't want to see an abortion in the 9th month or the 8th month. Almost everybody agrees to that. And they certainly don't want to see, in the case of the governor of Virginia, the former governor, I might add, who said, we set the baby aside and then we decide what to do. Meaning, what do? We execute the baby. That's a radical, horrible position. And some people want that. I don't want it. Most people don't.
Thank you. Can I just pivot really quickly to another question about, you brought up health, Harris. You're an active man. We see you golfing all the time. But if you win, you'll still be president at 82, which is older than Biden is right now.
But not mentally. Look, mentally.
Here's the question.
He's shot. But most people, I know many people in their 80s and their 90s that are in great shape. Some of our greatest leaders. You look at throughout the world history, the greatest leaders, some of the greatest leaders in the world were in their 80s.
But here's the question. Would you consider?
Huh. Interesting. Okay. We feel like we changed course on that a little bit, but okay.
But not mentally. Look, mentally.
Here's the question.
He's shot. But most people, I know many people in their 80s and their 90s that are in great shape. Some of our greatest leaders. You look at throughout the world history, the greatest leaders, some of the greatest leaders in the world were in their 80s.
But here's the question. Would you consider stepping down if you felt that your health was declining? Or would you?
Absolutely.
And who would
I think I'd know.
How would you make that decision?
I think I'd know. Look, if I came onto a stage like this and I got treated so rudely as this woman treated
Oh my goodness.
me, and I'm fine with it because she was very rude, sir. Very rude. That wasn't a question. She didn't ask me a question. She gave a statement. That wasn't a question.
I repeated your statement, sir, actually.
You said you would. You would
Oh,
make that
absolutely.
decision
If I
to step
thought that
down.
I was failing in some way, I want people to be sharp. I'll go a step further. I want anybody running for president to take an
Careful. Hold on. Because we've got a lot of statements from President Trump about what should happen for people running for... Remember the, if you're under investigation by the FBI, you shouldn't be allowed to run for president. Remember that one? Careful on these.
I want people to be sharp. I'll go a step further. I want anybody running for president to take an aptitude test, to take a cognitive test.
What about to publish their taxes?
I think it's a great idea. And I took 2 of them, and I aced them.
Well,
I took 2 of them. But let me ask you.
Yeah.
I would like to have...
I like how you say you aced an aptitude test. Like, that's like acing, like a neural, like a cranial, what do you call it? Cranial nerve exam? Where they just make sure that your brain is working? Like, I aced this. Provide resistance, push up. Yes. Wow, good job. Your brain is sending the signals that it needs to for your motor function to happen. I aced that test. Like, good, congratulations.
People running for president, and I don't mean because they're 75 or 85. I think anybody running, I'd like to do it. People say it's not constitutional. I would like to have something passed where you can do it. I think we should know. I mean, I've watched what's happened in the last couple of years under this gentleman, and our country is a mess. We have inflation. We have the millions of people falling in. We have Afghanistan, which was the worst, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. What he has done to our country, and her too, what they've done to our country, she has been a horrible vice president. She's considered the worst vice president in the history of our country.
Don't mean to interrupt you, but would you consider taking a cognitive test?
Mr. President.
I would love to
and
do
make it public.
Well, I've already taken 2 of them, but I'll do it again.
Mr. President, how do you intend to...
I suggested, Harris, that let's take one. I said, Joe and I will go and take a cognitive test. Now, I'd do it with her too. I would do it with her also. You know what? She failed her law exam. She didn't pass her law exam, so maybe she wouldn't pass the cognitive test.
Failed her law exam. What, did she not pass the bar the first pass or whatever? What, she was AG and DA. What is he referring to here? A Kamala Harris bar exam? Oh, she failed the California bar in her first attempt. And then she did it the second time. Wait. Failed the California bar exam in her first attempt soon after she graduated law school in 1989. Wait, what? Am I reading this sentence? Am I crazy? Could this sentence have two meanings? Okay, they failed their bar exam on their first attempt soon after she graduated law school in 1989. Like she graduated after she took the bar. Or she failed the bar exam on her first attempt soon after she graduated law school in 1989. She failed it right after she graduated. Could this sentence mean two things? It has two meanings. Yes, it does. Okay. Different bars have different pass-fail rates the first time you take them. I'm pretty sure you can take the bar as many times as you want, though. I don't think there's a penalty for failing. They might even do bar exams multiple times per year. Pass rate, California bar. California bar exam is widely considered to be the most difficult of all bar exams in the U.S. The California bar exam has a pass rate of 34%. Damn. 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 Oh, fuck, that's right. California, the California bar rate is scuffed because you don't need to attend an institution to take it. California might be one of the only states that lets random people take the bar. Wait, does that mean if you take the bar and pass, can you become licensed? Can you be licensed to practice law in California with no law school? Can I take the California bar exam without law school? Many aspiring lawyers wonder if they can take the California bar exam without actually going to law school. The short answer is yes, they can in the state of California. There are avenues that make it is possible to become an attorney without going to law school. However, there's so many things you should consider before doing this. Wait a second. This is the next arc. 7 years of school we wouldn't have to do? Hold on. There's got to be like a catch for this, right? You can do this by completing a 4-year law office study program to become a legal professional. Fuck that. Never mind. Nope, we're done. To qualify, among other reporting procedural compliance, a person must study law in a law office or judge's chambers during regular for at least 18 each week for a minimum of 18 hours each week for a minimum of 48 weeks to receive credit for 1 year of study. Pass the first year law student's examination, also known as the baby bar. Jesus. Okay. Sorry. How many times has Trump passed the bar exam? Why would you make fun of Kamala for...
Mr. President, you're saying she wouldn't pass. Just to be clear,
I'm just giving you the facts.
To be clear, you don't think
I'm
yours
just
How do you
giving
intend
the
and
she didn't pass her bar exam, and she didn't think she would pass it, and she didn't think she was going to ever pass it, and I don't know what happened. Maybe she...
But then she...
passed it.
She did pass it.
There's a man over here, I think he must work.
Mr. President, I would love to ask you about January 6th. You called yourself the candidate of law and order.
Yeah.
When Time Magazine asked you if you would consider pardoning all the rioters, you said, yes, absolutely. Sure. You called them patriots. 140 police officers were assaulted that day. Their injuries included broken bones, at least one officer lost an eye, one had 2 cracked ribs, 2 smashed spinal discs, another had a stroke. Were the people who assaulted those 140 officers, including those I just mentioned, patriots who deserve pardons?
Well, let me bring it back to modern day. Like about 5 days ago, we had an attack on the Capitol. Horrible attack on the Capitol. You saw the people that were protesting and spraying these incredible monuments, bells, lions, all these magnificent limestone and granite with red paint, red spray paint that will never actually come off, especially in the limestone. It will never, I'm a builder, I know about this stuff. It'll never, you'll see it in 100 years from now. They viciously attacked our government. They fought with police. They fought with them much more openly than I saw on January 6th. What's going to happen to those people? What's going to happen to the people in Portland that destroyed that city?
But sir, my question is on those.
What's going to happen to
my
the people
question is
that
on
tried
those
to bring
rioters who assaulted officers.
You have to
would you pardon
what's
those
going to
people?
happen? Oh, absolutely, I would.
You would pardon those?
If they're innocent, I would pardon them.
They've been convicted.
And by the way, the Supreme Court just under much more openly than I saw on January.
If they were innocent, I would pardon them. He says so many patently stupid fucking things.
Will never actually come off, especially in the limestone. It will never, I'm a builder, I know about this stuff. It'll never, you'll see it in 100 years from now. They viciously attacked our government. They fought with police. They fought with them much more openly than I saw on January 6th. What's going to happen to those people? What's going to happen to the people in Portland that destroyed that city?
My question is on
What's going to happen to the people that tried to
those rioters who assaulted officers. Would you pardon
What's
those
going to
people?
happen? Oh, absolutely, I would.
You would pardon those?
If they're innocent, I would pardon them.
They've been convicted.
And by the way, the Supreme Court just well, they were convicted by a very tough system. How come the people that tried to burn down Minneapolis, how come the people that took over a large percentage of Seattle, how come nothing happened to them? How come the people
sir, we're talking about people that were seen beating officers with
flagpoles,
flagpoles, dragging them down the stairs. They're on video. Have you seen that video, sir?
Really? Well,
you would pardon those rioters?
They shot a young lady.
We need to look in. I'm adding Chaz to the list of things we have to look up. Someday we'll go back to this list of articles. We did get through the Iranian stuff at least. Chaz. What the fuck happened there? I'm so curious.
In the face who was protesting. They shot her in the face. You know, nobody died that day. You do know that. But people died in Seattle. Nobody died, but people died.
Wait, nobody died what day? January 6th? Don't forget your Ashley Babbitt.
You would pardon those rioters?
Or did he say, is he just meaning...
Percentage of Seattle. How come nothing happened to them? How come the
but
people
sir, we're talking about people that were seen beating officers with
flagpoles,
flagpoles, dragging them down the stairs. They're on video. Have you seen that video, sir?
Really? Well,
you would pardon those rioters?
They shot a young lady in the face.
Oh, okay.
Who was protesting. They shot her in the face. You know, nobody died that day. You do know that. But people died in Seattle. Nobody died, but people died in Minneapolis. You know people died in Minneapolis. And nothing happens, and nobody ever talks, and nothing happens to those people. But you went after the J6 people with a vengeance. And I'll tell you what about the cops that were, and I'm all for the police, as you know, but what about...
Uh-oh. What about the cops? He's about to repeat the Tucker Carlson meme. What about the cops that were letting them in and walking them around? That's how a lot of them got into the building. You know that, right? They just opened doors and they let them in, and they had them walk around.
The police that are ushering everybody into the Capitol. Go in. What about that? Look, nothing is perfect in life. But you have people from Minneapolis. You have people just from 5 days ago in Washington, D.C. They were having fistfights and fighting with the police. They were spraying and destroying. They were desecrating our monuments in Washington, D.C. 5 days ago, and nothing happened to them. And you can't have two systems of justice. That's why they went after me as a political opponent, because they felt they couldn't win without doing that. And we're going to win our cases, and we're going to be vindicated. But I have to spend a lot of time on that, and money. That's what they want. After the election, they won't care. Although in my case, I think they probably will, because the hatred is pretty deep. But I'll tell you, they went after me as a political opponent. That's never happened in our country before, and it sets a terrible, terrible precedent.
What do you do on day one if you win? What's your first thing?
What do I do? I close the border. I do two things, because I can do a lot of things simultaneously. I close the border. We don't want people coming in. We want people to come in, Harris, but they have to be vetted. They have to be checked. They have to come in legally. I want people to come into our country, but they have to be vetted. They have to be checked. So when you say, what do I do? That, and I drill, baby, drill. I bring energy way down. I bring interest rates down. I bring inflation way down, so people can buy bacon again, so people can buy a ham sandwich again, so that people can go to a restaurant and afford it. Because right now, people can't buy food. Your grocery bills are up 40, 50, 60%. Right? She's agreeing to me. Oh, she's agreeing. Thank you. I like you very much.
Mr. President, I think we are.
But it's true. Your grocery bills are up. And then they're mandating that you buy an all-electric car. You know, Elon Musk endorsed me, and he's a friend of mine. He's a good guy. He's a smart guy. But I'm against everybody having an electric car. Okay? I'm very much against that. You have to be able to, if you want a hybrid or if you want a gasoline-propelled car. But, you know, we have more liquid gold, gasoline, oil, under our feet than any other country. More than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia, more than any other country. I want to use it. I want to use what we have. I want to bring down prices, bring down costs, and I also have to stop the invasion. And remember, they're taking your jobs. These people coming in are taking your jobs.
Project 2025.
I think we have to leave it there by the Trump team.
All right.
So leave it. That is the last word. Thank you so much, Mr. Trump, for coming today and joining us.
Well, thank you very much.
They've been telling us.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, very much. Great honor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
NBJ will email out details.
Jesus. Hold on one sec.
Hey, real quick. There at the end, did you catch that there at the end, Stephen, where she wouldn't call him Mr. President? She called him Mr. Trump. Stephen. Channel?
Okay. Hello?
Hey there, buddy.
Hi, what's up?
I just saw you were on a break. I was going to just pop in and say something funny like I've read every philosophical treatise and then leave.
Okay, well.
So now I've said it. I said the funny thing.
Okay.
I don't really have anything else. I've been kind of out of the Destiny world for a little bit.
Yeah?
You know how that goes.
Well, no, 'cause I'm Destiny, so I'm always in the Destiny world, you know?
That is true. That is true. I had a question I wanted to ask you.
Go for it.
But it's apropos of nothing. It really has nothing to do with what you're talking about today. It's not like salient, but you always say when I leave, well, not always, but when I leave, sometimes you say, "I love you." Is that a thing? Do you really love me?
No, I just said to everybody, love you, stay safe.
Oh.
Be careful. These are just my goodbyes,
Okay.
you know?
Got it. That's just your thing. Okay. I was just asking, buddy. Okay. Well, you have fun. I'll see you some other time.
Yeah. Be careful. Okay, going through links. I got a lot of them open. Then we got some meme drama to cover. If you only have 3 minutes to watch Joe Rogan's podcast today, this is the 3 minutes you need to see. Jordan Peterson just described gender-affirming care in a way no one else would dare. We have a furry avatar. Okay, I've never seen... Okay.
Puberty blocking and surgical pathway.
July 25th, 6 days ago.
It was typical for girls to undergo a fair bit of confusion when they hit puberty, and that would take the form of negative emotion. No one told her that. They just rushed her down the puberty blocking and surgical pathway. That's inexcusable.
It's evil.
Yeah, it is. It's the worst thing. It's the worst thing I've seen professionals do, not only in my lifetime. I've studied atrocity for 40 years. I've never seen...
I hate it when people say this. This is after the Israel-Palestine arc. This is my new trigger. I've studied something for 40 years. Really? Show me. Illustrate that. You've studied it for 40 years, but you just sound like any random conspiratorial dipshit who rattles off surface-level talking points. Like, talk to me in depth about some of the atrocities that you've studied. What's give me the leadership structure, in a particular country. Tell me the names of the individual players involved, and tell me the events and circumstances and the wars and the conflicts and give me some actual. Don't give me these weird conspiratorial talking points you're about to rattle off. Where you macro summarize some entire fucking decade of history, with a couple of stupid fucking talking points that just so happen to coincide completely with your weird conservative Christian view of the world. I hate it when people say shit I'm studying this for 40 years. Bullshit.
Not only in my lifetime, I've studied atrocity for 40 years. I've never seen anything worse than what's happening right now.
Really?
And that includes the sorts of things that were done in the camps in...
Really? Nothing worse. Really? Trans people are worse than the Holocaust.
In Germany.
Okay.
At least...
Thank you. Gotcha. Jesus Christ.
The goddamn Nazis admitted what they did was wrong. They tried to hide it. We trumpet it as a moral virtue. We're freeing the children. It's no, I don't think so. Mothers, I think what you're doing is sacrificing your child to the parading of your moral virtue. Oh, my son, he's so confused. He thinks he's a girl, but I still love him. That's how wonderful I am. Jesus Christ, Joe. You have no idea how dark that is.
It's dark.
It's unbelievably
and it's
dark.
attached to an industry now.
Yeah, that's
which is
for
very
sure.
scary. There was
an industry and an ideology.
There was an article that was recently released where this person admitted that they said it was, what was the exact phrase? That the way they described gender transition as life-saving medical care in order to get insurance for it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise insurance won't pay for it. So they were willing to describe it in that way to ensure that people would profit off of it, which is wild.
It's
what?
Yeah.
Because otherwise insurance won't pay for it. So they were willing to describe it in that way to ensure that people would profit off of it.
What a bizarre way to describe insurance. There's a new form of chemotherapy available. I have cancer. Can you please cover this treatment? And they made the argument and they said that, well, here are the results, and okay, fine, we'll cover it. So they covered the chemotherapy so that people could profit off of it. What a retarded fucking statement.
Which is wild.
It's
It's terrifying. And it's so strange because I never would have believed that this could happen. If you had asked me 20 years ago if this was going to be a main concern, that people...
It's not a main concern. Most people don't think about this. It's you guys. You talk about it every fucking day. Holy shit.
Worried about their children being roped into this ideology and convinced that they're...
And then sterilized and mutilated.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know. Well,
Terrifying.
it's no wonder people... See, even Michael Schellenberger, who broke the WPATH files, when we talked about the role the WPATH played in establishing their own ideology-addled butchery as the standard of care for the American Medical Association, the American Psychiatric Association.
Like, hasn't most of the medical industry and, like, even athletic industry basically course-corrected on this? Like, don't most countries now not recommend, as part of the standard of care, like, prescribing medication to you? Like, haven't we basically course-corrected on a lot of this by now? Or, I feel like, I know that a lot of countries in Europe did. I don't know where the U.S. is at. But, like, Jesus.
Association, the American Psychological Association. Schellenberger said that after he had listened to Abigail Schreier and I talk about this trans mutilation,
Is Rogan really that popular? I feel like people way overestimate his influence. I think, isn't Rogan the most popular podcast in the United States?
Was so appalled that he literally couldn't believe it. He just shelved it. Said, there's no way this can be true. And I can understand that because the more you look into it, the worse it gets.
Right.
It's unbelievably bad. These surgical procedures are so brutal and so experimental that they're I'm going to say it again, they're worse than what the Mengele types did in the concentration camps in the 30s and 40s. And that's a pretty goddamn low bar.
If you're describing how bad someone is, isn't it a... No, I think you could say low bar. I feel like you could say low bar or high bar. He studied this for 40 years just to tell us that trans people were worse than the Holocaust. Wow. Oh, she's still tweeting about me. Yes, be triggered. Density, skull face. OMG, the face you make when Density tries to come off like a constitutional scholar. Priceless. Damn, if only we were on a show together, we were all talking, and they could have contradicted a single thing I said.
Is only on the ticket because she is a black woman.
Well, I can say, no, I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much. And she was always of Indian heritage.
Then she became black. The NABJ / @RealDonaldTrump event started more than an hour late. I don't know. There are multiple people that have tweeted this, but I don't know if there's like an actual super confirmation. Because NABJ sources tell NBC Chicago the former president refused to initially come out because of a live fact check. And then he blamed it on them. What's up? Welcome to our daily 5-second cucks. This, don't care. Oh, I think we already saw this. This was before the debate. I'm told that Trump is demanding that the NABJ not do the live fact-checking, and that's why the event hasn't started yet. We're in a standoff. Trump's shark rant.
Because of MIT, my relationship to MIT, very smart. He goes, I say, what would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater
and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? A lot of shark. I watched some guys justifying it today. Well, they weren't really that angry. They bit off the young lady's leg because of the fact that they were not hungry, but they misunderstood who she was. These people are crazy. He said there's no problem with sharks. They just didn't really understand a young woman swimming now really got decimated, and other people too. A lot of shark attacks. So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards, or here. Do I get electrocuted if the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking? Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted, or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? Because I will tell you, he didn't know the answer. He said, you know, nobody's ever asked me that question. I said, I think it's a good question. I think there's a lot of electric current coming through that water. But you know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time. I'm not getting near the shark. So we're going to end that. We're going to end it for boats. We're going to end it for trucks. The truck.
Okay. Okay. What is this? Trump just childishly tightened a black female journalist's water due to her hard questions.
What do you say?
So what I wanted to say was the last time we spoke, you said some words that were prophetic because I asked you. So
what do you say?
So what I wanted to say was the last time we spoke, you.
What do you say?
If I had to guess, my guess is he was probably thirsty and he went to grab a bottle of water because this is like what he sees. And then he probably sees the glassware over there and he's like, oh shit, this probably isn't mine. And he probably set it down again. That's probably what happened.
So
what do you say?
So what I wanted to say was the last time we spoke.
Especially because the way that it doesn't look like he's tightening it. Like when you, like if I was going to tighten this, like you pick it up, and then you do this, and then you wind up first, right? Don't you? I just spilled this all over myself like a retard. Don't you like wind up and then do it? Like you wouldn't just like put your hand here and then immediately tighten. You put your hand here and you kind of like wind up and then you do it, right? His first twist is clockwise because he's gonna go to open it, right? Hold on. Because he's now he's getting ready. Now he's going to unopen it, but then he realizes, oh fuck, this isn't my water. Or he can't open it because he's old and weak, and then he sets it back down. There's no way that he's on stage grabbing her water to tighten it in the middle of the. That would just be so wacky. When's the last time you struggled to open a plastic bottle? The tiny thing makes no sense. I mean, it depends on what you're talking about. Sometimes there's like print errors on bottles where the plastic doesn't like what do you call it when they do the thing? You know how they've got like the little plastic tab and it's like or whatever. What is it? It's not perforate. What would it be? Would it be perforate? Yeah. And then you try to open it, it's like fucked. Poor guy. When the FedEx hits your car, your house, and then your neighbor's car. Oh, wait, did he not put his parking brake on? Oh, no. He didn't notice it rolling towards him? He's like, oh, what? Hold on. No! Do these big trucks, do they not have like park? Is it just like neutral, or does the parking gear not have like a parking, like, is there no park? I don't even know. I don't drive. Fuck trucks. Of course it has park, Destiny. Bait question. Well, if you put it in park, then how the fuck is it rolling back? He didn't, or it slipped. Yeah, so he's either left it in neutral or it's not an automatic. I don't know anything about trucks. I don't know if trucks have different transmissions or different gearboxes or whatever the fuck. It's probably manual, no? No shot, right? I feel like these would all be automatic, no?
Out of gear. I don't know how. I swear. I parked it and then I got out and then it started moving. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I need some information.
Yeah.
Are you in my car? Yeah. Yeah, you hit my house and my car.
I swear to God, I was out of the van and it was parked. And then it started moving on its own. And I was all the way up here by the door.
It was an accident, but I need all the information.
Yeah.
I need my phone. Shut up.
Oh no. Is it gonna malfunction again? Is it fucked? Oh! Wait, what is happening? Why is it rolling the other way now? Wait, where did the vehicle start when it rolled? Wait, what is happening? Okay, it started way the fuck back here, and then it rolled back. Now it's way back here, and it's... Is it somehow getting into gear?
Oh my God. What the fuck is going on here?
Do you think this is a fake video? What is she tweeting? Uh-oh.
There's a process.
I don't even know. Wait, when was the president immune from criminal immunity? What?
It's
I'm
to
sorry.
impeach
What is
him.
that process?
Impeachment has nothing to do with criminal liability.
I already know what she's going to cite. Oh, I already know what she's going to cite. She's going to cite. I can tell you exactly what the talking point is. She is going to quote Article 2, Section 4, where it says you can be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. She's going to quote this thinking that it proves that you're getting a criminal conviction for being kicked out of office. Impeachment, though, is not a criminal process. That's why right after this, where's my goddamn Constitution? That's why it says the judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualifications to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. But the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law. Now, that's not completely true because the people that wrote the Constitution were fucking retarded. And what they forgot to include in here is that except the president. The president cannot be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law. That is not true, okay? The Roberts and the rest of the conservative quarter side, that's not the case. But before that crazy ruling came out, and for everybody besides the president, impeachment has nothing to do with a criminal proceeding. I already know she's going to cite this. This is exactly what she's going to do. Fucking kill me.
There's a process.
I don't even know. Wait, when was the president immune from criminal immunity? What?
It's
I'm
to
sorry.
impeach
What is
him.
that process?
Impeachment has nothing to do with criminal liability. The maximum conviction sentence you can get for being impeached is just being removed from office and prevented from taking seat in future office. That's it.
No, it's not.
All right.
It's the motherfucking Eagle Double G.
Those who have been impeached and removed from office are still subject to criminal prosecution for the same underlying factual matters. This is not... Can she not read?
There's a process.
I don't even know. Wait, when was the president immune from criminal immunity? What?
It's
I'm
to
sorry.
impeach
What is
him.
that process? Impeachment has nothing to do with criminal liability. The maximum conviction sentence you can get for being impeached is just being removed from office and prevented from taking seat in future office. That's it.
No, it's not.
All right.
Also, why the fuck is she... What is this? Like the annotated version of the Constitution or some bullshit? Hold on. Is she saying that he can't be prosecuted without being impeached? No, she thinks that if you're impeached, you can be convicted of a crime as part of your impeachment. You can be impeached and go to jail. Like,
There's a process.
I don't even know. Wait, when was the president immune from criminal immunity? What?
It's
I'm
to
sorry.
impeach
What is
him.
that process? Impeachment has nothing to do with criminal liability. The maximum conviction sentence you can get for being impeached is just being removed from office and prevented from taking seat in future office. That's it.
No, it's not.
All right.
Okay, those who have been impeached and removed from office are still subject. Okay. Why am I even responding to this person? Kill me. Holy shit. Why are we even arguing this? This is so stupid. I don't even know how many people under here are real human beings. Okay. She has like 10 more tweets she's farming you. Okay, all right. People want to talk about doctor disrespects tweets. Chessboard. Pedophile tweet. Little brainwashed woke boy putting out Dragon Ball Z graphics with Kendrick Lamar lines. Got me big time. There you go. I know everybody has seen it, but I get tired. What is this? Okay. Jesus Christ, this is so long. The fuck is this?
Well, what's done is done. You're going to have to shift gears, recalibrate. You've had Cookie Joe and Sleepy Joe on speed dial. You're going to need a new line of attack.
She doesn't like Jewish people.
Hey, sound fixer not working with TikTok video. I don't know why that's so quiet. How do videos like this get posted all the time? You guys complain that my stream is quiet. How can you fucking retards hear this? How do you guys hear this? Here. How can you guys hear any of this? This is bullshit. How is my stream quiet and shit like this go internet? Fuck you. You guys troll the fuck out of me. You troll me constantly, okay? All of you troll me all the time. All of you need to get fucked.
Democrats like to say that no one needs an AR-15 for self-defense. That no one could possibly...
Have we either watched this exact ad or haven't we watched an ad like this before? Am I crazy? Where it's some conservative talking about needing to fucking kill the KKK or some bullshit? Or is this not a conservative though? I feel like I've watched an ad like this before.
Defense. That no one could possibly need all 30 rounds.
No, we have seen this ad.
But when this rifle is the only thing standing between your family and a dozen angry Democrats in Klan hoods.
It would definitely be the Democrats and the Klan hoods. Absolutely. Absolutely. It would absolutely be them.
Dozen angry Democrats in Klan hoods. You just might need that semi-automatic and all 30 rounds.
Remember, Democrats were the party of the KKK. Don't ever forget it. Okay, I'll watch this later. House. Okay, apparently the guy that authored this KKMD manifesto is schizoid as fuck, and it's way too long, so fuck this. Claims of KKMD being a fake doctor. I don't know for sure or not, but... Oh, it's dairy again or whatever? Holy shit. He's persistent. Okay, what is this? CNN just demolished shady events on live TV in just 2 clips.
And we know the truth, by the way, that our police are heroes.
Did Destiny look at Lycan's tweet? I don't know what. I have no idea what. I don't understand. I don't know. I am almost positive that, like, leaders of governments, like military leaders, commander-in-chiefs or whatever, I'm almost positive that these people are legitimate targets for war. I don't know why he's saying that you couldn't target Haniyeh. Maybe in Tehran, maybe you couldn't, but I mean, Iran literally fucking bombed the fuck out of Israel, you know, a month or 2 ago. I don't know how long ago. Like, that, it's just I have no idea what, like, it is trying to, I have no idea. I super don't know.
And we know the truth, by the way, that our police are heroes and we're always going to have their back. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote to back the blue.
Vance writes, quote, I hate the police. Given the number of negative experiences I've had in the past few years, I can't imagine what a black guy goes through.
Okay.
Administrators. Look at the size of this guy.
This isn't the clip I saw.
He's so much bigger. Look how big he is. He's so much bigger than Joe. He's so much bigger. Like, he gained a legitimate 6 inches. Look how tall he looks. Look at it.
Wait, Jamie,
the French.
I have no idea. I think I'm blaming YouTube's end. Everything looks fine on my end. I'm not sure why it cuts.
Hey, Steve.
What?
Yeah, question for you.
What?
Can you close out some of those fucking tabs? Why do you have so many fucking tabs open? Oh my god. Do you need those tabs open? Every single one?
Yes.
Do you need all of them
because
open?
I'm literally working my way through them.
Oh,
yes.
I'm sorry. Can you not just do one at a time?
Nope.
I'm sorry.
I open a lot of links,
so
then we go through
any
it.
of them.
Nice try,
oh, okay,
though.
gotcha.
Good one,
gotcha.
though. Nice
just
try,
wanted to know.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's wearing heels as well.
Jamie, there's one on Scott Adams' Twitter.
This is from his Twitter.
Oh,
but let's
no,
watch.
it's the one he's walking to the helicopter.
Let's watch this again. Yeah, that's another one.
Yeah.
That's another one. That's a similar one too, where you see. Let's see one more time. Let's see him walk again. So, like, look how much bigger he is than Jill.
Holy shit.
He towers over her. He didn't used to tower
I didn't see
over
this
her
clip
like
before.
that.
I saw the other one.
And also, if you look at her, she's wearing high heels. See?
Oh wow, yeah, you're right.
See her high heels? Okay, and he's towering over her. That is a much taller person. So maybe they hooked him up with some fucking secret sauce that's going to keep him going, and he'll be back. Maybe they have ability to go back, like, biologically.
What the fuck is he talking about? What? Go back biologically to when he was taller, or
go back, like, biologically?
Oh,
Take you
wow.
back
Oh, wow.
a decade or two. Yeah. Giant
Well,
difference.
hold
in
on.
height.
Is that because she could be behind him? So the
No, listen, she also has high heels on, man.
No, but on the left, it could be that she's
No.
standing.
That's a different human. Look at the size difference of the torso.
Them walking to the helicopter is the one where it looked really.
Go back to that, please. Look at the size differences in the torsos themselves, from the top of his shoulders to where.
Oh, look how many buttons! Yeah, look at the white of the shirt.
Yes, just look at the size difference. Look how much longer that human is on the left. Now, it may be Biden. Listen, they might have some wild shit that brings you back from the dead. But like medical science is getting there's some people out there working on some wild stuff. But do you know? Maybe they just fucking jolting them up with some Wolverine juice.
Wolverine just.
Genuinely asking, what makes their weird tactic from Dem so effective where previous messaging has failed? I think the thing that makes the weird thing work is that, remember what I've said before, how when people insult you politically and they're very different from you, the insults usually don't matter that much, right? Like if a Republican calls you, whatever slurs or words they call people on the left, like, well, who cares? I don't identify with you guys anyway. And then like if you're on the left, or if you're on the right and like a Democrat calls you like, oh, like you're you're a racist, you're a Nazi or whatever. It's like, yeah, of course you guys think that. Who the fuck cares? But if you're being insulted by your own side, well, now it feels a lot different, right? Why are you calling me racist or a Nazi? I'm not racist. The fuck? Why would you? Wait, we're way too closely politically aligned for you to say that, and I don't consider myself to be this thing at all. Whereas on the Republican side, I feel like the messaging has always been that the progressives especially are fucking weird, right? The weird trans people, the weird furries, like all the weird people. And being called weird, I think when you perceive yourselves as being the not weird, the normal people, and the other side are all the weirdos, it probably hits a little bit like that. That'd be my guess. But it's also hard to predict why any particular messaging catches on or not. I don't know why you would get so triggered by this particular thing. Oh, I watched this. She's talking to some guy. I was going to try to make a Stephen Hawking joke here. But she actually said something that I thought was one of the best things I've ever heard in my entire life. And I wish more people could say it.
I was like, I am not going to tear up. Myself, I was not going to tear up. We have a healthcare system that is very difficult to navigate. I consider myself to be a fairly intelligent person, but I don't know medicine. And the thing that...
Wow. Find people who do know. Good for you. Being smart is not about just being smart. It's about realizing how you're not smart. It's a really important quality to have for a smart person. Arguably more important than the quality of just being smart. The dumbest person I've ever met, financial audit. Oh, I was just going to have this play in the background while I dug through for tweets because it's kind of boring to do on stream. Okay, what do we got? Hold on. We got other memes though. We got a couple of big ol' memes. Okay, we went through this. Okay. Is there a quick and easy summary of the Xander Hall drama? Your take on Sweden during the Prager debate was extremely off base. Second lowest 5-year excess mortality in the EU. I wouldn't compare Sweden with the entirety of the EU. I would compare them with other Scandinavian countries because the populations and everything are more alike. And I wouldn't compare 5-year excess mortality. I would probably just compare deaths, excess deaths or COVID deaths during the 1 to 2 years where some people did lockdowns and some people didn't. But nice cherry picking, my dude.
I was just curious. I see you have the J6 report twice in your tab bar up there. Is that for a specific reason?
You understand that I navigate things purposefully. You're never going to catch me on something like this, right? Also,
really? So
I don't have it.
Can I look at that?
I don't have it there twice. I have it there. I have it there 3 times. On the part on the right here. Okay, I read the report, and then if a footnote comes up, rather than losing my place in the report, I can Control F and find the footnote on my second tab here. And then once I found the footnote, rather than having to click off and reload this whole huge PDF, I've got another browser tab open here where I can click through for whatever the actual footnotes themselves point to. So, yeah.
No, it doesn't count. Why is there so much shit going on right now, by the way, also?
For what?
I don't know. Like, was it a Xander Hall thing? And then also President Sunday got his account banned. Is that related to the
Oh,
Xander
Rip
Hall thing?
Bozo, President Sunday banned on Twitter. A tragedy that he's not banned on YouTube as well. But yes, goodbye, President Sunday. Eat shit, you disgusting, creepy, pedophile fuck loser.
Wait, what?
What else do we have? Oh, we have the Xander Hall shit. Yeah, fuck.
Do you want to save that?
No.
Okay.
Because I don't know if you're gonna want to click on random shit. I want to go over this. I think the Xander Hall stuff is interesting. Give me a summary.
I'll make it number 1 in the topic list.
Okay, fine. Tell August to research for it. We'll do the Xander Hall shit. And Demonmoma and all of them are involved.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, God, chat's going to be so mad right now, especially the EU frogs.
Yeah, they're going to be mad because you're going to skip through all of it on the show, and I should have just covered on my fucking
I'm going to
stream.
spend so much time. I care so much about Xander Hall. I will. I will. I know that he went... I saw some screenshots of him losing his mind.
Hold on. Only Norway was lower a minuscule amount. Why wouldn't you compare 5-year mortality? COVID was a long-term issue, not cherry-picked, and Sweden's health minister called that stat ahead of time. No. What? Hold on. Why would you not compare 5 years versus 2 years? Because the lockdowns and everything were only over a short period of time. That's the period of time that you would compare to see if the lockdowns were effective or not at reducing mortality in that time. Of course, if you stretch it out longer and longer and longer, the differences are going to disappear. But that's because the countries are practicing similar policies. Why would I compare the time they were locked down versus other countries that didn't lock down, or the times they weren't locked down, versus, to figure out if the lockdowns were effective or not? Yeah, of course. Why would I do a 5-year mortality? Sorry. No. Why am I apologizing? Okay, what is this? Anon, you're banned for 1 week for spamming the same fucking thing over and over and over and over again in chat. Goodbye. Okay. Bad interpretation is for the vaccine safety. Wrong by permaban. Anti-vaxxers, please eat shit. Drano and Tide Pods simultaneously. No. When people were comparing the differences between Sweden and Norway, the big comparisons that were being made, or for the other Scandinavian countries, because Sweden took a much more lax approach to lockdowns than the other surrounding countries. That was the huge difference. Not fucking vaccine policy or some other, whatever other invented, contrived bullshit that I cannot wait for you guys to get weeded out of the fucking, please, I need the next thing to come along. That's COVID bonus.
Okay, what is the KKMD shit? I feel like we're going to have to cover it eventually.
I'm probably not, because it's a thing made by fucking, apparently, Dairy Cypher, the crazy schizo dude that has like 5 trillion fucking accounts. So I don't even know. I don't trust it now, and I'm not sure.
Well, we have to do our own research, obviously, of course.
Well, you can go do it if you want then. But I don't know. But this might involve like doxing a dude or some shit. So I don't know if I want to just like do all that openly on stream.
Ooh. So what is the claim? I want to know what the claim is.
That he faked his medical license or something.
He's not a real doctor?
That's what faking his medical license would mean, yeah.
But he has... It's not possible. He has the icon in chat.
True. Hospitals during lockdowns were barely taking anyone, including doctor offices. But Destiny loves old people dying from lack of healthcare because younger people tend to agree with him politically. You understand that it was your old people that were dying of COVID, right? Because you fucking retards won't take vaccines. It was your retarded as fuck old population that was fucking dying because you're in a death cult. And it's your fucking fat fucking type 2 diabetic retards that also fucking die. Fucking moron. Do it. Listen, you're right. I'm wrong. Vaccines are evil. Don't take them. Don't trust doctors. Don't trust vaccines. Don't trust anything, okay? You're right. I'm wrong. Stay on that path, all right? Stay on that path.
Do you think K Cappuccino is still broke? Or do you think he's doing like Uber Eats now?
I have no idea. I don't know how much money realistically you can raise doing gig work. Unless you're literally like min-maxing for it.
Okay, clicking this link. Oh my god, this is 54 pages.
Yeah, but apparently it's like 7 trillion screenshots. I don't know why. So I already got bored opening it.
It's just the logs, you don't need to read them. Okay.
Really?
No, I'm repeating what someone in chat has said.
Okay.
Okay.
I just say really to things you say, just so it
How
seems
about,
like I'm disinterested in countering you, just to trigger the fuck out of you.
Yeah, seems like you're disinterested. Okay. I'm gonna read. I'm not gonna do the logs. I'll say it out loud. And we'll go from there. Sound good?
Well,
No. Hey, if you don't want to, if you think that this is nefarious, false slate of information.
Well, I'm worried because we're encouraging people to like dig really hard based on
That is true.
That's why I wanted to do. If I was going to research it, I would do it off stream first.
We have to do this off stream. We have to make our own assumptions.
And it was written by Terry, so.
You know, sometimes it's a little bit hard not to get one guide, but I feel like it right now.
Uh-oh.
Who is Paul's ego?
Guy that I debated, and now he's got perms. He just jumps in to ask questions sometimes.
Oh. I still don't know who the fuck this is.
True.
Sorry, I was reading chat. God, I love chat so much.
Yeah.
You know. Also, sometimes there are moments like, you know, okay. Sometimes you'll say things and everyone will say that you're wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know that you're correct. How good does it feel that sometimes you'll see a few people in there and it's not because they're sycophantic dick suckers, but they know that you're right and they're like, you guys are retarded. Destiny is right. You know how good it feels to know that in that world out there when everyone else is so stupid that there's still a few people that will go against the grain and be like, no, that's wrong. You're incorrect. Or you're correct or something.
Wow, that sounds like an amazing feeling. What a great feeling.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I got this. Could be interesting. Your DM.
Damn, he's mad. My GPU arrived.
Oh yeah? What'd you get?
Remember that 4,000 card or whatever the fuck that does the encoding shit?
4090? Oh no, you got that fucking small stupid one. How small is that? It's like as small as you are.
My workstation card. My 75 watt streaming card. My God. The wattage. When do those new AMD chips come out, guys?
We don't care about AMD. Intel. All Intel. Intel earnings is tomorrow. I love Intel. Did you know that Intel is supported by the United States and literally will be propped up and is never going anywhere? All the problems with Intel stuff, that's all going to be solved with a microcode push out. You don't have to worry. God, Intel is so great. I'm all in on Intel, okay?
Oh, yeah?
Be there with me tomorrow, fellow brothers. Today, I'm talking 2 days till expiration calls, okay? All in on Intel. We're going to be rich together, all of us.
Wait, hold on. This mini HDMI? Is this mini HDMI? I don't know if I've ever seen this connector before. What the fuck?
If you need a micro HDMI cable, or no, like a, yeah, it's like a really, really tiny HDMI cable. I actually have one I can bring.
It's not micro. I know what micro looks like. This is like...
No, it's like, it's insanely small version of HDMI.
No, it's
right?
not. No, no, it's like a fat... It's a fat boy.
Show me.
Hold on, I'm looking it up.
Also, I sent you another DM.
Wait, is it mini DisplayPort?
Yes, that's mini DisplayPort. What are you, high? That's not HDMI, that's DisplayPort. Mini DisplayPort.
The fuck? Is this a weird fucking...
Do you need that cable? I have one of those too.
Okay. So it would be mini DisplayPort to DisplayPort for my monitor. Okay, whatever.
So you want me, so male mini to male?
No, it comes with four adapters, just in case, I guess.
How did you not know what this is? You know, originally...
How did I not know that? I did not know that there were 4 mini DisplayPort ports on the back of this GPU. That is correct. I did not know that.
I have a lot of adapters. Would you like me to bring the adapters?
I just said it comes with 4 adapters. Mini DisplayPort to DisplayPort.
Back in the day, little piece of info for people. This was actually Thunderbolt on Apple's original Cinema 30-inch displays that were 2560 by 1600, and they called this Thunderbolt. And I think that was the very first implementation of Thunderbolt ever. A little piece of knowledge for you guys.
Wow.
You know, also I have a problem. You don't have this problem, but I do. And there are my brothers and sisters out there that also have this problem. I have a cable collection, and I can't get rid of them. And I have cables in there. I have VGA cables in there, and it's because I might need them someday. I can't get rid of them. Who else is a collector of adapters and cables and will not get rid of them? Run the clip where Dan says, you know what? I am going to say that. I can convert you all the way from VGA to DisplayPort. And let me tell you about the chain of how we get there. So we're going to start with VGA, okay?
Yeah.
From there, do you know where we got to go? We got to go to a
DVI?
technology called DVI. We have to. But, hey, you know what else? It can't just be a unpowered DVI adapter. It has to be a powered DVI
we
adapter.
need an active DVI. Now, is it DVI-D?
Active,
Is
yeah.
it DVI? Because there are different DVI standards with the...
Oh, well, we're going up to max res that this VGA can output.
Okay. Okay.
So from there, you know where we're going. I mean, this is
From
getting a little
DVI,
easier.
can you go right to DisplayPort, or do you have to go to HDMI first?
I can go right to DisplayPort,
Oh,
but you know what?
okay.
Just to make it a little bit frisky, let's go to HDMI. Okay.
Yeah.
And then we're going to go back to DisplayPort just because for the hell of it.
Oh,
All right.
okay. Wow.
Then from there, we might go to something big or small, but we can do it.
Okay.
The question is, oof, this would be a big one. Can I go from VGA to DisplayPort back to VGA? I don't think I have the tools in my arsenal to do that.
No, because why the fuck would you have like an HDMI to VGA cable?
I could imagine it. Like, imagine you had a computer that only had a HDMI output and you had a VGA monitor for some reason.
I can't imagine that.
That's unimaginable for you? That situation would exist?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
It is plausible. Yeah, in data centers, that's the case. That's true. Can you go to composite video? Ooh, that's a good question. I don't think I can. You know what you would need to go to composite video?
What?
I think you would need, you remember way back in the day, you had those things that would let you play Nintendo on your TV by hooking into the antenna jack? I think you need one of those.
Is it called
like
is it an RCA adapter or is it
yeah,
a
one of those things.
It's like RCA to cable, like it was the little gray box.
Yeah.
And then there was even a switch on the back of the boxes to do either like channel 3 or channel 4.
Oh man, that's the ultimate. I want to see the longest chain of conversion possible. That would be fucking wild.
Oh, these guys. An NES RF adapter. Christ.
Wait, that's not even the right one. There's one that's older than that that has an antenna hookup.
And it's this is for like a Nintendo Entertainment System, so I don't know how much older you want to. There might have been different ones you could buy to hook up into different parts, but I think every TV that I used had either the VGA inputs in the back or they had the cable input.
Looking for a version of what I had. Oh, here it is. This is, I guess this is before your time. I sent it along with a relayed message to your DMs.
The cable or the molding?
Well, everything's there.
I don't give a fuck. I don't even know what the fuck this thing is. I have no idea what this is. I've never seen this in my life.
Okay. I'm too old. That's the problem.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we want to watch some of this? Fuck it. Let's do some of this. What were you doing? Were you 7 o'clock tonight?
Yeah.
Okay. We should okay, 6:30. Everything should still work, right?
I'm too scared to do the HDR stuff as much as I really.
No,
really
not.
want to.
Okay, yeah. You can. I meant the auto switcher. All of that should work.
Well, I mean, unless you broke it.
Okay, should be fine. All right.
God, I want to do HDR so bad. Hold on.
Okay, well, we're gonna listen to.
Wait, well, last thing. I'm doing this, and then you can just tell me you don't care or something.
This is a no free clout zone. Okay.
I
want to. I try to protect.
Listen. It's up to you.
Okay, we're watching The Hammer. Good luck.
I inherited $60,000 and blew in 3 months.
What the How did we spend that?
You gotta be careful what women you surround yourself with.
Are we blaming the world? What?
All things considered, I'm so lucky that I didn't have a kid with some psycho.
You would be the psycho that had a kid with. You have your guitar with you?
Yeah.
Let's at least test your talents. Can you This is where I push the red button going, eh!
Hello, my name is Beamy. I am 29 from Austin, Texas, and this is Financial Audit.
Oh, same age here in Austin. That's kind of fun. I haven't done someone my same age in a while. We can compare and contrast, see where we're at.
Yes.
What do you do for a living here in Austin, Texas?
Yeah, so I'm a musician and a writer primarily.
Musician and a writer.
I
Okay.
worked in education for over 5 years with the school district.
Here?
Yeah, in Austin. Yeah.
Musician. You know, some people make a living in Austin. So how are you doing?
Not well.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Well.
Yeah, it's a thing, and it's not
It's a thing.
very fun.
It's not very fun. Then why are you
I
doing
mean,
this?
I'm transitioning. I'm kind of like.
When are you getting your tits?
I would like to. I think that.
No one liked that joke. I thought it was funny. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I didn't even get the
I
joke.
think I'm kind of like.
When are you getting your tits? It's a thing.
Very fun.
It's not very fun. Then why are you
I
doing
mean,
this?
I'm transitioning. I'm kind of like.
When are you getting your tits?
Oh. Transitioning tits top surgery? Was that the joke? Okay.
I would like to. I think that.
No one liked that joke. I thought it was funny. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. It's a joke. We call that humor. It's not.
I'm dabbling in acting, so I'd like to be an actor. To be,
Okay.
being,
Well, you seem to be doing all like the fun. Like I hope I'm good at this careers.
Right. So
Well,
music.
what are you making right now?
Nothing. I mean.
Well, how are you living right now?
I'm barely. I mean,
people love it when no one makes money on the show.
So like, I don't spend that much money, but I haven't made that much money in a long time. So it's been really difficult to, like save money up. But
Wait. So how do you get? You say you don't spend much money. How much did you spend last month?
I don't know. Enough.
Give me a number. What do you think?
Oh, what do I think?
You don't spend
like
much money.
1,500, 2,000. I don't know. Less.
Well, kind of.
Wait, he says he makes no money, but he doesn't even know how much he's spending?
You say you don't spend much.
Like save money up, but
Wait. So how do you get? You say you don't spend much money. How much did you spend last month?
I don't know. Enough.
Give me a number. What do you think?
Oh, what do I think?
You don't spend
like
much money.
1,500, 2,000. I don't know. Less.
Well, kind of in the middle. So 1,839.
Yeah. Cool.
How did we spend that without making any money? When I saw money come in, what's shipped for 1,400?
So yeah, I've been doing grocery delivery on the side.
So that's money. What are you talking about?
Yeah. It's just like it all goes back to gas.
You did not spend 1,400 on gas.
No, but like car insurance is 300.
Spent 547 on gas.
Yeah.
So a third.
Yeah.
$300 on car insurance. Holy fuck.
It's not insignificant.
Yeah. So then
okay. So
300 on car insurance, 81 on phone bill, and the rest. I have 2 dogs, so
okay.
Most of the things.
Why do you have 2 dogs? No offense. I want everyone to get dogs. I love
Yeah.
dogs. That is not fair to the dogs that you have them, but you can't even pay bills. It's not their fault.
Correct. Well, they are who have gotten me through all the things that I've been working through, and so like, I don't know. It was a couple years ago that I inherited $60,000 and blew in 3 months.
What the?
And,
okay. Well, I got excited for a second. I was gonna say let's pay off that.
Hey,
and you have some matcha. Matches your personality. Let me smell that real quick. Let me smell that.
Go for it.
Oh. Let me make sure they drugged you with something.
Hopefully, could
Okay,
probably
it
use
smells
it.
like water.
They told me I was gonna get to meet MC Hammer. I thought they meant MC Hammer.
Yeah, that's
but
funny. That's a good one. Okay, so when you so you blew $30,000 in a few months. When was this? Is that how
This was
where
in
we
June.
are?
This was in June of 2022. I found out that I had inheritance from 7 years prior. So they basically went homeless and like was sleeping on the street and stuff. And like
we have gotten to 29 in very different paths.
For sure, yeah.
I never got inheritance. That would have been nice, but
right. I didn't know I had it for 7 years. I didn't know it was my money, but it turns out it was in my account the whole time. And
okay.
So while I'm
maybe like in another account created for him that he didn't actively use, I'm guessing.
like busking on the street, for $1 a day to get like a French loaf from the grocery store.
Why have you never like worked like an adult then?
Well, I have. I mean, I worked in education for 5 years, and I did
Yeah,
sports
but why were
broadcasting.
it's not like a few years ago.
Why did you go from education in 5 years to being homeless?
A few years ago, anyone could get almost any job they wanted with that job market. So it's just like
Right.
as long as you had any kind of qualifications.
Right.
I'm oversimplifying
I think-
but it wasn't like there was a lot of choices going into this, obviously.
Yeah, a lot of not great ones. I mean, I think that you got to be careful what women you surround yourself with too. I think that I was in.
Are we blaming the world? What?
I'm not blaming. I'm acknowledging that I gave too much of myself to unhealthy people, that I didn't put myself or my well-being first, and through it just gave up everything.
What? Yeah, fine. Yeah, give us some context of the situation. Sure. So go ahead.
I mean, like,
What are you trying to say?
well, like when I inherited.
He's going to say, let's see if we can guess what he's going to say. He inherited money. He probably bought a lot of coupley stuff. So he's going to say he spent a lot of money on his girlfriend at the time or some bullshit. It ended up not working out. And now we're going to say that ex abused us for our money or something and took advantage of it and left me fucked over or something. That's my guess. Let's see.
That $60,000.
No, the people you surround yourself with.
Well, I mean, I was just didn't have a great family growing up, and my dad died when I was in high school, and
sorry.
and he was like the one person that kind of gave me real life stuff. And so then from then on, I was just kind of winging it myself. And then my best
Was the
friend.
inheritance through him?
It was through his mom, but yeah, basically from him. Yeah, it went to him, but then instead of going to him, it went to me because she died after he did. And yeah, so like then the rest of the family that was left after him was just kind of manipulative, like greedy people who just wanted to everything for themselves and kind of kept me in the dark on a lot of things as I was becoming a man. And then by the time I was a man in the real world, like I didn't have any clue what was going on or what I was doing. And then yeah, so like in December of 2019 was the first time I had a good job. I was getting paid good. I had my own apartment.
What were you making?
More than 20 an hour, I know at the time, and I had like a 1 bedroom.
By the way, before we allow the stories to go too long, context of the situation, they're probably like, okay, yeah, but order his finances, and that's fair.
Yeah.
You almost have no debt. You have a little bit of debt.
I'm very
you have
lucky.
debt that the rest of us in the world, if we were responsible, could knock out in a single second. You,
I wanted more backstory, but okay.
for some reason, are holding on to it like a child because you refuse to make any money, even the money you have, you just spend. So you have a little bit of collections and a small little credit card. That's okay. All right. So go ahead with your story now that they know.
So
because
I mean,
and you're also like taking micro payday loans. Go ahead.
So I believe in like living without ceilings. Like I've in the past couple of years, I've had multiple jobs.
Okay.
Yeah, I've had a couple of jobs where it's like, cool, I can like stay here for 6 months, and in 6 months I'll have everything paid off, and I'll be in a good spot financially. But
what does that have to do with ceilings?
But in that is the ceiling of the 6 months. I'm like, all right, I'm doing all right, I'm doing decent. But I believe that it's in that time frame I could like basically struggle a little bit longer to then have a much higher payoff where the skies are opened up.
Yes.
Right.
We don't have to look at it.
I believe in sacrifice. Yeah. I guess that's what I'm saying.
That's what they call it.
Yeah.
They call it sacrifice.
I think that sacrifice is, if played right and with the right intent or like navigation.
Okay, then why are we in that? Like, what are you talking about? That sounds great. I agree with that.
Cool.
You didn't do it. So what the fuck are we talking about?
I'm doing it. It's happening. Like I'm moving to Philadelphia next month, and I gotta like.
That's a sacrifice.
Well, I mean, I don't have anything set up, so it's like I quit. I had a
sacrifice. That sounds like a poor decision if you don't have anything set up.
It's a risk, maybe, but what I believe is a high risk, high reward.
I'm sorry. Can I reach out too? Am I missing something, or have we not said anything of substance yet? Did I? I don't know what he spent his money on. I don't know what he means by sacrifice. I don't know what he does. I don't know why he needs to be in Philadelphia. I have absolutely no fucking idea what the fuck is what are we risking for what reward? I'm so confused right now.
Yeah, you sound like you've done high risk, high reward your entire life, and so far the reward has been collections and taking out micro payday loans.
Right.
How
So
the fuck are you moving to Philadelphia, not a cheap city?
Well, initially I was thinking Pittsburgh, but then I started. Yeah, it's cheaper, and then I was like, you know what? I can do whatever I want, and I can figure out whatever I want. And I'm afraid of nothing, so I'll just.
Yeah, but this goes against what you.
These like platitudes are like cool for like 17-year-olds. I can do anything I set my mind to. I'm not afraid of anything. But when you're like 30, it doesn't work that way anymore.
I was talking about you had almost a responsible mindset for a second, and now you're talking like a child.
I do go back and forth. I think that I think that my childlike, fantastical beliefs in the future.
Beliefs in the future.
Compared, tied with.
What the fuck did I just walk into? What are you talking about?
I think that things can happen very quickly. Like whether we're talking 6 months, 3 months, 1 month, and as I've made the wrong choice in a lot of the past like few years, it's taught me to move forward with better choices.
And moving without any plan and no money and taking out micro payday loans is a good choice.
Well, so I've realized that I am not taking.
We haven't gone over any numbers yet, right? I wonder what his debt is. Also, I'm just being, because I went to a prep school. Okay, I'm being a class hater. This guy, he feels like it. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because his teeth are relatively straight. His facial hair is kept so well. His hair is beautiful. I feel like this guy's coming from wealth. I'm just getting that. I'm getting that vibe, hardcore. This kid comes from a wealthy family, but I could be totally wrong. I don't know. Super clear skin. Like, it might just be my class glasses are misfiring, or I'm just assuming for no reason. But I'm feeling like this guy is. He looks. He feels. He emanates. Like he's coming from a wealthy family. But he also says that his dad died when he was in high school and stuff. So yeah, I don't know.
Micro payday loans anymore. I think that's a bad idea. And
his teeth aren't perfect. Never mind. Hold on. He opened his lips a little bit more that time. Okay. All right. Never mind. Okay.
Helping.
No.
I've also realized like every bit of money that I make, most of it.
I mean, you're doing that like literally
untouched.
right now. So I don't know what you're talking about. Not gonna do. You might not.
What the fuck? Who the fuck has inheritance? 60K inheritance? You have no idea You don't know what that inherited structure is like. Maybe he gave the father could have declared 60K to go to the son or some bullshit, and then a bunch was spread to either other children. I don't know if he has siblings. Could have went to the wife. Could have went to other like we have no idea, right? And he said it wasn't even his dad's. It came down through the mom or something. We have no idea, but who knows? We'll see.
Going to do anymore? You mean like starting now, which
Basically.
I have no hope in because you're doing it right now. So go ahead. Sorry. Continue.
And so, well, like, there's a lot of things that I was doing 2 years ago that
what
I mean, buying.
Destiny still thinks braces equals rich. In my personal experience in the United States, at least in Omaha, Nebraska, I won't generalize to everything, but one of the most immediate ways that you could tell like super wealthy preppy areas from like not as preppy areas is every single fucking kid in private schools and in wealthy school districts are all getting fucking braces, and they all have fucking perfect teeth. Yes, that's like one of the most immediate ways, at least for me, you could tell immediately they all have perfect teeth. But maybe that's not the case everywhere in the country or in the world or even maybe in other places in Nebraska, but
stuff that I shouldn't really be buying. I guess I didn't have money to buy. Or like when I had that $60,000, I was just.
Oh yeah. So how'd you go through that 60?
My partner at the time wanted to get an RV, and so she paid over $25,000 for an RV. That was actually like she didn't know anything about like mechanics or cars or whatever, so it was like it wasn't running.
Did you consent to this purchase?
Basically.
Wait, fuck, I missed this. Hold on. With his money?
Shouldn't really be buying. I guess I didn't have money to buy. Or like when I had that $60,000, I was just.
Oh yeah. So how'd you go through that 60?
My partner at the time wanted to get an RV, and so she paid over $25,000 for an RV. That was actually like she didn't know anything about like mechanics or cars or whatever, so it was like it wasn't running.
Did you consent to this purchase?
Basically.
When he says my partner paid $25,000 for an RV, with his money, with their money, with her money, or Destiny, there's payment plans and assistance for people. Even poor people get them. No offense, but I don't trust any of you fucking losers when it comes to working poor or working class. All of you motherfuckers grew up upper middle class and pretend that you're poor. So I don't trust any of you motherfuckers. I will say over and over again, just with my personal experience, okay? From my personal experience, orthodontic work was usually some of the harder stuff to get covered because orthodontics is generally considered separate from traditional medical coverage. I don't know if Medicaid will cover ortho work, like just like aesthetic work. And I feel like that was one of the harder things to get covered generally. But who knows? Maybe in some places it's not that way, or maybe I'm totally fucking understanding that or some bullshit. But I don't trust any of you motherfuckers ever on this shit, okay? Fuck you guys. Another one is you can go make a post on my subreddit about how you only make $250,000 a year while working from home 3 days a week and only have 2 hours a day to gym, and your life is horrible, so fuck you.
Consented to everything that she wanted and just did it. And
what's something that signals to you that someone is/grew up poor? I don't know, but I feel like I can tell wealthy people. I feel you look at them. They dress really nice. Their skin is usually fucking perfect. Their hair looks like super fucking healthy and nice. They don't look. If I say ratchet, is that like you've got like people that look like ratchet wealthy, like they just have like a bunch of trashy, nasty, crazy like shit that it's like, okay, you can tell that you have some money now, but it doesn't feel you came from a wealthy background. I don't know. There's just like a preppy look that I associate with people where they just, they tend to speak more affluently. Things like cosmetic stuff, like there's not going to be any huge generally cosmetic errors, like teeth and all of that will get fixed. I don't know. Just feelings. I don't know. I could be super wrong, but I don't think I am. Bitch.
Then,
so they're just better. They're just better people.
That was actually like she didn't know anything about like mechanics.
Yeah, they wear polos. Poor people don't wear polos, okay? If they wear polo, they're automatically, okay, their family's at least middle class, if not upper middle class, okay?
Cars or whatever, so it was like it wasn't running.
Did you consent to this purchase?
Basically. I consented to everything that she wanted and just did it. And then, she ordered a crap ton of takeout. I'm not blaming
her. You just did again, and she ordered a crap ton of takeout.
That's reality of what happened.
Yeah, but you just said you were agreeing and consenting to this. You didn't stand up and say like a word?
I mean, I was there. I didn't open the RV either. Like the hood. We should have checked under the hood. When we did, it was covered in trash.
What, the RV?
Yeah.
You still have the RV?
No, we left it in some random park.
I'm sorry. I need to pay attention to this. Wait, did they buy the RV and the whole engine bay was filled with trash? Is that what he says?
That was just.
Oh, yeah. So how'd you go through that 60?
My partner at the time wanted to get an RV, and so she paid over $25,000 for an RV. That was actually like she didn't know anything about like mechanics or cars or whatever, so it was like it wasn't running.
Did you consent to this purchase?
Basically. I consented to everything that she wanted and just did it. And then she ordered a crap ton of takeout. I'm not blaming her.
You just did again, and she ordered a crap ton of takeout.
That's reality of what happened.
Yeah, but you just said you were agreeing and consenting to this. You didn't stand up and say like a word?
I mean, I was there. I didn't open the RV either. Like the hood. We should have checked under the hood. When we did, it was covered in trash.
What, the RV?
Yeah.
You still have the RV?
No, we left it in some random parking lot and got out of there.
Like, this is, I don't believe this. I don't believe this. This guy grew up rich, and he's still rich. 1 trillion%. 1 trillion%. What? They spent $25,000 on an RV or a trailer or something, which means it was probably used, I imagine, right? I don't think you get those new for $25K, maybe really small ones, but it's probably used. And then you didn't do any inspection? What, did they not, you didn't even drive it once? You opened the engine bay and it was just full of trash? There was not even like the most rudimentary inspection, and you agreed to, and what, you paid cash for this? Or like what, like, and then you just left it in a parking lot? Or like,
in like the desert of California. Yeah, it was a weird time. We were like sweating in the desert.
So $25,000 left in the desert.
Yes, and then the rest was spent on like Airbnbs and takeout food, and then getting her.
She may have been an influence. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying like it was 100% your fault. I'm not saying that, but like you gotta have a little bit of a backbone. You're consenting to this whole thing. Like if you can't stand up at all for anything, what is that what you mentioned at the beginning? Surrounding yourself with bad people. Is that what you mean? Her?
Yeah, her. And
but you did it. You did it.
Like
but you didn't do anything.
I surrounded myself with her.
Yeah, but you didn't say a word.
Right, which is what I had to learn from it. It's like now I'm surrounded by nobody. Which
$30,000 for someone that has negative dollars is a big learning lesson. Learning lessons.
Some lessons are bigger than others.
Yeah, but also I don't think you learned because you're about to do the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Well, I moved to Puerto Rico from January to April of this year,
and that was probably also the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life because you had nothing to show for it.
Right.
Yeah, you moved there with nothing. And how are we right now?
With nothing. And I slept on the sidewalk, and I just don't. I also.
How'd you get to Puerto Rico?
I flew. I actually received
He never slept on a sidewalk in his life. Guaranteed. No shot. I don't believe it. He looks too good. He looks too good to sleep on sidewalks. He was never doing it. No shot. And he has money for a plane ticket, and then he flies to Puerto Rico to sleep on the sidewalk. I don't believe it.
A little bit of assistance.
Oh, okay. How?
Like a program that like offered to pay for my relocation.
What kind of program? What kind of program does that?
Also, when people speak about shit like this and they're very like vague and wishy-washy, I also never believe it or never trust it. You don't know what I had like
programs that help like homeless people and stuff.
Now I admit I've never looked into homeless programs, but are there homeless programs? Are there programs that help homeless people that will fly you to Puerto Rico for like what purpose? I don't believe any of this.
To go to Puerto Rico?
Well, to go anywhere. It was like if you have a friend or loved one anywhere in the country, in the United States, they'll pay.
What loved one was in Puerto Rico?
Well, I had a friend that I used to work with that moved to San Juan like 6 months earlier.
What? So this program, you could be like, I have a friend here, and they will just fly you there?
Yeah.
Well, obviously this didn't work because you're not there.
Well, yeah. So when I got there, like I had.
Did they know where you were going?
They knew I was going to San Juan. They and they knew I had a friend there, but they didn't necessarily. I don't guess they didn't know that. Well, with my 2 dogs, like I wouldn't be able to. Well, I didn't know for sure.
And with 2 dogs, no shot would they let you do this. This motherfucker is going on to a business class flight probably so he can fit all of his fucking dogs on this plane. The homeless assistance agency is flying him and his 2 dogs to Puerto Rico for free because he has a friend there? No shot. The question right now is, does Caleb know that he's lying? And is Caleb paying actors to come on and give ridiculous performances? Or is this guy lying to Caleb?
Either like she had roommates and I couldn't stay with her, so I had to still figure it out on my own. So I was trying to.
What am I listening to? What kind of creature is in front of me right now? I absolutely hate misinformation. I see it all the time in the finance world, and even worse in the news. All the bias and misinformation out there.
That's why we need ground news.
Sometimes I even
never mind. Straight Arrow News. I'm so sorry.
Trouble knowing what's the truth. And that's why I've been using Straight Arrow News. SAN provides a free app and website dedicated to delivering unbiased and trustworthy news. They are here to give you the cold hard truth without spinning any narratives. They've been my go-to for staying on top of business and finance news and take weight off my shoulders knowing that they are committed to delivering nothing but the truth. When it comes to reading about the economy, they're my personal favorite to stay up to date without interference from any political bias. This app is also super easy to use and all my news is consolidated into one place. If you're tired of misinformation and bias as well, check it out today.
Leaving $25K in a parking lot is the biggest flag. True! Because if you're broke as fuck, okay? If you're broke as fuck and you get a car or some bullshit that doesn't work, you're not leaving it. Why? Where do we take it, boys? Where do we take it? You take it to the fucking scrapyard. They'll always pay money for bullshit like that. Depending on how shady the scrapyard is, they won't even ask for the fucking title. You go to the scrapyard, you scrap that shit. You get a couple $1,000. If it's a $25,000 trailer, you get some money for that. You never just abandon it or dump it somewhere. That's unhinged. Now, there might be reasons why you wouldn't scrap it. For instance, if you just bought it, if you don't have money for the tow, but like, I'm trying to think if it would cost more to tow like a RV versus a traditional thing, maybe, but I don't know. Nah, I don't believe this guy's story is too shady. Too much shady shit.
Visit san.com/Caleb or click the link in the description below to not only support me, but a group of journalists that are raising the bar on news and committed to bringing you the truth. Stay fully informed and download the Straight Arrow News app today. I don't think you've grown up. I don't think you're an adult. It's like you were raised in a jungle.
I certainly spent my last 2 weeks in Puerto Rico in the jungle.
What if the engine on that piece of junk didn't even start? No, even if a car can't run at all, a junkyard will scrap out certain parts of the car. Depending on the type of, well, I don't actually know. My information on this is very old. This is like 18 to 20 years old. Maybe on like newer cars, maybe parts aren't interchangeable enough or something anymore. But on old cars, yeah, because if you're broke and you want to get your car fixed and you don't have the money for like the original manufacturing parts or whatever for OEM shit, you can go to a junkyard and you can ask to go through. And sometimes you could just pay a flat fee. You say like, oh, give me $70. You can walk through, take anything you fucking want or one thing or whatever, right? You can walk through and find like old cars and old shit. You can take off doors. You can take off hoods. You can do whatever the fuck. You can even pay to get it repainted if you want, or you just drive around with some miscolored shit. Yeah, or if you take something broken down, yeah, junkyards will pay you to scrap a vehicle. They used to. I don't know if this has like changed significantly in the past 20 years though. Maybe it's not like that anymore. I don't know. But even for a fucked up $1,000 car, like you might be able to get like a couple $100 or even like $100 out of it. Or at the very least, if the scrapyard has like a towing agency they work with, at least you can get it towed for free because they'll tow it for you and then like give you $50 for whatever's left.
Eating coconuts and bananas and sleeping in a hammock under the
It
trees.
just reminds me of
I did connect to Tarzan.
skinny
a
version
lot.
of Tarzan.
Yeah,
yes.
it's Phil Collins soundtrack.
Okay.
It's incredible.
All right.
I watched it as a kid.
Okay,
I think maybe it infested in my psyche a little too much.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Destiny just makes shit up all the time, exactly like this kind of video. What did I just make up? A true poor person is fixing that fucking RV and then flipping it for like $500. That's probably not true for two reasons, okay? Because one, unless you're an auto mechanic, you're not gonna know how to fix it. And two, okay, now I might be overrepresenting my personal experience, okay, because of maybe my lifestyle or whatever, but the scariest thing in my mind to a poor person, okay, the scariest thing is the fucking auto repair shop, okay? That shit is like going to the doctor, except even worse, okay? Because you can be unhealthy for a long time and whatever, you can be fucking dying and you can still work and survive. But bro, when your car starts breaking down, okay, it's over. You're fucked, all right? Taking your car to any shop, especially if it's a used piece of shit, okay, where you've been driving with the fucking check engine, check oil light on for, 5,000 miles. When you roll that thing in, you know that no matter what the fuck you ask them to look at, they're going to hand you at least a $1,500 bill, okay? And then you got to like try to haggle over like, can you change just like this or can you do that? And they're like, no, we can't send this out of here, okay? This vehicle is too dangerous. Like, we're not going to fix anything if you don't. And it's like, fuck all that shit, okay? Fuck, suck my dick, motherfucker.
What would you give yourself on a financial score? 0 being the absolute worst, 10 being the absolute best.
I think I'd like put it on two scales or two different.
I just asked a simple question.
I mean,
on
like
a scale I give.
probably a 4.
You can invent your own scale, but answer a question based on my scale.
Probably a 4.
Twitter keeps saying Kamala's Irish, not Jamaican, and her father Donald is only nationally Jamaican. But I'm confused. You can easily Google Kamala's grandparents Oscar and Beryl are black from Jamaica. So I don't know. I don't care. I have no desire to know anything about this.
4.
Okay.
All things considered, that I experienced like a 9 because I'm so lucky. I'm so lucky that I didn't have a kid with some psycho. I didn't like my debt is fairly small.
You would be the psycho to have the kid with. Sorry. Sorry, you're just interesting.
I'm not
You're just
ready to be a
special.
father. That is.
Yeah, no.
Sure. But I want to be.
You can hardly take care of 2 dogs. You just left them for 3 months.
I didn't leave them. They were with me.
Oh, they
had the time of their lives living in the jungle on the beach.
So this program paid for the dogs?
I got assistance for that. I started to go.
Assistance how? I'm just trying to figure out how you paid for this.
I got to GoFundMe and people donated to help me get my dogs across. And then on the way back,
just moocher.
I'm not. I didn't know how long I'd be there. It wasn't
for anything in your life? I mean, the inheritances. I mean, it's fine. It's
every penny I have, which may not be many pennies, I've worked for.
Do you
in
have
my life,
any
I guess.
pennies?
I'm reading. I'm getting one guide by too many retards in chat.
I didn't have a kid with some psycho. I didn't like my debt is fairly small.
You would be the psycho to have the kid with. Sorry. Sorry, you're just interesting.
I'm not
You're just
ready to be a
special.
father. That is.
Yeah, no.
Sure. But I want to be.
You can hardly take care of 2 dogs. You just left them for 3 months.
I didn't leave them. They were with me.
Oh, they
had the time of their lives living in the jungle on the beach.
So this program paid for the dogs?
I got assistance for that. I started to go.
Assistance how? I'm just trying to figure out how you paid for this.
Okay. Red flag number 20 million. You got a GoFundMe to fly your dogs with you to Puerto Rico to be homeless?
GoFundMe and people donated to help me get my dogs across. And then on the way back,
Just moocher.
I'm not. I didn't know how long I'd be there. It wasn't. It
Work
wasn't
for anything in your life? I mean, the inheritances. I mean, it's fine. It's
I mean,
also
every
what's left
penny
for
I
you.
have, which may not be many pennies, I've worked for.
Do you
in my
have
life,
any
I guess.
pennies? You're in debt.
But I
Pretty sure
worked
your
for
net
that.
worth is negative. You're borrowing from Dave.com.
Yeah.
Well, I don't
yeah.
think you're
So I met
getting
this guy at the
pennies.
dog park, and he was like, "Oh, just get Dave," and I was like, "All
That's
right."
the guy at the dog park. That's who we listen to.
Yeah. Well, that's who was there.
You gonna listen to the dogs next? Like, well, I don't know. Is that where
You
we go
might
and
have a
get
better
advice?
idea of what to do than I do.
Okay. It's Capital One Quicksilver. It looks like you like almost paid it off, but you didn't because still like almost $5 of interest was accruing. Then you put on there $183. Now the credit limit is only $200. You started over the credit limit, which is insane. So like, what? Give us the story of this.
He has a $200 credit limit credit card. Is that even possible? Wait, is this a starter card that's like linked to a checking account? That feels like not a real credit card. There's no shot you can get a $200 line of credit on an independent card. I don't believe that. No shot is that possible. That has to be like a starter card linked to a checking account. There is no way.
Card. What is this to you? Because
So when I was in Puerto Rico, I was planning on paying off this thing, and then
this thing. Are you talking about this
the
card?
The credit card. Yeah, the credit. And the job I had never processed my direct deposit paperwork, so they were giving me a cash check, and my bank didn't exist in Puerto Rico, and so all of my bank account that I paid this card from just ended up going to like negative $400, and I had like tons of cash in my pocket. So I was
What's
like,
tons of cash?
Like $400 in cash,
Oh, you
like
can
enough
retire.
to get my account back to zero, but I couldn't actually.
Oh,
You get
fuck.
to the
I
other-
didn't mean to go for it. Fuck. Wait, what?
People know you?
Not.
Then how are you?
It was
How'd you get in
a
this
bit of a
situation?
blind judgment, I think. Where
Explain.
Fuck. Where was I? Where were we at?
Are you paid for this?
I gotta go fund me, and people donate pennies.
From Dave.com. Because
Also, actually get it in my account because I didn't.
Okay.
Negative $400, and I had like tons of cash in my pocket. So I was
What's
like,
tons of cash?
Like $400 in cash,
No, you
like
can
enough
retire.
to get my account back to zero, but I couldn't actually get it in my account because I didn't have a bank there, and my bank was only in Texas. And so that was, I learned something from that. It's like if you travel, make sure you have access to your money in banks that exist there. Who would have known that?
Why'd you come back?
Well, as a musician, I had a show in Austin, and that
Oh.
ended up being. I was like, oh, cool.
How much did
I had to pay over $400 just to fulfill the contract because I didn't sell
Does
enough
it come
tickets
from-
to
Where was it
play the
hosted?
show. It was at Vulcan Gas Company, and
Sure.
it was.
Oh shit, that's where we do the debates at in Austin with my Alex Jones, and the last one I just did was at the Vulcan Gas Company. He's paying $400 to pay for his own show while he's homeless and broke.
by an organizer event
Probably
that
like,
travels
what,
through the
300
whole
people
country.
in there if tightly packed?
There were
300,
none.
400?
They were like,
no, but that's what you could fit. Like if
yeah,
like butt to butt.
Probably
Okay.
yeah. I've been there when it's full. Yeah.
He paid to rent a performance hall when he couldn't sell any tickets.
It was like 10 total for everybody. So like no.
So you had to pay Vulcan.
No, I had to pay the organizer of the event. They do different pop-ups around the country.
How the f did you commit to this? How'd they get you? And then why'd you commit to something that like do people know you?
Not.
Then how are you?
It was
How'd you get in this
a bit
situation?
of a blind judgment, I think. Where
Explain.
I was like,
None of this. I can't. All right, we got like 5 more minutes of this. None of this makes sense. He's either making everything up or he's leaving out like so much that this is just like stupid.
well, I'm from Austin, and this show's in Austin, and it'll be a nice little homecoming because people will show up because I don't live there anymore. And then I went,
Who would show up?
Like, who would even assume that, right? Especially if he's a musician or he has musician friends and he's trying to like sell out shows and shit. Like, why would you assume that if you just do a random fucking show that like friends are gonna show up? Like, what friends are we even like? What are we even talking about? Like,
I thought I had friends, but
Oh, okay. Well,
it didn't
I mean, that
pan
would
out.
require a lot of friends. I have
More
great
than I
friends, but I
thought,
have
yeah.
like 8.
Well, yeah, it was
Yeah.
my first experience with like marketing my own show, and
Well,
I
are you
learned a
saying
lot
you have
from that, so-
300 close friends?
Well, no, I had to sell 35 tickets minimum, and I sold 11, which isn't bad. But the whatever that is, 30, 20, whatever, like I had to pay for those tickets myself. And
How'd
like
they find you? How did you get
it was a stupid
connected to
Facebook
this?
ad.
Why'd you sign? Oh,
I was like, oh, they play music. I do that.
why'd you sign this? Why did you sign this
was a
knowing
bad
the
idea.
content with the? Well, yes, I'm asking. You know that now. I'm trying to figure out why you
Oh, in
signed
the
it.
moment?
Because with what
I
you're
was,
doing
like,
with this
sleeping on
Philadelphia
the
thing.
sidewalk.
I know. One second. Normally, I wouldn't care as much about this because this already happened.
Mm-hmm.
But with this thing you're doing to Philadelphia, your life plan, it screams like you're just going to do something like this over and over and over and over again. So I need to know
I hear
the
that.
why.
Well, so I can understand that, and I think that a lot of people feel that I am doing the exact same thing I did when I left for Puerto Rico. But the difference is, when I left for Puerto Rico, I was just overwhelmed about being in Austin. So like I was desperate, and I was like, I just got to get out of here.
Overwhelmed? Why?
I mean,
Tell me why
I
you're
was born and raised here. I've had nothing but traumatic and bad experiences my entire life around
What was dramatic?
I mean, like, I didn't have a healthy mother growing up. I didn't have healthy people.
I have
family.
to ask because I mean, so many people make excuses on the show. So what was unhealthy? I need to make sure we're not making excuses. If it's valid, it's valid. If it's not, it's not.
No, I mean, I'm talking like abuse, like a physical. Drug, violence,
Okay.
as in and any type of abuse you can imagine. All of the worst things that a parent can do to a child.
Okay.
And so like my dad also recognized that, and he got custody of me, and he was a good figure to look up to. And then right around the time that I was overcoming this, like the emotional impacts of what my mom put around me, he was getting cancer, and then I spent the next 2 years, like my first 2 years of high school, watching him shrivel up and die.
High school, yeah.
All the bad abuses that you can do.
And then my stepmom convinced me that I had to keep his death a secret. Like I couldn't tell anybody. Then he died when I was 16. I'll go back to junior year and pretend like he's home, like he's back home, everything's fine. None of my friends know, none of my teachers know. And for 2 years, I'm just like freaking out.
Why would she say that? So I'm so confused.
Psychos out there. I don't know. It was like she was saying that if it became known that my dad was gone, then my mom would find out. My mom would try to get custody of me and all this stuff. It's like none of that is going to happen within 2 years. While I'm also like at the age of 17, I can emancipate. There's a lot of evidence already in court against. Like it was just kind of unnecessary.
Okay,
but I believed her at the time, and so I did. I kept it all within, and that didn't help me. And so then like she taught me how to shave. Like it did, none of it felt right. And so all the like adult conversations I would have been having with my dad, I didn't get to have. And then my best friend, I had one friend in high school who helped me kind of through that loss, and then he passed away in a single car accident like at 22, a few years after high school. And so then I like had nobody, and I just became kind of like a floating sack of meat that just floated along and tried to just exist and didn't do a good job of it, and things just kind of went downhill from there. And so I feel like the last few years were me like the peak of me like just being stupid and idiotic and childlike, and then
so because
realizing
of all of that, you escaped Austin to go to Puerto Rico. You felt like you had to escape,
right? And also like nobody does well where they're from. I don't know any like I was making
way overgeneralization. That's not even close to true, but okay.
Name me one person. Name me somebody who has done well in their hometown.
Mr. Beast.
Where's he from?
North Carolina.
But his whole thing is
Destiny. Me. Caleb.
Online. He has an online platform. I'm talking like
what? But he built a massive company. What are you talking about?
But like he has fans all over. Like was it his fan base began where he is?
That doesn't matter.
Nobody who's from Austin is successful in Austin. It's such a. This is also.
You said no one's been successful where they're from.
In there, not just where
my parents are doing well in the town they're from. They've built good careers. My dad has a successful business
in
now.
Entertainment career or like.
Well, you didn't say in entertainment.
Yeah.
You keep moving the goalposts.
What about socially? Are they socially normal? Are they like they have friends and stuff? I can't relate.
They just went on a great vacation.
I live in a
friends.
town where tourists come every single day, every single hour.
Buddy,
and they're like,
yes, tourists come to Austin, but it's
and
not
everyone
like LA
I meet,
or New York.
It is though.
No,
everyone I meet is like, oh, I just got here last month and it's the best place I've ever been in my life. And everyone is
visiting.
no, they live and I'm never leaving. And I got all these show opportunities and I'm doing this and I'm doing this and I'm like, cool, I've been here my entire life and nobody acknowledges my existence.
Have you done anything?
I'm everywhere. Done everything.
Have you done anything notable that would have other people acknowledge your existence? I'm sorry. This is gonna sound rude.
Well,
this is gonna sound rude, but you are not entitled to that. You actually have to achieve something. You have to do something. You have to put into the work, and then you can be acknowledged.
I agree, but what is notable? Like define notable.
No, define. Okay.
Have I?
Define notable.
Notable means worthy of attention or notice. Remarkable.
What have you done that's remarkable?
I don't know. Is that something I can even decide? Or I can even declare?
Well, I guess the audience would decide.
And apparently the answer is no.
There you go.
But
so why would they then?
But everywhere I go, every time I leave Austin, I'm notable.
Yeah, to how many people?
Everybody I meet. Everybody. And I.
Oh, come on. Are you telling me if you go to Puerto Rico, everyone's going to show up? The whole San Juan's going to be like, woo! He's back! Let's go!
Maybe. Haven't done it. Got to find out.
I don't want to spend your dreams, but you're just sounding a little delusional with this and a little entitled.
Yeah, I don't know that I agree with the entitlement.
No one else makes it in their city. That doesn't make sense.
I mean,
Austin's
everything's a
city,
generalization. Every statement
musicians in Austin live lives by performing. Do they become famous? Not necessarily.
I was born and raised here, and every single musician that I've known that was also born here moved to Leander. Like
also, Austin's
none of them
only
can
the fifth, even though we're the 11th most populated city in the country.
Doesn't Austin must have like a thriving local music scene? No, I feel like especially when it comes to music. Like I know in Omaha we had Sokol Auditorium and shit, and a lot of bands would kind of start there. I think 311 started out of there. I feel like your local music scene is pretty important, and the idea of having a band and you just like we're just going to go to another state or country to try to make it, even though we have absolutely no support locally. I could understand moving if you have no local music scene. Like that would make sense. If you were from like some bumfuck place and you got to drive or travel to even have anybody show up at any shows, I can understand that. But he's from Austin. Like he's literally from Austin.
15th most visited by tourists.
We're
So you
also
were wrong.
number 5 on the list of cities that people are leaving the most, which is a recent study that came out in the last year.
Great. So that completely contradicts what you were saying there at the beginning.
I'm saying that nobody likes it here because it's too, like, there's so many reasons. It's not the place to
Nobody
be
likes it
anymore.
here? What are you talking
Generally, if we're generalizing it, it's number 5 on the list of people are leaving. People are recognizing that
No.
whatever
We
the
had a
advertisement
massive-
for
okay.
Austin is
This doesn't matter to the conversation.
It
But
doesn't.
to be clear, just like any COVID boom city where we had an insane amount of people move here, yes, all of those cities.
But that's
are
been true
having
my
a
whole
little
life.
bit of a-
Like, I've been
No,
here
it
for
hasn't.
20. Yes, every year it's been like, oh, Austin's number 2 or number 1 on the most moved to cities in Texas, in America. It's the fastest growing city. Blah, blah.
Yes.
And now it's suddenly like, nope, it's not growing
So
anymore.
that's not true your whole life. It's just now because after the COVID
For the
boom.
first time in 29
yes, 'cause
years.
Every city, almost every city that had the big COVID boom has experienced the same analytics.
But not every city before the COVID boom
This doesn't
was
matter.
growing.
This doesn't matter. I care about you. What are you talking? Okay.
In the
I don't
same
see. This
way.
doesn't matter. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to
I'm
say?
just saying. I'm just saying that
tell me what you're trying to say.
I think it's very important for me, even if it's just temporary, for career jobs and be
No,
happy
okay, I
with
mean,
that. But like, I can't.
Okay. So what are you gonna do then? What's your plan? I'm gonna pretend that's not an entitled position because you think
Okay.
you deserve to make it. But
I don't
okay.
deserve anything.
Okay, cool.
I
So
think
then
that
what's
I'm
the plan?
capable of it.
Okay, what's the plan then?
I'm going to DC and performing at the Kennedy Center in a play as
Are
a
there gonna be
lead
two
role.
people there as well?
No, it's a local theater festival that happens every year, and there's a whole industry
Okay, how'd
dinner
you get into
reception
that?
afterwards. I applied to I applied to the role that was listed, and
Yeah.
then I got asked to audition with the actual script, and then I sent in a videotape reading the script, and got the role. And a lot of things that I've applied to, I've gotten the role because of the fact that I can play any role and fit into any dynamic because I feel like I've already lived it. And I think that from
What's okay? How much is this paying? I'm gonna cheer that on. If you got a role, that's sick. I love that. That's
Yeah.
great. Trust me, I'm not against you as an existence.
Yeah.
It's just what you've been talking about has not been like reality so far, but
understand.
that's like a real thing. So what are
Yeah.
you getting paid?
I'm making $250 for a one-time table read, and then there's the potential they want to turn it into a movie and go from there, whatever. But for this specific gig, I'm making $250, and then I'm setting up other projects in and around.
He's making $250 to fly from Austin to DC to do, like, yeah, I don't. This is none of this is real. Is anything on the internet real anymore?
Philadelphia or New York or whatever to work outside of that, and I already am.
So
in
what's your pay
talks.
for this position?
$250.
Okay. Just wanted to confirm. Also, I was fact checking you because it's important.
Uh-huh.
Number 1 for 2023 and 2024 so far in terms of cities that people are leaving: Los Angeles number 1, Chicago number 2, Brooklyn number 3, Queens number 4, 5 Miami-Dade County, 6 Brooklyn, 7 Anaheim, California, 8 Pasadena, California, 9 San Diego, California, 10 San Jose, California. Austin's on the top 10 list.
Well,
okay, so
just find whichever article says that Austin's number 5, and just like anything else on the
Oh,
internet,
if you go confirm your
whatever
own
narrative, whatever
thing.
statistics, whatever scientific formula you want to put around it, you'll find the answer you're looking for. That's it. Today,
But I don't
I'm
think you
reaping-
actually care as much to improve it.
partially.
Oh, how much?
Half.
So they're giving you 200.
Wait, what is
Who like take advantage of the resources that
Sure.
exist.
What changed though to make you say that?
Failure and humility. Like, I've been humbled by being a arrogant, like thinking I know more than I do in reality. Like, I've been freaking wrong.
Well, you got a $250 gig.
Yeah.
So they're paying for travel and living expenses, right?
Partially.
Oh, how much?
Half.
So they're giving you 250 plus.
Lodging, half of the cost of my Airbnb.
How much is the other half going to cost?
Around $250.
I heard you guys wanted to get dirty again. Dirty Money is back, and this time you're gonna be a lady in the streets and a freak in the sheets. And you know who you use.
I have to lay it down, Caleb. I'm sorry. I'm skipping.
It's a springboard. Sometimes you got to hop on the springboard and allow it to.
Yeah, I've
bounce.
just legitimately talked to over a dozen of people just like you.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, just that springboard has not worked. I'm not
It
saying
doesn't surprise me. It doesn't work for most people.
Exactly, and I'm not trying to crush your dreams.
Yeah.
It's just we can go about these things in a smart, educated, strategic way to be safe. If you had I did not allow myself to quit my adult job to do YouTube full time until I had a year's worth of an emergency fund, and I said, you know what? I'm going to give this my all
Mhm.
because I was able to stockpile. I went about it in a mature way. No bad debt. You know, it's not out of hating you.
Yeah, I'm not trying to like repeat patterns. Be figuring out a way to leave
Stop
Austin.
touching the
I focused on establishing that consistency and patience.
But you have to work in the arts, according to you. it
No,
seems like.
no. I'm open to.
Why does it have to be Philadelphia?
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Okay, but that's what you already decided.
I mean, things can change. Things can change all the time.
The sauce sometimes. So again, $5 of interest agreement. It's not crazy, but you put out like the balance is $190 on a $200 credit limit. You started the balance over the credit limit.
Especially because I bought a guitar right after I paid it off, and I swore I wasn't going to spend any more money on music. And then I found this $99 guitar, and I was like, "Well, I'm playing."
I see a charge of $159 from Guitar Center.
That was because it was partially on a different card. I think I paid
Huh?
$50 on my debit card, and then the rest on.
Oh, you said it was $99 or something.
Well, I got a case because I was like, I need to protect it.
You went in a store, got some bullshit. 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 And Grande H2O.
Water. Gotta stay hydrated.
Oh, that's what H2O is. Oh, interesting.
He's buying bottled water.
Who would have thought?
It is. It's cheaper than buying a
Any
gallon.
chance Yeah, you brought your van here, right? You got here with the van that you like do everything. Do you have your guitar with you?
Yeah.
Okay, let's at least test your talents. Can you test your talent for
wow,
us?
yeah.
Yeah, just give us something. Give us something. Go ahead. You
Okay.
can go ahead and get it. Yeah. Let's see it. And you, the audience, let him know in a genuine, honest way, not to. I know we can get him to honest.
Well, look, I'm gonna come from music. What I started realizing is like music is like acting. Like,
Okay, and how many acting gigs have you ever gotten?
I've been pursuing acting for less than 2 months, and I've gotten over 5, over 4, and I've made more money from acting than I did in 10 years.
What you?
What? Over 5, over 4, what, gigs? And he's made and he's been doing it for 2 months?
How much have you made?
Almost 1,000.
Okay, that means the 10 years was an absolute failure.
Yeah.
Okay,
Absolutely.
listen, I feel like I'm walking into a youth campground right now, but just go ahead.
What?
You tell me.
Okay.
Are you gonna sing?
You want me to?
Yeah, I want you to give us your all. Give us your all.
Been so certain, ain't been learning, oh, ain't been learning, and I'm certain, oh, I'm certain, something's brewing, something's brewing.
Is there a more interesting
What do
song?
I know?
By chance?
Well, so I tell myself ukulele.
So he doesn't really play guitar. He plays, you'd say like backup or rhythm guitar, okay? Don't say you play guitar, okay? Because he can't, all right? We have 2 chords here, and then he's singing in a meh, okay? So how many years has he been singing? Normally I won't show on people's art, by the way, okay? I would never do that. But like if he's describing himself as a musician, and he's trying to gig as a musician, and he's like homeless and doing GoFundMes to like, but okay.
Lately last year, and I'm teaching myself guitar.
Well, I mean,
right now.
you're just your vocal thing. You're just doing the same vocal phrase over and over again, even if with different words. So give me a little bit of vocal range here. Give me something that does a little different vocals.
Oh man.
I think one of the strings is out of tune, or your fingering's wrong.
No,
okay.
it is. Yeah, I didn't tune it.
Vocal range.
Vocal range.
Give it to me.
I'm a baritone.
Yeah, within the baritone range. Give me some, just your range. I'm not talking about go soprano and cut off your balls.
Why would he even know the word baritone? It's because he went to a prep school because he's from a rich family. 1,000,000,000%.
This is where I push the red button going, eh!
That's fair.
Do a song!
I
Buddy, you want to do this for a living. Come on.
Name a song.
Espresso by Sabrina Carpenter.
I don't even know who or what that is. I never heard of that in my life. Espresso. Espresso. In the morning, I drink espresso. That's pretty good, right?
I don't think you're a singer.
Oh, and he's lying about his background too. Yeah, no, this is so... Why am I watching this? Caleb, why are you putting out this shit? If this guy sold tickets, he paid money to sell tickets to a show that he wanted to do in Austin, but he doesn't know anything that he can sing or play for us? Like, how? How did you get... No, it's not... It's bullshit. All of this is bullshit. This is all bullshit.
Singer.
No, I mean,
I'll be critical. I don't think you're a singer. I think the guitar probably, maybe. I don't know. You're kind of just...
Nope. He literally is playing 2 chords, and that's it. He has 2... It's 2... And I don't... When I say 2 chords, okay, just like... It doesn't necessarily... There's nothing wrong with vamping on 2 chords. There's a lot you can do, okay? Like... Hold on. Fuck. I don't even want to get into this. Like this song is 2 chords. This whole song is 2 chords, okay? But this he can actually play guitar, like a melodic, like a melody line, right? When I say 2 chords, what I mean is he has 2 finger positions right now, right? Or like, for instance, like this is 2 chords. But also like this is also 2 chords. Whatever, if I can play with it, right? This is also 2 chords, right? So when I say 2 chords, what I mean is he has like 2 finger positions, okay? And that's it. But he can't even keep time with it. He's not even doing anything interesting in terms of picking. So he can't really play guitar, barely, right? If he's selling concerts and he can't even just pick like, he can't even strum 2 chords cleanly, right? And then he kind of sings a little. He sounds like he's probably a naturally nice voice. Nothing in this video is real, okay? Nothing in this video is real.
No, I mean,
I'll be critical. I don't think you're a singer. I think the guitar probably, maybe. I don't know. You're kind of just playing a few little riffs over and over again, but it's kind of what it comes down to in different ways.
I realize that.
Okay, yeah, but vocally, I don't think you have vocals.
These are still the same 2 chords with the same 2 phrasings. What are they? Is it just like 2 open chords? What is it, like E and fuck? What are the open chords on a guitar? And then what's the next one? No. What are the 2 most common chords? It's always like fucking E and something else. Is he doing these? Is it like E and F? What is it?
Right. I realize that.
Okay, yeah, but vocal.
It's this one, right? What are the 2 chords? Is he doing D? Somebody said C, G. I don't know why you're typing in 4 chords. Is it C and G?
I don't think you have vocals. I don't have vocals either. Don't get me wrong.
Singers have vocals.
Okay, well,
if you really think about it.
No, that doesn't make any sense to me. All right, thanks. Yeah, hit my.
Hold on. I'm about to ban some people in chat, okay?
More interesting
What do
song.
I know?
By chance?
Well, so I taught myself ukulele last year.
Oh, he's playing E and D. Or sorry, that's. It's these 2. E minor. I don't even think that's not even an open chord on a guitar, is it? No, well, as long as one string is open, it is, right? I don't fucking play guitar. I don't know. I want one someday.
I don't think you have
I'll learn.
vocals.
Anyway,
I don't have vocals
fuck
either.
this guy.
Don't get me wrong. Wonderful. And the cards.
Oh my god, 31%.
Interest rate.
E minor is an open chord. Okay, there you go.
Dave, extra cash account statement. Oh, good. You were like overdrafting, so it brought money in to your other accounts. And okay. So yeah, overdraft. That's insane. Express fees, overdraft, tips. Oh, that's good. That's good. This is insane. Extra cash overdraft, $75. Fees, $15. Tips, $3.75. That's what a joke.
$500 to pay for gas to get
Okay, so
there.
we're sinking $750 into this $250.
Yeah.
Okay. What is people saying here? XQC hit a 940 or whatever. Why do you think that even matters? Why do you think that even matters? First of all, I don't believe it. Let's check. Hold on.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Okay. It's time to put this guy in the ground. It's time to put him in the dirt, okay? It's time to put him in the dirt. Okay. Let's go from over here, over here, over here. Okay. Hold on. That was a warm up. He probably did like 400 of these. Okay. He did like 400 of these. Okay. 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 Hold on. Okay. Okay. All right. We're getting there. Hold on. What? What is this glitchy bullshit? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Where was this clown at? 1 second. Where was he at? What did he have? What was it? Hold on. Okay. Hold on. We're putting him in the ground. We're putting him in the dirt. Okay. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. What? It's glitching. What's happening? Okay, we're speeding up. Okay. I fucked up. I looked at the... Oh, I was on. I was on. Look, I was on. I was on. I was on, and then I looked up. It distracted me. Hold on. What is happening here? What is happening here? Okay. Shh. We're rushing. We're rushing. Okay? In the pocket. Okay? Get in the pocket. We're rushing. We're rushing. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Bring it back. Okay. Okay. Back at the beat. Okay. Back at the beat. We need to just slow it down a little. Okay. Just. Okay. Ah! I looked at it. No, okay. We were hitting. Okay. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. We're still rushing. How? How? Ugh! What? Fuck this game. I don't have time. Tomorrow. We'll try tomorrow. I tied a score. Fuck this guy, okay? Okay. I'm gonna go do my show at the end of an hour. Be careful. I love you. Be careful. Oh, tomorrow we're doing these tweets. Or I'll just do it tonight, actually. Fuck you. Be careful.